physical body similar to yours. Imagine, try just for a few moments, my position in having been I am activity of Saint Germain Foundation. The I am activity represents the original, permanent, and highest source of the Ascended Master's instruction on the great laws of life, as first offered to the Western world by the Ascended Master Saint Germain, through his accredited messengers, Mr. and Mrs. Guy W. Ballard. In the early 1930s, the Ballards established Saint Germain Foundation and Saint Germain Press Incorporated, which under Saint Germain's guidance, have expanded into worldwide organizations that offer to mankind the true Ascended Master teachings on the great cosmic word, I am. Saint Germain Foundation strives to keep the I am Ascended Master instruction in its pure, unadulterated form, free from any human interpretation, personal monetary gain, or proselytizing, as it is a gift from the great Ascended Masters and cosmic beings to bring illumination and perfection to mankind. Hundreds of I am temples and sanctuaries exist throughout the world, where the teachings are applied in I am decree groups. The books of the Saint Germain series are available in many libraries, bookstores, or directly from Saint Germain Press. For further information, please contact. Dedication. It is our great joy and privilege to dedicate Volume 10, the I Am Discourses by beloved David Lloyd, to our beloved Saint Germain and Jesus, our beloved Mr. and Mrs. Ballard, and our beloved David Lloyd and the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta. May all the great ones who have given us their assistance to come this far in the light, be held within our love, and may our service to life prove our gratitude to them for all we have received. Glorious Mount Shasta. Shasta. Oh, Mount Shasta! What secrets do you hide? What dwells within that heart of yours? What light does there abide? Beneath your snowy peaks so bright, what blessings do you hold? What knowledge do you guard so well from those who seek too bold? I think I hear you speak to me from your pure heights above. I feel and hear your answer now. There's just one way through love. To him who knows that presence well and lives it, too, beside, my secrets are an open book, from him I've naught to hide. Learn well that golden key of life, it opens every lock, with it, you may fling wide my door, for love ne'er needs to knock. Oh, sons of earth, who seek more light, learn first love's great command. Pour out its healing golden streams, and in my heart you'll stand. Chinera. Tribute 9. May our heart's love and gratitude go forth today to our beloved Mr. G. W. Ballard and our beloved David Lloyd, whose experiences are contained within this book, the I Am Discourses. May we pour to them our deepest love for these discourses, and this explanation of the victory of the Ascension. Beloved mighty I Am Presence, beloved David Lloyd, and the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta, bring an individual crystal cup of liquid light into our hands and use, and as we drink it, compel the annihilation of everything human. Draw forth and make visible, and manifest in, to, through, and around us all the victory of all that is divine, and hold thy dominion in the fulfillment of the divine plan in all we ever do forever. Mrs. G. W. Ballard. David Lloyd. Because of my long years of search, and my intense desire to fulfill the call of my heart, this mountain is charged with the apex of my feeling, and the momentum that I had built of craving the Ascension. Therefore, you who turn your attention to me and are treading upon the ground upon which I walked. 7. Tribute 9. And upon which the messenger walked, you can very easily be charged with that same momentum, of not only demanding the Ascension, and the enfolding radiance that enfolded the beloved Godfor, but with that fierce determination you have had to scale the heights. You have no idea in what a short time all of you could outpicture, through your radiation alone, a power of light that would heal all you contact, and it would anchor within them my feeling and craving for the Ascension. That is what mankind needs. They need to be charged with the feeling to desire the Ascension. Then on this mountain particularly, because my desire had been of such years standing, when that desire is fulfilled, it is joy unspeakable, indescribable in physical words. Since I was the one who felt that, then I can charge that not only into the mountain, but into the atmosphere around it. Since the beloved Godfor was the one, when the light came into his body, and came out to me to force the assistance to me to the completion of my Ascension, then he can charge his feeling, and as sure as you feel that, will you release the power from your own mighty I Am Presence. Because it is like a magnet. When we flood our feeling around you, it automatically draws down from your tracence that same feeling, and that is yours permanently. It is. Tribute. 9. Like a needle attracted to a magnet. Therefore, when I clothe you in my feeling and desire for the ascension, and the enjoyment of its attainment, and the beloved God clothes you in his feeling of that light coming into him, and then out to me, as surely as we make you feel our feeling. Will your tracence unite with that and anchor that feeling into the physical self? We glory in your determination. Go forward like happy children, and don't accept anything but the most amazing victory to your every call. Be determined when you send forth a call, that the answer shall come like a streak of lightning, and relieve you of your problems, and leave in your worlds the blessings that will delight you forever. Then make you a being of power and victory to assist all mankind whom you contact to look up and get some understanding of the ascension, and charge people with the desire to call for their ascension. Go on and demand with your increased determination, and we will grant your requests according to the light. When you think of me, remember my feeling awaits to surge into your world and do this which I have offered, and which I know will bring you happiness which is eternal, and victory which is boundless. I thank you. God for Ray King, Lotus Ray King. Our beloved messenger, Mr. G.W. Ballard, with fellow Haikais at the Rest House on the side of Mount Shasta, California, August 193. Editor's note. Year 1980 commemorated the 50th anniversary of our beloved David Lloyd's meeting with our beloved Mr. Ballard on the side of Mount Shasta. The picture on the opposite page was taken during August 1930, at the rest house where Mr. Ballard had spent the night, during the time of his meetings with beloved Saint Germain, which are recorded in Unveiled Mysteries and the Magic Presence. One day while hiking high on this mountain, beloved David Lloyd met Mr. Ballard, and the experiences related in this book are beloved David Lloyd's own words as dictated through Mr. and Mrs. G.W. Ballard, our beloved accredited messengers. The discourses presented in Part 1 are the original manuscripts as transcribed by beloved Mrs. Betty O. Mundy. No changes were made in editing. The discourses contained in Part 2 are verbatim from the original dictation recordings. It is with our greatest joy and gratitude that we present this book, the I Am Discourses, Volume X, which gives the full explanation of beloved David Lloyd's victory of the ascension without passing through the change called death. The Editor. Cup of White Fire. I drink of God's cup of white fire, I hold it now in my hand, I am a son of God's presence, God's great honor flame I am. I am God's cup of white fire, that blesses all I behold, I give of its mighty essence, God's blessings of love untold. I carry God's cup of white fire, that all may behold its flame, I raise it high to my presence, and command in God's great name. I stand with God's cup of white fire, and give of its love to all, I am its victory and power, its miracles I am and call. I heal with God's cup of white fire, its presence with all remains, its essence flows without limit. Its fire us all sustains. 12. Cup of White Firexei. God's music, God's cup of white fire, enfolds the earth in God's love, purifies all by its presence, which all now behold above. God's bells, God's cup of white fire, ring mankind forever free, and as I hear them resounding, their great God flame pours through me. I offer God's cup of white fire, all see its great honor flame, my world, a son of its presence, the source from whence we all camel. My heart is God's cup of white fire, my life is God's essence here, my hands, God's flame in action, protecting all we hold dear. I pour from God's cup of white fire, God's wonders all must behold, God's gifts shall bless without limit, as all their powers enfold. 14 Cup of White Fire. I give God's cup of white fire, to all who accept its truth, its great eternal God presence, the mighty I Am, is proof. God's peace, God's cup of white fire, I am, to all here below, God's health, God's strength and God's courage, on all it does now bestow. God's secrets, God's cup of white fire, reveal God's powers to man, my all I give to my presence, in its own heart I am. I see God's cup of white fire, I hold it here in my hand, I give and give without limit, I speak God's name, God's command. It's real, God's cup of white fire, as real as eternity, I am all its victory blazing, all God's full authority. Genera. Contents. Part 1. Discourse. Page. I Bridgeport, CT April 18, 19371 II Boston, Mommy 7, 193718 IIIW East Palm Beach, Florida November 23, 1937.36 IV Kansas City, MO February 15, 1938. 57 V Cleveland, OH March 20, 193891 VI Washington, D.C. April 3, 19381112 VII Detroit, MI 11, 19381448 New York City, New York June 5, 19381766 IX Oakland, CA August 23, 1938, 199X New York City, NY December 4, 1938. 230XI Los Angeles, CA January 1, 1939261XII Chicago, IL April 12, 193929413 Minneapolis, MN September 9, 1939. 310. Part 2. 14 Chicago, IL December 11, 1953. 335 XV Shasta Springs, CA August 19, 1954, 348-16 Chicago, IL January 10, 1957. 361-17 Chicago, IL 23, 1963-372-18 Chicago, IL January 4, 1967. 385-19 Chicago, IL April 25, 1968-402. 15. Part 1. I Am Discourses. By Beloved David Lloyd. The following discourses were dictated through the beloved messenger Mr. G. W. Ballard. 18 THEIAM DISCOURSES. By beloved DAVID Lloyd. DISCOURSEI. April 18, 1937 Bridgeport, CONNECTICUT. Beloved students of America, the culmination of the ages is at hand. I was in the physical body similar to yours, searching as you are, as many of you have been, possibly for a longer period than I searched, and yet, as the victory came to me, so shall it come to you. If you could imagine, try just for a few moments, my position in having been told in India when I was there with my father, who was on government business, that on a great mountain in North America I would find a man with a crystal cup who would assist me to the ascension. Imagine, one starting out to find this place in a great country like America, where there are great ranges of mountains. Think of it, and then to find that mountain, not even knowing the state it was in. After my father passed on and I began that search, I came to your city of New York, transferring from the Bank of England a part of my account, and that. 1. To the I Am Discourses. Search began. Dear ones, can you imagine what it means to go forth in, shall I say, a strange world, for I had not been in America before. You know the Englishmen, sometimes they do not care to travel, and it had not been my privilege to travel much, but I went forth on that great mission. Think of it, precious ones, THEGREATEST mission on THE face OFTHEEARTHYOUR ascension. After long years, when this good messenger went out to meet beloved Saint Germain on the side of Mount Shasta, and I had finally come closer and closer each month to that focus where my freedom was to come. And that day when I suddenly came upon him and in his kindness he offered me a drink of water, in his hand came the crystal cup. Can you imagine the feeling that surged through my being? Now, dear hearts, there are those in the world who have thought that this experience of the ascension upon Mount Shasta was a figment of his imagination. Let me tell you, it was MIGHTY, real, and I was there in the physical body like yours. Then the great law of his presence was released, until these arms were a blazing light you could not look into, and he took my hands. As I ascended and let go of his hands which grasped mine, then as my feet were perhaps 15 feet above his head, that transformation from the human into the divine took place. Discourse 3. 3. Within my body. Do you think I did not know every detail which took place, and how I marvel at the almost viciousness of many of mankind that have refused to believe that experience was real and true. I stand here tonight in your midst, declaring with the power and authority of an ascended being, which I have become, the truth of that, for your blessing and benefit, and let no one in the world stand before me and tell me that experience was not true, which I experienced in gaining my freedom from the human limitations and into that ascended body in which I shall always remain. Dear hearts, for once, in the name of God, your mighty I Am presence, put out of your feeling world all doubts of the power of your mighty presence to do this identical thing for you, not only to set you free from human limitations, but also give you your freedom in the fullness of your ascension, which is as practical as anything in the world. That is why, precious ones, Saint Germain has asked me to come to you and convey to you, if possible, my feeling which I experienced in that great achievement, the ascension, and I want you to know, dear hearts, that everything I did, you can do. Mark you, dear hearts, when I contacted this beloved messenger on the side of Mount Shasta, so far as I know, my light was no more expanded than for the I Am discourses. Many of yours today. Will you not feel that, dear hearts, and realize that your mighty I Am presence, the power of the universe, the wisdom of the universe, may be able to do identically the same thing for you today which it did for me then? In the experience of Mr. Rayborn, who made his ascension afterwards, do you not see, precious ones, that the evidence is before you of that which beloved Jesus told the world 2,000 years ago and left the example for mankind, but because the reality of his achievement was clothed with misunderstanding of mankind, most of mankind did not even credit it as ever having taken place. Today, owing to the great cosmic light coming forth, beloved ones, and this beloved Saint Germain, it has made it possible for mankind to have this transcendent, simple understanding of the mighty I Am presence, which even children can apply and receive results. Then you, precious ones, will you not take hold of this understanding of the mighty I Am presence? Do not look for results, but call the mighty I Am presence forth into action until every vestige of your human limitations is dissolved and consumed, and you are set free. Believe me, dear hearts, when I tell you that only as mankind willingly and joyously call the presence into action to use that violet consuming flame, 2. Discourse 3. 5. Pass from their feet up through them, from underneath their chairs, if they be sitting down, or their bed, if they be lying down, call that presence to pass that violet consuming flame through them and dissolve every discordant thing from them, then they will be free. But unless they are willing to do that, there is no chance for them to be free, because, precious ones, every one of mankind have drawn about them through every embodiment through which they have lived, much discordant accumulation which is held about them. And as you see the radiance about the presence in the chart, which is the good accumulated around them through the centuries, so around the human form are the discordant qualities, which the human must dissolve before it can make the ascension. Now, dear ones, today you have that infinite power in your call, not only in the use of the violet consuming flame to clear your world of all discordant qualities, but to take command of your mind and body, and through its mighty outpouring of radiance, set you free, even to the accomplishment of your ascension. So I want you to know, dear hearts, if you will, as I flash these words before this good messenger, that I am speaking to you tonight as one of you, dear hearts, one who so recently stood in a form like yours. Today I stand in the ascended body. 6. The I Am discourses. Wholly free from earth and its limitations. Dear hearts, as the great divine director has said in his dictations, there are hundreds in America today who, if they could accept the FEELING which I am pouring forth to you tonight of my achievement, COULDACCOMPLISHTHIS same ACHIEVEMENT in THISEMBODIMENT. Beloved dear hearts, whether you have been accustomed to it or not, you have lived in hundreds and perhaps thousands of embodiments the same as this. We, who have attained this freedom, know this to be true, and dear ones, if you can accept your mighty I Am presence, as the giver of all life and intelligence and call it in and through you, there is only one result that can follow, your freedom and perfection. Unless you can make that call and continue it until every vestige of your limitations is dissolved, you cannot make your ascension, and you will go on, embodiment after embodiment, until you buckle down and use the violet consuming flame and call this mighty energy into action, you will never be free. It is within the reach of every one of you, precious ones, and can you imagine my great love, my great desire to give you that assistance, when I know how long my search was? Not only that, but since my freedom, I have seen that in other embodiments, I had searched and searched, and that is why it had to come in this one, my freedom. Discourse 3. 7. Now today I say to you, every one here, who of you know what your mighty I Am presence could do for you at any given moment? Tell me, any of you. Who of you know what that great and mighty presence could do for you? I tell you, there are those sitting in this room, who, if they will so decree it and stand by it, will make the ascension in this embodiment, and I mean it. So precious ones, my humble effort is to convey to you the feeling of the truth. I say to you, precious hearts, those precious books, unveiled mysteries, the magic presence, and the I Am discourses, study them as you never did anything in your life. They are living LIGHT, they are LIVINGTRUTH, and words that will carry that quality into your feeling world, and cause it to act there unto your complete freedom from every human thing. There is not anything in the world today that will carry you, precious ones, so powerfully, because those words not only carry the quality which they convey, but the power of Saint Germain's radiance. It is unparalleled with anything that has ever gone forth in the world up to date. These are mighty truths which I am conveying to you, precious ones. Do not let your human conditions and affairs cause you to withdraw from the great light that this understanding of the presence conveys to you. If you do, the fault is yours, precious ones. No one is coerced. No one is dragged by the 8. The I Am discourses. Here to accept this, but it is offered with a power of life unparalleled in the history of mankind. Those who can accept it, apply this great energy, and practice the power of the presence, will have not only the freedom from all problems and limitations, but their eternal freedom, their ascension. This is the second time that it has been my great privilege to speak to the students, and words fail utterly to convey my joy. For within you, within your light, many of you, I see that full power of acceptance and that mighty truth that has gone into action in your world, and will act there and produce mighty results for you. Will you not accept it with my love to act there in your feeling world and produce those mighty results for you? Remember, precious ones, in all this knowledge of the I Am, the mighty I Am presence, which Saint Germain has brought forth, no one is urged. Every one is left wholly free, but we, knowing that joy and freedom which it brings to mankind, do you wonder that we plead and plead and plead with you as the messengers have for more than 2 years, that you may accept this great and mighty truth and apply it in your world and have your freedom? It is quite up to you. No one can apply it for you, dear hearts. You can be given great assistance, there is no question about that, but to gain your mighty victory, you must take. Discourse 3. 9. The reins in your own hands, call your presence into action, and have that freedom which it brings to you alone through your own application. Of course, mankind has received immeasurable assistance, but your victory can only come through your own application of the mighty I Am presence. Now notice, precious hearts, every step you gain in the acknowledgement of your own mighty I Am presence, every victory that you win, never has to be redone. It is there forever. You cannot recede from a single thing accomplished in the understanding of your mighty I Am presence. Is that not far different than that which we have understood and applied before, and have had temporary results? So today, as we apply it and gain one victory after another, you will find those things never return again, but you go on and on from one victory to another, and finally, the ascension and freedom from all limitations. In this busy Western world of mankind today, has come this wondrous, wondrous mighty victory. Think of it, precious ones. When that great master from Venus at the Royal Teton, as described to you, said that no longer should the Western world have to look to the East for the wisdom, for right in your own heart's midst, the radiance of God, the mighty I Am presence, through the beloved Saint Germain, has come to you. The most wonderful thing ever has. 10. The I Am discourses. Been brought to mankind, and to the degree that the beloved ones of America can accept it, and call their mighty I Am presence into action with great determination, so shall they too stand where I stand today in the freedom forever. Precious ones, I wish there were words by which I could illustrate to you what the feeling is going on within you, even as I speak to you, and this mighty energy is charged into your feeling world, so am I able to see the activity which is going on there. Dear hearts, the joy, the marvel of its accomplishment and that which I know you can accomplish, and I say it as one heart to another, apply THISKNOWLEDGE of the mighty I am presence, dear hearts, and allow me, if you will, to assist you. I have returned to serve with this good brother in the ascended body which I now have. I seem invisible to you, but I am very tangible here, I assure you. There is this point I want to cover in detail with you. Mankind throughout the ages have believed anything they do not see to be intangible, to be unreal. That is a mistake. If you will observe and follow me for a moment. In the things that are most powerful in your use today, are the things that are invisible to you, are they not? Your radio, your electricity, the power that acts to produce the results in your world, the most power. Discourse 3. 11. Full is invisible. While I stand invisible to most of you, I am none the less tangible, as one day you will find out. Now the ascended masters, dear hearts, as they did with this good messenger, they can when they choose, come forth in the visible tangible body, just as tangible and visible as yours in the physical body, a body just as tangible, wholly perfect and beautiful. So today I say to you, dear hearts, ere many years are over your head, you will see one or more or perhaps several of the ascended masters standing before you in tangible bodies, as tangible as yours. Then the world will come to understand the great truth and the pleading which the messengers have given forth to mankind, that they may understand and have the glory of freedom from human limitations and be free forever. It is one thing, dear hearts, to solve your problems, and as you solve one, 10 more appear, but when you, in the acknowledgement of your presence, raise into the octave where there are no problems, isn't it a far more desirable activity? So today, mankind are in a position where they can, in the acknowledgement of their presence, by calling it into action, have these miracles manifest in their lives, in their world of activity. So I say to you, dear ones, if you will earnestly. 12. The I Am Discourses. Apply, call your mighty presence into action with determination. I will be able to give you every assistance the law of your being permits, for as I just said to you, UWILLFINDONE day I am very TANGIBLE. After this great victory having been won, can you imagine, I want to get back into action, and to everyone who will call to me, I will give every assistance that is possible, because in the ascended state, no one is limited in any respect. I want you to feel that. I want you to know and understand that no longer shall mankind remain in the limitations of their own creations. I want to say to you, dear hearts, don't fail to call your presence into action to use the violet consuming flame. WITHOUTITUCANNOT gain THE victory, and why? Because every human being has accumulated about them these discordant qualities which have to be consumed out of their world. You cannot produce that violet consuming flame by your physical effort, and there have been those in the East that have spread the idea that it was dangerous to use that. Don't be deceived. Dear hearts, you could use the violet consuming flame on an unborn infant with perfect safety, because your mighty I Am presence has to produce that, for you cannot do it with the human, therefore, that is perfection, and consumes only that which needs to be. Discourse 3. 13. Consumed, and cannot and does not consume anything but the imperfection. As you will use that, dear hearts, then you will feel the results in the lightness of your body, the freedom from the pressure you feel today, and go forth victorious in the freedom of your mighty I Am presence. Beloved ones, remember, mankind has sought for centuries for this understanding, and only now has it been released to the mass of mankind for the first time, and the messengers went forth a little more than 2 years ago, think of it. You, today, who have the privilege of practicing your presence, the greatest privilege ever in any age, and that how by your earnest determined call, you can dissolve every discordant thing about you, not only in this embodiment, dear hearts, but all that which has been accumulated through the centuries. Think of it. If it were just in this embodiment, it would be a wonderful achievement, but think, in the power of your presence and the use of the violet consuming flame, you can dissolve every discordant thing you have ever drawn about you. Notice, because you have not known that accumulation of the centuries hovers about you, your human creation, and no one can free themselves from it until they understand and call the presence into action, and use the 14. The I Am Discourses. Violet consuming flame. Therefore, dear hearts, will you not use this with all sincerity, and for the happiness, blessing, and freedom which comes from it? I wonder, precious ones, do you know that there was a mighty reason for the messenger coming into your midst tonight? Oh, you precious hearts, do you realize that these things don't just happen? I wish the law of your being permitted me to tell you just all about it, but I may not say more about that, but there is a mighty reason. Oh, precious ones, will you not make yourselves, each one of you in the call to your mighty I Am presence, a pillar of light moving everywhere you go in your environment? Let the radiance of your presence pour forth in and through your mind, body, and world in the atmosphere about you, and see how quickly people will begin to feel and say, how wonderful you have become, what has brought this great change? Then is your opportunity to say, if you care to listen, my acknowledgement of my own God presence, the mighty I Am, whose radiance pours through me, is the reason for the harmony which you feel. It is so precious, so wonderful, dear hearts, it is so very clear, it is your life, just your life, it is transcendent, true from your present human standpoint. Discourse 3. 15. But dear hearts, it is also practical, it is just your life, there is really nothing unusual about it. Your life. Just think of it, your life that can produce all perfection for you. Notice, beloved ones, until this current touches the top of your head, it is wholly pure and perfect, then what changes it? The feeling which is held in your feeling world is that which clothes that wondrous pure energy as it comes forth, in and through your body and out into your world, which would, of its own volition, produce perfection, harmony, and happiness for you. But because of long qualification of discord through your feelings, you clothe that energy to produce inharmony in your body, to produce inharmony in your world, therefore, you have unsatisfactory results. Today you can change it all quickly. Oh, believe it, precious ones. How quickly you can change it if you will stop instantly every human feeling, and say to that human self, as this good messenger did to his in Los Angeles, stop, you human self, you have no more power to cause inharmony in my world. Be silent. Mighty I Am presence, take command of this mind and body, produce your perfection and hold your dominion. Pour your mighty light through this body, out into my world and activity, fill it with your mighty harmony, your mighty directing intelligence, and hold it there forever. As you do. 16. The I Am discourses. That, oh, precious ones, so quickly you will find that all discord dissolves from you and your world, and you stand forth a joyous, happy, confident being. Oh, beloved ones, so few years ago this good messenger before you was so timid and fearful, and today does he look like it? The same victory is there for you, if you will. Will you believe me when I say, I feel quite well acquainted with you, even though we never met in the physical bodies? It is heart and heart that speaks, after all, and when we learn that, oh, precious ones, heart to heart we speak. Your higher mental body, knowing your requirements, is ready to release from the presence at your call, its beauty and perfection, its harmony, its confidence, its courage, its strength, its mighty energy to go forth in your world and perform any given service. Will you not accept it and allow it to go forth and produce that perfection for you? In the fullness of your mighty I Am presence, I call on the law of forgiveness for all human mistakes that have ever been made by you here or all mankind. Then I call your mighty I Am presence into action to flood you and your world with that mighty ascended master substance, to fill your mind, your body, your world, your activity with its mighty presence and governing intelligence, that it may act there. Discourse 3. 17. For you to produce its harmony and release from the presence its mighty power of divine love, to flow out and harmonize your world, which holds that harmony sustained long enough that the power of the presence goes forth qualified with any feeling, therefore, producing its perfection. Perfect ease, naturalness and grace. There is nothing unnatural about the activity of the presence. It is the most natural thing in the world. Just become acquainted with your presence, then you will see how natural it is. With the eye picture which the chart produces for you, there is no excuse for anyone again that has ever once contacted that chart, to forget their presence or its power to act for them. Won't you, with all the love of your being, accept the power of your presence, and stand by that, until all walls of human resistance have gone down, and accept the happiness and perfection which your presence holds for you, and is hourly waiting to pour forth to you? I thank you. DISCOURSEII 35 May 7, 1937, Boston, Massachusetts. Beloved students of the light, I congratulate you on your light which you are expanding. As the beloved messenger has told you, I am David Lloyd, the Englishman who made the ascension on the side of Mount Shasta, and who so many years ago was told in India by one of the masters that on a great mountain in North America I would find a man with a crystal cup. And when I find that man, I would have found the one who could assist me to the ascension. That was all the information given, and I ask you, is there anyone in this room who would have had the courage to follow out that slight information and start on the search for that man? I did not know it then, but the light within me was strong enough to take command, and when this great master told me this, I believed every word of it. When my father was shortly after shot and killed, as we use the outer terminology, then we found that the grubstake which my father had given a man in a South African diamond mine had produced results, and a considerable fortune was left me and my mother. The master came again as the representative. 18. Discourse 3. 19. From South Africa, and brought the money which was ours. We took it to London after my father passed, and then 4 years later my mother passed on. I then began that search. I am saying this to you tonight, dear hearts, you have read it, but beloved Saint Germain asked me to come and talk to you tonight that you might have the feeling which I know is the reality of my own actual experience. Will you be kind enough to allow me to give you the assistance by letting your feeling world feel the full true reality of my own experience which I am telling you? I then transferred part of the money to New York and began the search. If any of you can imagine those years, when searching month after month went on with no results, and time and again I would think it was no use. But always no sooner would that human feeling think it no use, from within me would arise that strong power that so far transcended the human feeling that said there was no use, that I would go on again. Believe it or not, dear ones, in all those years, that energy and strength within me increased, and as I think of it today, it was a marvelous thing. Then that day when I was directed to Mount Shasta, just by my feeling, not in any other way, and when this good brother had come out, as he thought, to meet Saint Germain, and was sitting there on a log. 20. The I Am Discourses. Waiting for him, I came up to him. He turned and saw me. When he offered me a drink of water and offered me the cup, in his hand came the crystal cup, the first precipitation he had himself. When I saw the cup in his hand, after all those many years of searching, can you imagine just for a moment the feeling that took possession of me, when the master had said, when you find that man with the crystal cup, you will have found the one who will assist you to make the ascension. Notice. All this gathered momentum of expectation all through those years, suddenly released and rushed forward like a mighty avalanche. When I explained to this good brother what had taken place, he said, "What am I supposed to do?" Then that power surged in me again and I said to him, "Ask the God in you who does know." And with that, his whole human self just dissolved out of the way and the light from his mighty I Am presence came down, until his arms were a blazing light and his hands reached out and took mine, and in a few moments my feet left the earth. Then as I continued as far as his hands would reach, he let go, and I continued until my feet were 15 or 20 feet above his head, then I realized my glory was at hand. Can you for a moment feel the victory, the power? Discourse 3. 21. The strength, the courage which were mine in that great achievement. Then as I stood there in the upper air, looking down at him, such gratitude filling my heart, I suddenly became aware that all age and its appearance had left my body. Then the ordinary suit of clothes I was wearing dissolved into those garments of the higher octave, and instead of a man of the world, a physical being, I stood there clothed in garments of dazzling light, a youth of 20 summers. Then the great ray of light from the presence descended, and from this good brother I disappeared into that ray of light, but not as he thought, for to him I disappeared, but to me I saw through that light and still was aware of his presence. Even when I was absorbed into the electronic body of my own mighty I Am presence. Now at this point I want to explain to you what actually takes place and the difference between the presence, as you see it indicated there on the chart of an unascended being, and that which actually took place in my own experience in the achievement of the ascension. The mighty I Am presence, as it stands there with the unascended being, knows nothing about your limitations and distress down here in the physical world. Now notice this, but your higher mental body does know both, knows the perfection above it and the imperfection and your struggles down here. 22 The I Am Discourses. And waits for you to begin to give attention to your presence, so that it can release the intelligence and the energy you require into your world of action, to produce the results you require. Now this is a point I wish you, if you will, to hold firmly in mind. When I ascended, the great light which was released and the sudden quick purifying of my physical body, released it from the attraction of the earth. After I had ascended, I was absorbed into the higher mental body. Then the fullness of this release came, and the glory of its achievement is indescribable. I carried with me the qualities of the human, the purified qualities, and the discriminating selective activity of the intelligence of the higher mental body, into the electronic body of the mighty I Am Presence. That is how the ascended master knows both perfection and imperfection about you, and sees what your requirement is, while your presence does not see and know the imperfections in the unascended being. If once you get that clear in your consciousness, it will be a tremendous thing and help for you. Because your own God presence is doing its work at cosmic levels, releasing its energy through the higher mental body to you, according to the attention which you give to it. Now it is the law of your being that energy must pour forth, but unless you give attention to your presence, it only pours forth in a. Discourse 3. 23. Fragmentary manner. Therefore, when you continue to give your attention to the presence in all earnestness and sincerity, then you will gain such a volume, such an intensity of the release of your presence, that naturally the dissolving process of not only in the use of the violet consuming flame of your accumulation, but the density of the structure of your physical body, will be dissolved and release you back into the life from which you came forth. Now all of this is the most natural, practical thing that mankind can experience, and that is why beloved Jesus said to mankind, "All of these things that I have done, ye shall do." He meant every word of it. But afterwards, 200 years after his ascension, the human concept so clothed the great truth which he had given forth and made him a special being, that none of mankind believed that they could do the very things that his words told them they should do. I ask you, precious ones, to observe the experience of these good messengers. The transcendent healings of every description that have taken place in the class and otherwise, are the fulfilling of the law. If they did not understand this presence, how could these things be done? You, yourselves, many of you, have had transcendent, marvelous experiences in healing and solving of problems and conditions which were terrifying to you before. I say to you, precious ones, as you will give a 10. 24 The I Am Discourses. Tie into your presence and call it into action, every vestige and all human sense of limitations will disappear from you and your life. It has to do it. It is the law of life, it is the law of your being, and as you continue you will have that result, because it is the law of life. And not only that, but once you understand first the harmonizing of your feeling and holding it so, then with firm command, now notice, with firm command, to all human limitations or disturbing appearances say, you have no power. If you saw from the inner standpoint the very activity of the law that takes place, you would be joyful indeed, for it is just like you threw a ball of light before you and that forms a wall of light which no discordant thing can penetrate when you say to those appearances, you have no power. That is why, beloved ones, you can have these results without limit. You can call your mighty I Am Presence to take command of you and your world, produce its perfection and hold its dominion there, and direct you by its mighty intelligence so powerfully, that naturally you will have the perfect requirements of the moment in your activity of the outer world. Now these are simple things that we need to understand, dear ones, in the life of physical experience, because mankind alone is responsible for the limitations which they are in, because they are their own. Discourse 3. 25. Creation. Just because we have made mistakes, dear ones, is no reason we have to continue in them. Now then, the only solution for anything, individual, state, city, national or international, is sufficient call of enough of mankind into action, that will release into the feeling and mental world of mankind these mighty qualities of perfection of the presence. To go forth and produce that requirement and make it permanent. There is no other means in the universe of ever bringing a permanent solution of anything. Now it applies in your individual life just the same as it does in your city, state or nation, and the problems of the nations today cannot be solved permanently until enough of mankind will call the mighty I Am Presence into action. That will cause such a volume of this perfection of the presence to come forth in the mental and feeling world, that hundreds of thousands of people will feel the impulse within their feeling world to do the perfect thing, give justice, perform the service of justice and kindliness, and pour forth the power of divine love to every other person, which is the key to all things of achievement. Then as that goes on in a sufficient volume, suddenly all mankind will come into the one desire, to bless each other and call forth the power of the presence to produce perfection in the world of mankind. 26. The I Am Discourses. That is the thing which is taking place today, and will expand with the speed of lightning from this time on. Because as the radio activity of the messengers goes forth and more are reached through the power of the radio, enough people will come to understand this great law and begin to call their presence into action. Because we have watched the activity of the beloved messengers work over the radio to see that it does produce the results. Out of the hundreds who heard her over the radio, there are but 3 people that are not producing results through the decrees which they heard. I tell you, dear hearts, it is a tremendous thing. I trust the various avenues of truth and various organizations who have, for no reason, begun to oppose this work. I trust they won't do that any more, for their own sake. They cannot hurt the messengers or this work, but they will destroy their own organizations, precious hearts, unless they stop it, because it is the law of life. If they are sending vicious thoughts out, they will reap it in their midst. Therefore, I say to you, precious ones, don't do this, whether it is in organizations or whether it is in your individual life. The law of life is harmony, and to the degree that people maintain it, they will be successful, whether it is individuals, organizations, or whoever they are. Now we are not criticizing the various avenues of truth, but we are trying to tell them the truth that. Discourse 3. 27. They may save the great good that has been accomplished through those channels, and not destroy it. That is the only reason we are telling them the law of life, and if they listen, it will save them. They do not understand that this is the light and activity of the ascended masters. There is no human being on the face of the earth, or group of them, that has power to interfere with this work. This is what we are trying earnestly to have the people understand, because it is the law of life. Notice this, when the light moves into action it knows no resistance nor interference, it simply goes forth and produces the result, and what is not like it disappears before it. That is the law, it is not the messengers. It is the law of light and love and life which is acting through this understanding of the mighty I Am presence. I tell you, dear hearts, think of it for a moment, that ray of energy and light that you see going from the heart of the presence into the human form, that light is self-luminous intelligent substance. Divine love is self-luminous intelligent substance. Therefore, when that is called forth into action, it knows only its own power. It does not think or admit or feel resistance or interference for a single second, but it just simply moves forward and performs its service. Now follow me, if you will, for a few moments. 28. The I Am Discourses. Admit the great cosmic light is sweeping into the earth in such a great volume at this time. On the 7th of April a great release of the cosmic light swept into the earth. On the 7th of July, again will come another great release. Now beloved ones, this is not just someone's expression or my expression, but when a cosmic release of light comes into the earth, remind yourself of what I have just said, that light is self-luminous intelligent substance. Remember that in Washington's vision in the last episode, which the ascended masters are trying to prevent coming into America, where that great being who gave him the vision said, that INTHE final struggle. THAT light as of 1,000 suns shall descend into THE earth and dissolve all human selfishness from THE planet. That will occur in the final activity of the release of mankind into their freedom and eternal victory which belongs to them. The great Arcturus said in his dictation again, if necessary, THAT light as of 1,000 suns shall descend into THE earth and remove all selfishness and distress from THE planet. Those are utterances of mighty beings which will be fulfilled, beloved ones, and there is no question about it. Discourse 3. 29. Now then, the beloved, blessed mankind, oh, precious ones, do not think for a moment that we from the ascended state ever criticize any one of God's children. We only try to draw to them the understanding of the law of life, that they may cooperate with us in the assistance which we want to give to set mankind free forever from their limitations. There is no other reason, dear hearts. We are free from all the earth. There could be no desire upon our part except that you be free, that we come forth and sustain the messengers and protect them with that mighty invincible protection, that they may carry this forth to mankind until enough of mankind come to understand it. That they too can make the call and release a sufficient call, and cooperate with the great cosmic light in producing this great perfection, which the great cosmic light now admits on the earth. Notice. Precious ones, it is not a matter of human desire, but the great cosmic light has come to a point of its activity in the universe, when it says to the earth, youmustexpandmorelight, and what causes the light of the earth to expand, will you tell me? The expansion of the light within human beings. Yerthelight of THEWORLD, those words mean more than is just apparent. Precious ones, TOTHE. 30 The I Am Discourses. GREETHA TIORLIGH TEXPANS WITHI NUR EARTFRO Meyer, MIGHTYIMPRESENCE, DOUBEC OMETHELIGHTOFTHEWORLD. It is magnificent, it is transcendent, the privilege which is before mankind in the understanding of their mighty I Am presence, because you cannot give recognition and attention to your mighty I Am presence without expanding this light that beats your heart. Dear ones, there is not one of you, precious ones, sitting in this room, that if you would deliberately set about it in your attention to your presence, that could not expand the light in your heart in 1 year so it would show through your clothing to the physical sight. I tell you, because I know. That is your privilege, if you will be determined enough to have it. That is why we urge you, precious hearts, give your whole attention to your presence, call it into action, then say to all appearances, you have an OPOWER, KEEPOUTOF my WORLD. Then as you do that, you will no longer feed your energy to those appearances to harm you longer, because no appearance can harm you unless you feed your energy into it. Won't you remember that? The moment you refuse to give your life into any disturbing limiting appearance, then it is finished, so far as you are concerned. Then as you call it into AC. Discourse 3. 31. Tie-in you have greater volume, greater power, and can and do produce results that will satisfy any human being on the face of the earth of the victory of their achievement. So today, the glory is yours, dear ones, and we see it so clearly. Think of it, beloved ones, only so few years ago I stood in exactly the same position you stand today. Now you might say to me, how was it that I was so suddenly released in that purified activity by the presence? Oh, that is easily answered. Think of it. For all those many years I lived in the one expectancy of the ascension when I found the man with the crystal cup. I know in that, the intellect momentarily caused me to question and doubt, then in my feelings that was satisfied, and it never wavered. I know now, I did not then. I know my feeling never wavered from the moment that Blessed One in India told me I would go forth and find the man with the crystal cup. I accepted it and went into action. All through those long years of search and expectation, the purification of my own body went on. Why? Because my attention was on the thought and feeling of the ascension, dear hearts. Do you not see that? If you will give your attention, beloved ones, to your mighty I Am presence, as I did to the thought and feeling of the ascension, which I had. 32 The I Am Discourses. Been told could take place, then do you not see you can produce even greater results, and many times quicker than I was able to do, through the feeling of expectation and attention upon the ascension. Now mark you, I did not know the presence, as you do today, but my devotion and feeling of the truth of the words of that beloved one in India, was the mighty vivifying sustaining power which carried me on and on and on to the achievement. Won't you feel that, precious, beloved ones? Won't you feel that in your application, in your desire for your freedom from limitation? Don't you see that earnest desire is God, the mighty I Am presence, in action, that will produce that result for you, and nothing in the world can stop it? Won't you feel that, beloved ones? When we have gained this freedom and know it is possible, quickly, for so many of you, won't you let us hold your hand until you too have gained the strength, courage and the fearlessness of your mighty I Am presence? That you go forward quickly into that great achievement and freedom forever from human creation and limitations. That is what we want you to do, and with so great a love and kindness we pour forth this mighty radiance to you, that gives you the strength and courage to go on and on and on, until that day when you feel your sacred victory within your grasp, and know that nothing can stay it from you. Discourse 3. 33. Beloved ones, no greater love hath any man than he who would give his life for another. You have heard that many times. What do you think is the true meaning of that? Do you realize, oh, my brothers and sisters, that while these words are being voiced to you tonight, I am giving you my life for your courage, strength, and victory? Now remember, it is not the messenger that is speaking to you, but David Lloyd, who made the ascension on Mount Shasta. The messenger is but voicing these words: my life, my energy, my strength, my courage, and my acceptance of the great achievement through the actual experience, is being anchored within your feeling world to give you that true feeling of your victory. Achievement and accomplishment that is now ready for you to be attained, and it cannot fail. That is why, precious ones, we take this opportunity, because it was very opportune at this time. That is why the messenger was brought to you here tonight, and why you, precious hearts, responded so wonderfully to it. I am presence, IDECREETONIGHTTHAT every precious ONE and THISROOM shall GOFORWARDWITHTHESTRENGTH THECRIG THEPOWEROFTHEIR MIGHTY am pres NCE in FULL action. THATNEVER again WILLTHEIRFEELING be able to. 34 The I Am Discourses. ACCEP ta NYTHINGBUTTHEFULLPOWERANDPERFECTIONOFTHE pres NCE SWEEPIN GIN ANDTHROUGH THATPRODUCE its PERFECTIONFORTHEM ANDFILLTHEIRWORLDWITHTHERMONYYANDPERFECTIONFERSENCE That is my love, that is my decree which I leave with you tonight. Remember, precious ones, that only so recently I was in a human form similar to yours. Who of you could say to me tonight that in 2, 4, or 5 years, you too may not stand where I am today, in the freedom of the ascension? Dear hearts, do not any longer, I plead with you, allow the human intellect to say these things cannot be, or to accept any longer that only what the human sees is possible of achievement. If it were, it would be a travesty on life. Everything of power and blessing that comes to you, dear hearts, even in your physical world of activity, is power invincible. Why not give the power to your presence to do all these wonderful things for you? It is not limited. It would not accept your human limitations or conditions. You give all power to it to take command of your mind and body, keep you harmonized, and allow its mighty currents to cleanse and purify the human form, and by the expansion of the light in the cells of your body. Discourse 3. 35. Dissolve, throw off and consume all the density which is there. Then the earth cannot longer hold you here, and you, in the purified physical body, will ascend into the higher mental body, then into the mighty electronic presence, where you become wholly free, forever free, from all the limitations and distress of the earth, not only once, but forever. It is the only means in the universe of freeing yourself from the wheel of birth and rebirth. One more thing in closing I want to say to you. Beloved ones, think of all the accumulation of centuries, and yet today, in the understanding of this wondrous, mighty presence, in the use of the violet consuming flame, you can enable the presence to dissolve for you in a few weeks or a few months, the accumulation of centuries. Was there ever anything so mighty, so powerful, brought to mankind for their blessing and use? Surely not, surely there is no such wonderful thing ever brought to earth as this freedom and understanding, which can be and is the cooperation of the individual in physical embodiment with the Great Presence. As the law of divine love takes place, they will find this experience through them, your great and eternal perfection. I thank you. DISCOURSEII 53. November 23, 1937 WESTPALM Beach, Florida. Beloved students and friends of Florida, I have longed for this opportunity to become acquainted with you, for I trust my words tonight may help us to become acquainted. Little did I dream many years ago, after I had come to New York and established myself, and then began my search in America for that great mountain, one season I became so weary of the search that I accepted the invitation of a wealthy friend in New York. And I was on your waters of Florida in a wonderful yacht. Little did I dream then, that at this time, I would be speaking to you in this manner. I do not wonder that sometimes it is a little difficult for individuals to realize quickly the full import of these vast truths of life which are not being revealed to mankind. I do not wonder. I do not feel impatient, but in order to give you a little strength and encouragement, remember the years of my search. Dear ones, do you really realize what it means today to follow a direction so fragmentary as was given me? Think of it. In India, as you have read in the books, I was told that on a great mountain in 36. Discourse 3. 37. North America I would find the man with the crystal cup, and when I did, I had found that one who could assist me to my ascension. I knew nothing about these laws to speak of, but today, I know that the light within me was that which the Master saw, which drew him to me to give me these fragmentary directions, that if I was strong enough to follow, I would win the victory. Little did I dream then how great was the power of my own God presence, that when I came to a point where I could begin to allow it to do the work and do the searching, then my search was soon over. Think of all the years of experience that it took to teach me to, as I thought then, turn it over to God and let God do the searching. You today, beloved ones, are in a far more advantageous state than I was. You have had brought to you this magnificent understanding and application. Oh, how I wish I had that when I was told in India to make that search. Now you may talk about, and you have read about, the old occult methods and tests which individuals go through in the occult schools, for and through initiation. Well, I venture that no one of them was put to a greater test than I was in that search. That is why I want to tell you today, beloved people of Florida and America, that you are the most privileged of people. 38. The I Am Discourses. In all of the earlier centuries mankind had to go through such stress and every privation imaginable, to see whether the strength of the light within them was strong enough to continue, and for no other reason. It was not that someone was being deprived of something, but just to see if the light within the individual was strong enough to carry him forward, and that is so with you today. For instance, as I was standing here, oh yes, I was, when the messenger was talking to you a few minutes ago, and heard what he said, and I thought of all the things that he had endured to carry this message forward. I felt that my search for the crystal cup was not nearly so important as it had been before, I mean from my standpoint of strength in going forth. For let me tell you, dear ones, I had only my own human creation to contend with, the beloved messengers have the human creations of nearly 400,000 people to contend with. Did you ever think of that? Do you realize what that means, dear ones? I am saying this for your blessing and benefit, dear ones, that you may feel how, let us call it just plain what it is, how nonsensical it is to allow human conditions or your own creations to longer interfere with your progress and advancement. You see, I thought when I finally found him, and Discourse 3. 39. When he would have given me a drink of water, to see the crystal cup appear in his hand, you can never know what passed through my physical body. Now many of you feel the currents from the presence today and are rejoiced, but could you know that current which went through my body that day, when I suddenly saw the crystal cup in his hand, it was like the forces of eternity passed through my body right then. And it so released. Now this is a point I trust every one of you will get and hold fast to, in that release from my own presence, as I know now, when I saw the cup in his hand, it enabled me to say to him the words written there with such power, when he said, "What am I supposed to do?" And I said to him, "Ask the God in you who does know." I have often heard him say that I said that with such power, that his own human self just dissolved and receded out of the way. Well, that was true, but what do you suppose I was experiencing about that time? I want you to know both of those activities, because dear people, there is not one of you that cannot experience the same thing today. Look. Think of it, I had not the training that you have, think of that. You have had 3 years training, many of you, but I did not. Therefore, will you believe me when I say to you tonight, that there are many in this room whose light is stronger and brighter than 40 the I am discourses. Mine was, by far, at that achievement. Now I want you to get this, if you will. I am telling you the truth, and I want you to feel the strength of your own light. Dear people, because you have not had some gigantic manifestation at your call, oh, do not make the mistake or think you have not been making steady and sure progress. How I would like to pick every one of you up and show you for a moment the progress you have made, and you would not ever feel again that you had not made the progress, because you had not seen some astonishing manifestation of your powers of the presence called into action. Oh, dear people, do not make that mistake. It has not anything in the world to do with it, but your steadfastness, your loyalty to the light and to your own God presence, is the thing that counts. Then as sure as you breath a breath, sooner or later will come forth that infinite power of light, as it came forth with this good brother that day when my ascension took place. That power of the release of the light, that as he has often said to you, knows no resistance nor interference, everything of the human creation dissolves and disappears. Dear people, you, in your call to the mighty I Am presence, and in your call to release the power from the presence, which is self-luminous intelligent substance, which is life, that sweeps in, through, and out into your world and harmonizes. By this harmony, the power reaches out its Discourse 3. 41. Hand, as it were, from your presence to the person, place, and conditions, and solves and does the things which are required for your happiness and your victory. That is what I want you to understand tonight, beloved ones, that all the world might read those words in that book, Unveiled Mysteries, and feel the glory and the power which is there for their freedom. Every wordthere is true, and these poor imbeciles, a few of them in America, who have tried to show discrepancies in those books, why, they are not fit to be called human beings, because they are spreading nothing but destruction and trying to draw people away from this light. They should be ashamed to be called human beings, and I say that because I mean every word. Those unfortunate creatures, what do you suppose will be their penalty in trying to draw people from this light that every human being on earth must seek and find some day, not only because it is the source of their life, but because the great cosmic light is compelling it today? People had better awaken and at least stop criticizing and condemning this work and the messengers if they want to survive. Because I tell you, dear people, they are facing the great law, the greatest in the universe, the law of their own God presence. I trust that before many months have passed, the 42 the I Am discourses. Ever-increasing cosmic light in the mental and feeling world of mankind will draw such numbers into this, that their mighty decrees for the rest of mankind will do its quick and perfect work in the mental and feeling world of mankind. As you are sitting here tonight, beloved ones, you are listening to my words, but dear people, in the mental and feeling world is the POWER of ACTION that is important. You may believe my words, I trust you do, but that is only the smallest part of it. The vibratory action created by those words and that which is released, aside from those words into the room, into your mental and feeling world, is the thing that is doing the great work for you, and that is why mankind will come to understand that their FEELING is the important thing. Oh, you thought that what you have been taught was important. It is really not important in comparison with the intensity of the power with which your feeling acts. That is why Saint Germain should be blessed forever for bringing forth to the attention of mankind the importance of mankind's feeling world, for there is where all creation takes place, where all generation of discord takes place. Then mankind comes to know it through the mental world. But I say to you, GOVERN your feeling. Keep it harmonious, and the gates of heaven, the Discourse 3. 43. Mighty I Am presence, will open and flood you and your world with every good thing there is for the use of mankind. I wish I could speak those words into the feeling world of every human being in the world for action, and the messengers have so long stressed that to the people and the students. Mankind will one day find that it is the all-important thing. Once their feeling is controlled and harmonious, the very gates of their own being will open wide, and from their treasure house will come the release of everything anyone requires for use in action, in the world of physical action. You, beloved ones, in the human octave today, are there because you placed yourselves there, just as I did. How unfortunate that we did not know where we were going. You know, in your homes you think it is a little easier to go downstairs than it is to go up. I think most of you feel that it takes a little less energy to go downstairs than it does to go up. Well, if you only knew it, it takes much less to go up than it does to go down, for when you go up you have the powers of infinite light at your assistance. When you go down, you have just human creation. You know, it is quite an apropos illustration of mankind's activity. Mankind are in their present limitations, because they have gone downstairs. Now let us go up so much faster than we came down, we. 44. The I am discourses. Won't be able to keep track of it. That is what we have to do. When I found myself completely released from that body, which had really served me so well, then I saw it, I saw how remarkable that body of mine had served me, and when with one dynamic sweep, and mark you now, I'll let you rest a few moments on those words. That it might take hold in your feeling world before I come back to it to draw your attention to it again. Now remember, not only that which occurred with this messenger, but that which occurred with me when that gigantic release of energy swept through my mind and body and my feeling world, at seeing that crystal cup, it did release in one mighty sweep that purifying activity to my physical body. Do you see that? Now then, look at the difference. Mr. Rayborn went through several months of preparation for the ascension. In my experience, it came in one gigantic sweep. Dear blessed people, who of you here tonight, or of all the students in America today, who of you shall say that same thing may not be done for you within the hour? That is what I want you to feel, if you will. Do not limit yourselves to what the powers of your presence can do in, through and for you. I want you to feel definitely that your presence. Discourse 3. 45. Even though the appearance world, still to some degree, holds your attention, still may that not interfere with what your presence might do for you at a given moment. Oh, I want you to feel that so much, if you will tonight. It will bring such release to you, dear people. Now, if you can believe what the messenger has recorded in Unveiled Mysteries and the Magic Present Scene, if you will believe my words as the one having experienced it, can any human being be so filled with their own human creations as to think that any person but myself, David Lloyd, who made the ascension, would attempt to, or be permitted to speak these words to you? Now, dear people, we are not speaking to hear ourselves talk, but we are speaking for your blessing, freedom, and benefit. If your human accumulation will not allow you to accept the truths which I give and voice in my own words, my own actual experience, then there would not be much help for you, for every word is my own experience and rejoicing at my victory. If you can allow to act in your feeling world those qualities which I am sending forth here tonight for action, you will know and feel and hold within your feeling world, within your grasp, that very feeling with which I gained that victory. Why do you suppose we come and talk to you? 46. The CIAM Discourses. Dear ones, in this manner, to convey into your feeling world the true feeling of our own experience which will enable you to win the same victory, and for no other reason in the world. Why do you suppose that beloved Saint Germain permitted these magnificent dictations that have come forth? Because every one who dictates carries that true feeling with which they won the victory, into your feeling world for action. One day, when you know more about your feeling, and what it is to you or for you, then you will understand more fully what this means. Everything that finds expression in your outer world of experience must act through your feeling world in order to find expression and freedom of action out here for your physical use. Everything. You think you go to the store and buy a garment, materials, and all that. Oh, my dear people, is it possible you do not see that everything has come through your feeling and mental world before you ever found it there in the stores? Why do you go to a certain store for certain things when you did not intend to go there? The mighty intelligence acting through your feeling world impels you to certain persons, places, and conditions where you find the exact thing you require. Oh, dear ones, won't you pay attention to these various things, because they are acting all the time? You look upon them as just happening. Well, it did. Discourse 3. 47. Not just happen. It happened because a great intelligence was acting. That is what you should feel. And for every little thing that occurs in your life, of any prompting, you should give praise and gratitude right then from the depths of your being, for the smallest one will come to be the greatest of all achievement, if you will do that. It is because mankind has ignored so long the constant promptings from every direction. Look on your life stream, dear people, and see the times of your protection and your blessing and your assistance. There are blessed ones in this room that only a few days ago would have been out of their bodies, if their attention had not been on the ascended masters at the moment. That is why, beloved ones, mankind is constantly receiving the blessings and protection. Now the IAM students are coming to understand something about it, but only yet a small part, even with the most earnest ones, because every hour of the day the greatest power and intelligence of your presence is acting through you, or trying to. That is why I say to you tonight, beloved ones, do not weary at your application. Go on and on making it with firm determination, and then, one day, you will begin to see the outpicturing of it so strong and powerful, that you will be sure that you have touched the source of all life, your own God presence, as is shown you here on the chart. 48. The CIAM Discourses. My gratitude is so great that Saint Germain brought forth this chart, for I know what it means for mankind to have an eye picture, and this is quite different from looking at anything else as created in the picture form. This chart represents to you, dear people, the great reality of life. That is why the messenger has repeated so many times, no human being can look upon that chart and ever forget it, for the very reason that it is your reality, and anchored in your own physical heart is that light, the all-knowing presence of God. Once mankind understand that they have a higher mental body which the presence, their individualized God presence, has provided to govern the release of the energy at the call of the human form, think of it, every means possible, or required, has been provided for mankind. Even all through their centuries of mistakes. That is why today this which is being brought to your attention is the eternal freedom of all mankind, and you will one day see that in its fullness. But just now, if individual students or otherwise will make the application, the results will follow as the sunrise follows the night. You will be interested in this. We have been watching the effect upon individuals of the broadcasts alone, and we have seen any number of people, some of the younger people, in a half-joke say, well, very well, if. Discourse 3. 49. That is what can be done, then let's try it out. We always watch the opportunity to answer those calls to give them the encouragement and strength. Today, every means is being used to get the attention of mankind to this presence, for it is the most important thing in heaven or earth today, and we utilize that at every opportunity. Only yesterday in New York a gentleman who heard one of the classes, one lecture of the class, and heard all the broadcasts that were there, said to himself, now, I think it is time I tried this out, as a matter of very much importance to him was confronting him. So he went by himself, and in a very cautious manner finally raised his arms to the presence and said, Mighty I am presence, take command of this situation. Perform your mighty miracle in it. Then he said, bring perfection out of it. That was the thing that saved the day for him, when he said, bring perfection out of it, then he gave the release that was necessary. The following day his call was answered, to his utter amazement. Well, he will remain anchored. There are many people today whom we are watching that are having similar effects. This is the reason, dear ones, and I want you in Florida here, to feel the full import of this, for I do not feel that you quite do yet. Your decrees which you are issuing, blessed. 50. The CIAM Discourses. Ones, with that great earnestness and intense feeling, are the most important thing in the activity of your life today. You do not see its action, but these mighty decrees go forth, amplified by the great host of ascended masters and the legions of light, in the mental and feeling world, doing a perfect service that you could not in the human imagine. It is a far-reaching power. That is why I say, rejoice in your ability to issue these decrees, to be a part of them, for there is not anything so important. People who do not understand, sometimes think, well, that sounds or looks foolish, but dear people, let me tell you there is not anything so important as the meetings today where you gather in numbers and issue these decrees, which must bring your own individual assistance as well. If, for instance, in your groups here in Florida, if one in your midst was needing assistance and every student would issue the decree for that assistance to their presence, what do you think would be done? My dear people, a service indescribable would be rendered immediately. Instead of criticizing or condemning someone for having made a mistake, if you would all join in issuing a decree with happiness and kindly feeling to that individual, for whatever was the requirement, why, do you not see how magnificent it would be? With that you would feel a joy, happiness, and goodwill. Oh, that is so necessary for your own success and progress. Discourse 3. 51. Oh, do you not see, blessed ones, that without that kindly feeling, that love and blessing poured out, you constantly shut the door in your own face to the very things you are calling for? Then you, with that full release and outpouring of blessings and forgiveness of all human mistakes, then you have opened wide your door for the outpouring of your presence, because there is no requalified discordant activity there to keep qualifying this released energy as it goes out. For that is the only reason you have not perfection today, because mankind is constantly qualifying this energy as it goes forth, clothing it, as it were, with their own feeling of discord. Whatever the cause is, does not matter. If it is discordant or destructive, then you are compelled to experience that as it returns to you, and these days it does not get far away. It soon comes back to look you right in the eye and say, "Here I am. You created me, now what are we going to do about it?" Oh, I tell you, dear ones, faster and faster is coming that return of all destructive or vicious thoughts and feelings that are sent out. They come right back and say, "Here I am." So dear ones, do not misunderstand me. I do not mean the great I am, but that creation comes back there and says, "You are my creator, what are we going to do about it?" Then is the time that something must be done about it, and the quickest thing in the world is to say, "Very well, I call on the law of forgiveness. Mighty I am presence." 52. The CIAM Discourses. Use the violet consuming flame, dissolve cause and effect of that. Dear ones, do you for a moment consider what it means when you, with earnest intensity, call on the law of forgiveness for all mistakes, your own included? It is one of the most magnificent things, as we watch from the inner standpoint, going forth from mankind, because that is the release of the feeling of mankind. Once you can release your feeling into the full hands of the presence, then you will find your victory rapidly approaching. But as long as mankind hold their own feelings right here, then the presence is compelled to wait until they release everything into the hands of their presence. Then the help can be given, then the release can come. Tonight, dear ones, it is so beautiful, so wonderful, all that has taken place within your feeling worlds tonight. REMEMBER, your feeling WORLD is your POWERHOUSE, and although your intellect might question, your feeling is accepting in the fullness of its joy and gratitude, and that is the thing that counts. Once your feeling accepts a thing, it will come into action in your life and world. Even your thought will not prevent your feeling accepting and acting. Sometimes it retards its outpicturing, but it cannot prevent the acceptance in the feelings of that which the heart knows to be true. Discourse 3. 53. So today, and as you enter into this class, beginning on Friday, dear ones, will you not begin now to call your mighty I am presence into action to make your feeling world become so still, so at peace, and your comprehension, remember your comprehension is in your higher mental body. It is your discriminating selective intelligence, and when you call for that comprehension to be clear, alert and active, then you will get the great blessing out of this class, and a greater one than you could possibly imagine. For this is the reality of life, your life, beloved ones, and will bring into action in your outer world of activity, the fullness of that power of life which knows its dominion through the human form, but must have your call, your willingness, and harmony of your feelings. To let that presence of life transmute, transform all that has been in your world, and bring it into its perfection. Observe the chart a moment, and see that stream of life and energy coming in there and anchoring within your physical heart. That stream of life contains all intelligence, all power, all substance, all life, but when that comes into your body and goes out into your world of action, it is compelled to be clothed with whatever feeling is in your feeling world. If that feeling is ugly, unkind, destructive, then that must carry that destructive quality into your world. 54. The CIAM Discourses. Because the law of you, as a free being compels that light to take on that quality. You cannot penetrate that light with the quality, but you do clothe it with that which is in your feeling. That carries out into your world of action, and you must meet whatever was in your feeling as that comes forth. That is why once the feeling is held harmonious long enough, then that requalification will discontinue. That great and mighty energy from your presence will flow forth and produce its perfecting activity in your world of action, and do it with the speed of lightning, as you come to understand and call it forth, and qualify it by your conscious application with that great speed of accomplishment. That is what is needed today. Mankind has the opportunity. You have the understanding of the law. If you will not apply it, then you can but blame yourself, or see yourself as the only cause of your continued limitations. Now, it is quite true that not all the students today have had the full results of their application. Only recently are they beginning to understand the imperative need of their feeling following their attention. If you have two activities divided, you cannot have the full results, but once your feeling will follow your attention, you will have certain results every time. Not once will you ever fail to have the answer to your call. That is the only reason you have not. Discourse 3. 55. So tonight, beloved ones, in the full glory of that life into which I have entered, my own ascended presence, remember, as the messenger has described to you, that current of energy that swept through my body when I saw the crystal cup, did the purifying service and activity required. Then that purified body ascended into the higher mental body where the transformation took place. All human qualities disappeared, and then, as that great ray of light and energy from my own God presence, as is shown there on the chart, descended, my own purified physical body was absorbed into the higher mental body, and entered into the great electronic presence. Then I became the ascended being I am today, free, forever free from the wheel of birth and rebirth, free forever from all human limitations. Yet today, I can make my body as tangible and visible in the physical octave as my body was before the ascension. Now do you suppose, dear ones, for 1 second, that all of the unbelief of mankind could ever alter that great and mighty truth, just because some in the Western world say that could not be? Do you suppose that alters the truth, when I am telling you right here from my own experience, that I am the one that accomplished the victory, then think all human beings on earth could change that truth for 1 second? Awaken, O mankind, and let the experience of 56 the CIAM discourses. We, who with so great a love pour forth our experience to mankind, awaken and feel the full power of the quality we pour forth into the feeling world, that they too may have that same glory and victory and freedom. That is why I come to you tonight, beloved ones who have stood so staunch in the light. I want you to, if you will, feel with me my victory, your victory in the light. I thank you. DISCOURSF 74. February 15, 1938, Kansas City, Missouri. My rejoicing is very great, beloved students of Kansas City and elsewhere. Perhaps I am a little optimistic, but in seeing the need, the requirement of the student since my ascension or my return and association in this work, beloved ones, my rejoicing knows no bounds. Of course, don't say this to beloved Saint Germain, but I have not had many opportunities to talk to you. Nevertheless, I will take advantage of this one, and if I get enthusiastic, don't mind it. For knowing as I do the joy of that freedom from everything that surrounded and held and bound me through those many long years, and up to the time that with my father in India, when he was shot, I had no thought of these great ideals. Of the great possibilities that were before mankind, now notice, before mankind, right here in their physical embodiments. Think of it, my dear people, think. Only so few years ago I stood here in a limited body as yours is today. Now I am free as the birds, I can go anywhere in the universe I choose, and no one to say, you stay here. Is it not wonderful? To think that mankind today, living in bodies of limitations, with the press. 58 the CIAM discourses. Ints of God feeding life into their bodies, could have forgotten that source as we all did. Will you ever find words or feelings within your being, to thank Saint Germain for this magnificent understanding and explanation of the mighty I am presence? HE is THE only being on EARTHTHAT has ever BROUGHTITFORTH, and no one has ever touched the magnificent clear definite powerful understanding of this mighty God presence, the MIGHTYIAM, which he has brought forth. The words, I am, have been through all languages that have been throughout the ages, but in the past many thousands of years, the words have not had anything but the bare repetition. Saint Germain thought enough of this great presence of all life to dictate 32 discourses or more. In fact, they are all concerning the I am, but those especially are in explanation of it, where it is, what it meant, and what it will do for you. He has given the clearness of the understanding, the clearness of the application and explanation of the law of what takes place when you give certain activity in your application, in the calling forth of this power. It does not matter, one of you here in this audience, so anchored in your presence that you would refuse acceptance of anything of human creation in your world, can stand in the midst of a seething vortex and Discourse 3. 59. Attain your freedom. This is what we want you to realize and feel within your feeling world, that there is no person, place, condition or any number of people that can prevent your advancement in the light but yourself. It is impossible. To do this, one must be firm enough to shut out all human discord, close your world to every discordant voice, and then in the acknowledgement, and standing within the power and light of your presence, feel the fullness of it, the commanding presence of you and your world. That is how mankind has come to know, that in all the seething vortex of limitations, discordant conditions of mankind, still it cannot affect the individual who will determine that it shall not do so. That is how everyone that ever has attained their freedom has come to it. You will remember how often the messengers have urged the people to refuse acceptance of everything less than the perfection of the presence, the mightiest thing you can do, and yet it is within the province of everyone to refuse acceptance any longer of the limitations of the human world. The physical octave. The day when you find that you can do that, what magnificent activities will take place within you and your feeling world. I, like you, thought at intervals I was very happy. Oh, my dear ones, I didn't know what happiness 60. The CIAM Discourses meant, and pardon me if I say it, I am sure you don't either. How can you, beloved ones, until you have once tasted and felt that freedom? How could you possibly? The human intellect cannot comprehend it, and we don't expect one to comprehend the fullness of that perfection which is your joy and your power, only when you have reached that attainment, and in the gaining of that goal, for on the pathway of light, how great today is the blessing of mankind. Let us take something so practical tonight, that the human feeling accepts it with the power of its full strength of its being, and that is, you, the physical body here, is the projection of light. Remember that the light pattern of this flesh structure of every one of these bodies sitting here, is the power of that presence upon which the atomic structure, called flesh, is held in connection and uniformity of action. What do you think holds your flesh together? Take your arm, take your hand. What do you think holds that flesh together? That power of light, which is the light pattern of these human forms. In technical terminology, you would call it the force field, the electrical repulsion and retraction and all that kind of thing. I say to you in the simplest manner possible, that which holds your flesh in form, is that light pattern in your body. For in every cell of your body is the light, connecting all the light and power from your presence, and at. Discourse 3. 61. The base of your brain is the distributing point which feeds that light into every atom of the body. Therefore, dear people, let us get such a practical hold on this tonight, that you take hold of this feeling and presence of light and let it charge your being with its mighty presence and power. Blessed people, you do not need to remain in a single limitation longer, knowing as we do, the exact operation, having gone through the identical thing that you are doing, then why cannot we help you? Why can we not advise you and give you our experience that will bring you to the victory in your feelings, which is your powerhouse of light? Then you might say to me, if your feeling is the powerhouse of light, how is it that it becomes discordant? That hasn't anything to do with the light. That discord is your power of qualification, because if it were not for your power of qualification, that light from your presence would produce purity, harmony, and perfection in every cell of your body, and would have always produced a perfect body. But your qualification of discord acting upon that, clothes that light with the quality of your feeling of discord, and compels it to carry that limitation and discord out into your world and into the flesh of your body, which has made the so-called density of the flesh form today. Yet look, beloved ones, you who think of your body as 62. The CIAM Discourses dense today, it is not nearly so dense as you think, for you can hold your hand before the light and see the light through the flesh, anyone can. Then if that flesh was so dense as it seems to be, how could you see the light through it? Then let us go one step further, you can put a strong light in front and back of you and see through your body. Your X-ray shows the action of the organs, and in San Diego is a machine which you can look in the mirror before you and see the activity of the organs within your own body, your own heart, its size and action. Is the body so dense then? Look, beloved ones, see again the power of qualification of the individual. We decree a thing through the feeling, even without a spoken word, and then that thing acts. Precious people, if you could just sweep your hand like that, and sweep out of your feeling world every thought that registers there, all human quality, in 24 hours your body would take on the perfection of this light from your presence. Few could do that in one sweep, but who of you shall say to me tonight how many are sitting in this room who might not do it? That is the point. If you will reverse all your power of qualification and say your presence mighty I am presence IACCEPT your FULLPERFECTION in my mind, body, my WORLDOF act ION THEREFORECHARGEITWITH. Discourse 3. 63. Your MIGHTYPERFECTION, your per ITYAND your CONSUMINGPOWER of ACTIONTHAT dissolves ANDCONSUMES every DISCORDANTTHINGTHAT has BEENDRAWNABOUT me. With the full power of that feeling there is not one single thing that you could not do in transforming your body, your affairs, and the activity of your affairs in the world, into the perfection which that light is and carries forth. You see, beloved ones, because the human has become so accustomed to accepting the appearance world almost involuntarily, the individual does it without thinking anything about it. There is where the necessity of standing guard over your feeling world is. Now, how do you do that? Not by your human feeling, precious ones, but by calling your presence to stand guard through your feeling, then you have the power set into action that will do it. And when you, in the outer world, are off guard, still, through your higher mental body, will that guard stand and hold its dominion once you have charged it with, notice, feeling to take action and command. Do you not see that here above you, between you and your electronic body, is your higher mental body, which is the discriminating, selective intelligence? It answers your every call. And do you think if you ask it to stand guard, it would ever, for 1mo? 64 The CIAM Discourses. Meant, day or night, be off guard. It does not require sleep and rest, but it is all-powerful, a body of blazing light. Tonight is one of those times when I long to release your true inner vision and let you behold your higher mental bodies, why dear ones, a form so magnificent, so powerful, so beautiful. Oh, think that the human is so far from expressing that beauty and perfection that is there. In the giver of all life, which but for our requalification, we would have a body so beautiful and perfect as one's fondest dream could scarcely imagine. Yet we, the individual, yourself and myself, before the achievement, alone were responsible for our appearance, for our condition, for our world, because there is no other power, no other authority in all the world but you and your world. Think of it, beloved ones, you think of the physical world as a great expanse of distance, do you not? Yet the only place that you can live is in your own feeling world. You may travel the earth over, but the only place that you live is within your own feeling world. Oh, think of it, dear hearts, that is from as far as your hands extend, around like that, to perhaps 50 or more feet, according to the earnestness, to the reaching out to the light, does that radiance extend, I mean in its fullness. You today, who have come to know this great presence of all life, can with harmony maintained. Discourse 3. 65. In your feelings, call its mighty perfection into action without any limit. We know you can do it. We know thousands of the students are doing it, and we know from your own achievement here in this city, that every one of you can do it. Therefore, beloved ones, won't you let me plead with you to put away forever all concern or thought or feeling concerning another individual or what they do. You cannot help what someone else does, except to call their presence into action to produce its perfection there, and that is all you should be concerned with, no other person's world or any place or condition. If you do, you will keep requalifying discord in your world by feeling someone else has made a mistake, and you are making a greater mistake by taking notice of it. Do you notice that, dear ones, we say, oh, so-and-so made a mistake, so-and-so is not doing the right thing, then what are we doing? We are seeing that in the other person. We are opening our own feeling world to the identical condition, building it by our own added force. You see. Therefore, beloved ones, until mankind sees and takes command, has self-control, and has no opinion about another person, place or condition, they will go on in their limitations and we cannot prevent it. But I want you to remember through the achievement here, I want you to know how magnificent is the opportunity now before you. Remember on the 7th day of the Shrine class. 66. The CIAM Discourses. The cosmic light came to a certain point of intensity in America, where the free will of vicious individuals could be set aside. And that has made it possible for work to be done in America and the world, never known in the history of the earth. Now we see and know that it is not a matter of human opinions, but we know and see the action of the law which is acting and producing this result. Therefore, if you will give attention to this mighty fact, this mighty truth, and let its power of action give you the assistance that you require, the fullness of that power which is your presence will find its action through your world. Therefore, in bringing about the preparation for this coming class, continuing in the great achievement thus far, if you will enter into that class with the complete forgetfulness of persons, places, or conditions, I assure you that you will come out of that class a free being. For the powers are gathering with tremendous energy for this class, and in all due respect to San Francisco, we hope to transcend the activity there. Now you blessed folks of Kansas City, please do not get puffed up over that, because the next class may transcend yours. There is a mighty reason for this, beloved ones. Do you not see that never in the history of the world has such assistance been given mankind? With all that I might say to you tonight, still you only comprehend a. Discourse 3. 67. Small part of what is actually taking place from the octave of light for the blessing and perfection of every one of you who is earnest and sincere. I could not in words convey to you all the magnificent activity which is taking place in the mental and feeling world of mankind. Will you feel with me for a few moments your responsibility, not too much, but just enough? Remember, there is one substance, there is one intelligence, one activity. The mental world of all mankind is one. Now, if you have not contemplated this, it may sound startling to you, but please follow me through. The mental world of all mankind is one, separate from the feeling world of mankind. The mental activity of the world is here, the feeling world is here. Just as these are definite and separate, so is the mental and feeling world of mankind separate, like two distinct octaves. Now then, if mankind is discordant or allows discord, disturbance, criticism, condemnation, hatred, anger, or any of those qualities to register in their feeling world, it is not only your immediate feeling of that, but you are opening yourselves to the entire octave of the creation of mankind of the discord that is there. It is the law of life. You enter into that creation of all mankind in that particular feeling. If it is criticism, if you maintain it to a certain degree, you. 68. The CIAM Discourses will enter into the entire criticism of mankind. If it is hatred, and maintained for a certain period, you will enter into all that, or in other words, open yourself to the inflow of all that. That is why tragedies suddenly occur, because mankind unknowingly do this, accumulation floods in on them and they cannot control it, and they are impelled, shall I say, rather than compelled, to act under its direction. Therefore, that becomes ungoverned force. And what is force, as you know it in the outer world today? Ungoverned energy. Your scientific world looks upon it slightly different. But I say to you, so far as your human activity is concerned, force is ungoverned feeling, ungoverned energy. Therefore, when you know that the fullness of that power governed, will go to an objective in the power, purity, and perfection of your presence, and accomplish anything unto which it is directed, then you will know that no longer are you subject to circumstances or conditions. Follow me again, will you please? When you call this power of the presence forth into action, it is the full power and energy of the universe. Now that energy will act through your human form, according to the feeling within your feeling world. It has to do it, it is the law of life. You cannot change it, except through your feeling. Now then, if you want perfection, your feeling must contain perfection, which is. Discourse 3. 69. Harmony. Then that great power called forth will flow untouched by your human qualification, and produce perfection in your world and abundance of every good thing. Let us follow this point with a very startling thing to the average individual. Now, don't let this scare you in your application. When you begin calling this power and energy of your presence forth into action, you must know, and I am sure there is not any of you that has not experienced it to some degree, a greater power and charge of that energy flows forth. Now then, as you continue to call this mighty power of your presence forth and begin to gain a momentum of that great and mighty energy flowing in and through your body, and then, you let rush in upon you, discord, criticism, condemnation or any of those things. You charge that greater volume of energy with that same quality, and that power of destruction in your world is 10 times or 20 times greater than it was before. Now you are responsible for that. You know the law. You know that if you have discord in your feeling, it affects and charges your world with that quality, whatever it is. Now then, when you call forth this greater power, knowing very well that it would increase that discord, if you continue to allow the discord to govern it, then individuals wonder why they do not have results from 70. The CIAM discourses. Their application. Because they have allowed that greater energy they call forth to be charged with discord in the feelings, and of course, you cannot have results. Now, beloved ones, I am endeavoring to give this from my actual knowledge with such a power of love and blessing to you, that you will grasp it, and it means every one of you, dear hearts, every one of you, for the law acts the same through every human being. Therefore, beloved ones, determine to let us help you, and with that great powerful determination, never let any kind of discord register in your feeling again, for any provocation or cause whatever. And then see how quickly this great power called forth from your presence will begin to produce its perfection in you and your world, in your physical body, in the greater health, strength, power, confidence, and then out into your world. And it being the great presence of all life, will draw to itself all that great perfection which it is. It cannot draw anything else. When life comes forth in its great purity and perfection, it cannot draw anything else to you but just what it is. Therefore, your world, your activity, will be charged and filled with that perfection which all life contains, and O beloved ones, then how easily and quickly comes that joy and freedom which is boundless beyond all words to describe. 88 Discourse 3. Don't misunderstand me, I am not referring to any personalities, I am referring to the law of life that governs every human being on earth and everywhere else. If you do not understand that law of life and give obedience to it, and it is the only thing in the world that mankind is asked to give obedience to, it is the law of their own life, which demands harmony in the feeling world of the human octave, that its power may flow forth untouched, unadulterated by the human qualities which clothe it and carry it forth into the activity and the world of the individual. That is why, precious ones, we plead with you, with so great a love. Don't let a person, place or condition cause you to feel irritation or disturbance in your feelings for any reason whatsoever. We see and know the results that come to those who are able to shut that off. And you are, every one of you, precious hearts, able to do it. I expect it from every one of you. You have the strength, courage, and power to refuse now, this hour, any further acceptance of discord in your world, and you stand the victory of light over your mind, body, and activity, and let the power of your presence flow forth like a mighty avalanche into your world, and cause its perfect glory and activity to draw to you every good thing that exists in the world. That is why I want you to feel that with all the power of your 72. The CIAM discourses. Being, your divine being, in the understanding of your presence. You are not a human being any longer. One who will give attention to their presence and has that understanding becomes a divine being, as quick as they feel the need or necessity of shutting out of their world all discord. That is why, beloved ones, we long so much to, with our assistance, help you quickly to that freedom which every one of your precious hearts knows is real. Oh, we are not concerned with what your intellect does, but we are concerned with the power of what is acting within your heart. Your intellect, once it is understood, is but the accretion of the outer world, and this heart is the anchorage of the light of eternity, and the power of your presence acting in the human form. Then see the vast difference between the intellect and the heart. THEHEART is THEKNOWEROFTHE universe and NEVER. NEVER makes a mistake, but the intellect that has gathered its accumulation from the appearance world is not founded upon reality, is not founded upon truth, because it is but human opinions. That is why the messengers in the beginning found such opposition when they referred to this point. The intellect is not the knower. It becomes very wise in some things, so far as outer mechanical activity and things are required. But look now, this is not. Discourse 3. 73. Speaking unkindly of the great achievement of today in the outer mechanical world of mankind, but when mankind allows the attention to remain in the appearance world or the world of activity of mankind, they have forgotten their source. And sooner or later they will find that the energy has ceased to supply them. That is the point that every human being reaches. That is the reason for so-called death, because mankind has been so imbued with the attention upon the appearance world, that they have forgotten the source of all energy, and therefore, it ceases to act within the human form. That is why, beloved ones, there are innumerable ways by which you waste your energy, through all these qualities of discord, gossip, condemnation, anger, hatred, sex, and all of these qualities, which are less than the perfection of your presence and a waste of your energy. Think of it, every one of you have experienced it. I did. I used to get very angry, then wondered what was the matter with me afterwards, but dear ones, you can, in 10 minutes of intense anger, release enough energy to have lasted you for 30 days. That is the actual fact from the definite statistics which we have. You think that you keep records of all your activities out here. Well, so do we, and we don't mind it, but we are keeping your records too, every one of. 74. The CIAM Discourses. Do you think we are intruding? I am sorry if you think so, because we shall have to continue. Oh, dear ones, do you know what it means to love one's freedom? Do you know what is flowing through my being now to you, my love for your freedom, my determination that is unyielding in the power of that light that beats your heart, that your freedom shall be yours and quickly? That is the power that is flowing through my being to each one of you, and how? By a direct ray of light to you, each one of you, and that is my loving service which I offer to you. And you will pardon me, if I have not asked your permission for it, but yet I offer it. Oh, dear ones, the day that you stand free as I did, will you know what I mean tonight? Can you imagine with me, for just a few minutes, my love for this good messenger? You probably think you love him and beloved Lotus, but I want to tell you, my love for him surpasses anything that I have yet conceived, because he gave me my freedom. Can you wonder that I love to move heaven and earth, that the whole pathway before him and Lotus remain a joyous, happy, magnificent manifestation of life, that they may serve in this marvelous manner, and be the release of all blessed mankind who care to listen? I presume Mr. Ballard will take me to task for. Discourse 3. 75. This, but I cannot refrain from saying it, beloved ones. If you saw as I do, this service that they have rendered thus far to mankind, then really, would your love release. You think it is now, but it is only a small part of what would release then, when you saw truly the magnificent service which is being rendered. No matter what mankind does or says, their love pours forth like a mighty river, for they have come to know that it is the only means of reaching and blessing mankind. For remember, in all the universe anywhere, there is no barrier to the presence and power of divine love. Either in the human octave or beyond, there is no barrier to the power of divine love. Beloved ones, that is why the attitude of the individual, in gratitude to the outpouring of love and blessings to mankind, produces such magnificent results. Let me assure you of this one point. The messengers have tried it out individually, to find the action of the law upon mankind, and at times, when human calls were pressing severely, shall we say, and they began to discuss the human qualities, because of the need for the understanding of the students. And they would spend one evening on the discussion of the human qualities, they would see and feel the vibratory action of the room lower, as long as they continued to hold the attention of mankind in the 76. The CIAM Discourses. Class upon the human qualities. Then in the next class, they would reverse it and hold the attention upon the magnificent powers of the presence, and the vibratory action would lift in the room, just as steadily and surely as you raise your hand. That is the true activity of the law. WHERE your ATTENTION is, THEREUR, WHATIT is upon, you become. Never was a truer statement in all the vocabulary of mankind made than that. THEREFORE, THEPOWEROF. Your ATTENTION is PARAMOUNT in your WORLD. Notice, many have found difficulty in governing their feelings. Why? Because they would not change their attention from one point to the other. You have a friend, oh excuse me, you have a person whom you dislike, and one you love very much. I ask you at any time to test this out. Put your attention upon the one you think has injured you or that irritates you, and notice the feeling. Then put it upon the one you love very dearly, and see the delightful, quite magnificent expansion that you feel. Oh, do you not see, beloved ones, how easy it is to determine these things that are acting? Do you not see there is no excuse in the world for one understanding this presence to remain in limitation? Oh, it just cannot be done. I won't let it be done. You blessed. Discourse 3. 77. People, whom we love so much, who are standing for the light, if you will let us, we won't let you stay in those limitations. Isn't that a fair proposition? But we cannot take you by the hair and say, you come out of there now. That isn't permissible. But by the power of our love and raising of your vibratory action by our outpouring of love to you, we can help you in a manner that reason doesn't describe. The power of the feeling and the outpouring of gratitude and blessing is beyond human appearance in its activity. That is why I make no attempt to describe that to you, except you feel it. Therefore, in your activity remember always, THATUALONERTHEDECREER of your WORLD. You have to be. This physical body is given into your custody. What are you going to do with the energy that flows through it? That is your decision. Every one of you precious ones, that is where you come in, otherwise, there would be no imperfection in the world today. YOUMUST choose HOWTHISENERGY is GOINGTO act THAT passes THROUGH your MIND, body ANDFEELINGWORLD. It is so easy to determine, once you know the only thing that stands between you and the perfection which we are today, is your feeling. Does not that sound simple? Does it sound unimportant to think that all that stands be? 78. The CIAM Discourses. Between you and your limitations today and the perfection which we experience, is your feeling. Nothing else. Now you might say to me, what about our thought? Oh, blessed ones, ONCE you can't ROL your FEELING your THOUGHTWILLBOBEDIENT forever, because your feeling acts first. That is why in the past, mankind have been taught that they should control their thought, but they had no power to do it, because their feeling was the powerhouse and would overrule the thought every time. That is where the great blessing is to mankind today in this magnificent understanding which Saint Germain has brought forth, because it has taken you to your powerhouse, the place where conditions were governing your world of which you did not dream. Now today, having come to know that you can say to your presence, acting through your higher mental body, STOPTHIS nonsense FOREVE RINME world. Stopped HISHUMAN action. REMOVETHESEHUMANQUALITIES, ANDCTHATTHEY never ACT again. Then keep it up until you find that every human quality ceases to act. The messengers have done it, they are no different than you. You might say, well, the messengers have had the direct presence, the direct training of Saint Germain and the ascended masters. Why wouldn't they have more power than we? That is. Discourse 3. 79. Not the case, I beg your pardon. Shall I explain to you why? You see, when the messengers were here before, this particular activity had not yet begun, and that is the reason why I am explaining it to you tonight, so you may have the blessing and benefit of it during the class. Since the messengers came east the other time and began the class in Boston, from that time forth the great divine director has gathered a radiance and power of activity similar to that in the Cave of Light in India, where he had done his tremendous work, and where the service was rendered Bob, Rex, Nada and Pearl. Now then, will you try to comprehend for a few moments how that, in the presence and power of a great being like the great divine director, who has infinite power to gather the forces of life, holds them in a definite action. Take yourselves for illustration, you who are here in the room, shall I say to you, describe to you what is being done. While I am talking to you, holding your attention, the great divine director has gathered you within this globe of light, whose radiance is very similar to the cave of light in India, except less powerful, according to that which you can assimilate. Blessed ones, it is the greatest service that can be rendered mankind on the face of this earth, that which he is doing tonight for you and will tomorrow night. Now then, beloved ones, in that radiance is the 80 the CIAM discourses. Charged force called consciousness of the ascended masters, which is the power acting within that light, to cleanse, purify, and now watch, for everyone that it is possible, every part possible of their human creation is being dissolved and consumed. Now to what extent that will occur during the evening, I shall not say at this time, but that is one of the activities. Another is, that in that dissolving, consuming process is the release of individuals from time and space. Now this activity will go on throughout this class with its ever-increasing intensifying activity. You have probably heard of the service rendered in the San Francisco class. If not, you will. That is real, dear people, very very real, because the energy, the activity, the substance from the octave of light is that which is real. The human octave is not real, because it is constantly changing. You see, it is not. Anyone, even without the understanding, can see how that is absolutely true. The human about you is constantly under change every moment, but this great light which he has enfolded you in tonight is changeless, perfect forever, containing within it the purity, power, and perfection. Not only just of the principle of life, now notice, this is not only with just the principle of life, but it is charged with the power and activity of the ascended masters who know what every single one of your requirements is. 98 Discourse 3. That is how they are able to render this service, beloved people, through this magnificent radiation gathered in this class. Therefore tonight, if you walked with me into the cave of light in India where Bob, Rex, Nada, and Pearl received their freedom, it would be but an intensified activity of this which is your experience tonight. If once you realize that the Ascendic Masters, all-wise, all-powerful, can gather from 0-1 draw, for instance, now that you may possibly more clearly understand this power which the great divine director has drawn and gathered you into, tonight, is drawn from the cave of light in India. Does that seem strange or unreal to you? I do not see why it should. To the great beings of all power there is no time or space. They have transcended that, therefore, that which they draw to them is present, they but fix their attention upon it, upon the cave of light in India, and its powers and activity are present here. Do you not see the vastness of it and yet the simplicity, yet its majestic power? That is why unless these great laws of life are put in the simplicity of understanding to mankind, they struggle and struggle and struggle to understand without results. That is why the great victory in issuing that decree for the earth, made it a decree, made it a commanding law that these books and 82 the CIAM discourses. This information go forth and be held in the simple purity and power by which mankind would have results. Now I say to you tonight, beloved ones, and I plead with you so earnestly, do not ever, for 1 second, give way to the thought or feeling that you cannot make your application as strong as anybody else, or that you are not having results from your application. Don't let that human feeling which qualifies the energy longer act in your world. When you make your application, stand by it and keep right on, then all of a sudden you will see go down before you every human quality that obstructed the way, for that is all within your feeling world, it cannot be anywhere else to affect you. Therefore, those who have come to know this great presence are the victory of light. Therefore, you who are staunch, firm, honest and sincere to the light, your presence, your life, are rendering a service, beloved ones, which will stand in the eternal record of life. You have heard the messenger say that in the royal Teton is this great audience chamber, where the records of every civilization are written on thin sheets of gold, the Akashic records of eternal light of the service of every sincere IAM student in America and the world. That is an eternal record, and that service is unparalleled by anything. Discourse 3. 83. Any of mankind can do in this world. There is not one service that amounts to but a fragment of what this service does, that the great ones have asked you to render, in your issuing of your mighty decrees for the protection of America and mankind. That is why, beloved ones, if you have ever in this life at least, or any other, wished to render a service, never was so great an opportunity, never was so great a release, from that service rendered as now, and the very little required in holding the balance between light and darkness. Won't you join me in the release of all the feeling of your being that be finished here? Wouldn't that be a record for Kansas City? Dear ones, I am speaking straight into your hearts, and I am with you. You know I was an Englishman, but I am a full-fledged American now. Still I am English, because in the great presence of all life there is no nationality, but let me remind you, this glorious flag of your nation, beloved people, hear me, is more than a flag. That is why the messengers love it so tremendously, because it not only represents your America, but freedom to the whole world. Oh, beloved ones, all nations of the world shall one day kiss that flag in adoration for its service to mankind, for it represents the land of freedom, where the cup of light to the world had to come, because there was northwest other place left on earth for it to come. 84. The CIAM Discourses. That is no fault of the earth, but it is the fault of mankind through their great accumulation of discord. Europe, bless her people. Bless our blessed England. Bless our blessed France. And all the nations of Europe and the Orient. It is not the nations that are to blame, but the people that are in them. One day, mankind will all come to know that no nation on earth is to blame for anything but the activity of its people, the feeling world of its people. Therefore, we say to you beloved ones, CHERISHTHIS flag OF America in your HEARTSASNEVERUDIDANYTHING else in THEWORLD. Do you know what would happen if all mankind was to suddenly understand what that blessed flag means? Every human being would wear a silk flag of the United States of America across his heart. That is how much your flag means to life, because life brought it forth. It is representative of the freedom of mankind. Think of it, if blessed Europe had listened to Saint Germain 400 years ago, Europe would have had the privilege of carrying the CUPOFLIGHT for the future. Those nations would have become the United States of Europe, but the one whom Saint Germain depended upon most, failed him. That is why I say to you tonight, beloved people, you have seen it manifest before you everywhere. Discourse 3. 85. When the human self of an individual will not give obedience to life, not even the ascended masters can depend upon him. You see how imperative it is. Saint Germain has gathered a great family together, nearly 400,000 people. Are his family going to fail him now, when he has brought them to the gate, the open doorway of freedom? You are there at this point now. I say this to all the beloved, earnest, sincere students of America and the world, USTAND and THEOPEN doorway OF your ETERNALFREEDOM. All THAT is necessary OFTH ECORAGA and DSTRENGTHTOSTEPTHROUGHINTOTHELIGHT is THERE. THIS is ETERNAL. Beloved ones, it is not just your present requirement and achievement, but it is your eternal freedom which you are entering into forever. Forever. And forever. Oh, it is so vastly different from anything which has taken place in the outer world before. That was temporary achievement of all descriptions, but today, you in your application, in every step you gain today, are entering into eternal freedom forever, which will bring you into your eternal light body, the electronic body of your mighty presence. When you become the ascended being, master of all substance and conditions forever. In all the spheres of the universe, you become the master as the ascended ones. 86. The CIAM Discourses are of all substance and energy and can produce at will anything they require. I must not keep you too late, but dear ones, can you imagine my joy, my boyish happiness when I found that I had entered into a state, a condition where I could produce at will anything in the world that I wished? Hold out my hand and there it was. Oh, beloved ones, oh, let me help you to remember the great being you once were and really still are today. Oh, just think of these human forms and then think of your higher mental body, a body of blazing light, beauty, and perfection, which stands there waiting for a sufficient power of your attention, when it will release its perfection. Its beauty and all its power into the physical octave for action, which will cleanse, purify, and lift the purified physical body into that majestic presence, then into this presence of all light. Think of it. Is it not worth any effort that the human is required to make, any so-called sacrifice? Of course, there is no sacrifice really in your attention to the light, because you are gaining everything and just losing your limitations. Isn't it a wonderful thing to think that through the power of your attention is the reverse of all currents of energy? I can look at this stand, I can look at that light. I but change my attention there to observe the light. Discourse 3. 87. Look at the piano in which there is no light and I look there where the light is. You look away from your human limitations into the powers of the presence, which is all light, intelligence, and power, and the presence floods your being and world with all that it is. That being light substance, all human limitations and darkness just dissolves and disappears before its radiance, no battle, no struggle. When that blessed one who came to me as a lad in India and said to me those brief simple words, as I thought then, my son, on a great mountain in North America you will find a man with a crystal cup, and when you have found that one, you will have found the one who will assist you to your ascension. I did not even know what the ascension was at that time, and yet those words stirred within me a feeling and understanding of something that took such hold of me, that it never relaxed for an instant. It held such command from within me somewhere, that I never lost it for a moment. That grew and grew and grew within me, and I thought many times, when I would contemplate that great mountain in America, and I thought for a moment, good heavens, how am I supposed to find a mountain like that? There are great mountain ranges in America, and yet I am supposed to go to that mountain and find this man. You know how the human will talk to you. Well, that. 88. The CIAM discourses. Kept up at quite long intervals for about 3 years, and one day when that started to revolve, and the human began to talk back to me, mark you, I did not understand these laws that you do today, but yet from within me, suddenly as that began to start again, something so calm, so firm and so positive, I heard it say as distinctly as if verbal words, stop that. I did not quite know what it meant, but it was like a thunderbolt when these words came forth, and beloved ones, not once again did my human ever offer a suggestion as to that. I say that to you because, somewhat like this good messenger when he silenced his human forever, I understand now a very similar thing occurred, that presence within me silenced that human, which was a very gratifying thing as I understand it today. Now that is what every blessed one of you will experience, as the messenger did on the street in Los Angeles. You too will experience that moment when you say to all human creation and all human qualities and activities, stop forever. And then it will obey. Beloved people, you are no longer subject to these limitations and conditions, although you are its creator. You can turn on at this hour and say to that thing, stop. Be silent forever, and it must be still. Then its powers of qualification will cease. Then the great light of the presence called. Discourse 3. 89. Fourth, will come forth and do its perfect work in your world of activity, for there will be no longer any obstruction, and the only obstruction that there can be is in your own feeling world, so far as your world is concerned. Won't you let me help you tonight in clinching within your feeling world that mighty conviction, that mighty truth, your mastery over yourself and your feeling world? Say to that feeling at the least attempt at feeling any disturbance, stop. Silence. Obedience of all life. Then see how quickly, beloved ones, will come that stillness in which the power of the presence will flow forth in its purity and perfection, producing that very perfection in your world of action. So tonight, beloved ones, in the glory of that infinite light that is enfolding you, I speak to the higher mental body of each one, CHARGE. Glorify every HUMANFORM in THISROOMWITHTHATETERNALL sustained POWERANDACTIONOFTHISLIGHT in WHICHTHERAELDTONIGHT. CHARGEITWITHTHE power, THE energy, THE consciousness OFTHEASCENDED masters TOACTWITHENTHEFEELINGWORLDOFINDUALTOPRODUCE its PERFECTIONHOLD. 90 The CIAM Discourses. It's DOMINIONTHERE, and each day EXPAND it's PERFECTION, UNTILTHEOUTE consciousness MANKIND grasp, UNDERSTA and Danfield HE fullness of THE activity oft HEINNER powers of light. GREATLIGHT. GREAT cosmic light. TAKECOMMAND and do your PERFECT work WITHINTHEMIND, body, and FEELINGWORLD and activity of each one. Stand guard over ITWITHA sword of blue flame, and CUT every ONEFREEFROM every LIMITINGTHING, FROM every discordant THING. And HOLDTHATOBEDIENCE of THE feeling AND speech THATNO words may be spoken EXCEPT of praise and gratitude DETO life, and LETTHE fullness of THY powers take COMMAND of each MIND and body, and glorify ITWITHTHE everlasting victory of light. I thank you. DISCOURSEV 108. March 20, 1938 Cleveland, OHIO Ascension DAY. Beloved Saint Germain, I know how anxious many are to know of the further progress made toward the victory of the light, and I am quite sure that you will rejoice with me that 12% more has been accomplished. In addition, you will observe how great, how very transcendent, is the added activity of the release to the entire earth of the victory of these ascensions. Tonight, from Arabia comes the most magnificent power. Some of you are not acquainted with the fact, it is at that point upon earth where the most powerful training in the world is given the students in the use of the light rays. It is a very ancient focus of this great power. Tonight, as David Lloyd brings to you the direct radiance from that retreat in Arabia, from that glory of life, will you accept the power? Notice carefully these words, accept the power of your own higher mental body to utilize these light rays, until such time as you become outwardly conscious of how to call them forth into direct activity, as you receive. 91. 92 The CIAM Discourses. The conscious direction from your higher mental body. If you will so charge your higher mental body to do the many things required, and hold the sustaining power about you as you progress, in other words, as your own light expands within, you will find great blessings and benefit. I utilize this moment to speak to you, because I do not wish to interrupt after Mrs. Ballard reads and plays for you. I do not wish to interrupt the radiation as it comes forth from the retreat in Arabia, because during her music it will begin its direct outpouring to you and into your feeling world, and this tonight will not only act in your feeling world in further assistance to the activity of the ascension, but will also act through your higher mental body in the greater power and use of the projection of the light rays. I shall now charge the higher mental body of every sincere, honest, IAM student to carry forth whatever activity is required for the outer form, to most quickly produce its mighty perfection. I so charge the higher mental body to perform this service. Do you realize, beloved ones, I stand in this particular instance, ONE with your mighty I am presence, in calling this forth for you. In the consciousness which is mine in the achievement over human limitations, it is my privilege to call this forth for. Discourse V. 93. You to act through your higher mental body, and to the degree that each one of you accepts this, and I assure you it is no imaginary thing, then you will have the ever-increasing activity of it in your world of action. While I realize some are not comprehending the full import of this, there are many who are, to a large degree, however, in the great demand, the great need of today. I offer this service to all. It is the most unfortunate thing, beloved ones, for any human being on earth today to attempt to ridicule the expansion of this light, the messengers, or their work. I say this for a very definite reason. Unfortunately, mankind are constantly building for themselves conditions over which they have no control. That is what has been the matter with mankind during the centuries. Therefore, may I try to help you to avoid all things of that kind in the future. If you do not agree with a thing, please have no opinion about it. That will prevent anything acting in your feeling world that causes a reaction upon you. We have pled with the beloved students everywhere throughout America to positively refuse to have opinions about each other, criticism, condemnation or judgment, so won't you please, for your own blessing, avoid all of this in the future. You are dealing now with a powerful law, beloved ones, and the 94 The CIAM Discourses. One who does not believe that is quite unfortunate, but you are, and there is no human being on earth that avoids it. I offer this prompting that one takes firm command with themselves, their world, and avoid setting up any further conditions which bring you distress. At the slightest impulse to express those feelings or conditions, instantly remind yourselves that it is not permissible under the law of your life. Therefore, if you will do this, I can assure you that before 5 years have passed over your head, you will see such manifestations of the cosmic activities in your individual lives, as will satisfy the most skeptical of human beings. Our beloved brother, your ascended Master Jesus, has one whom he has loved very greatly, since the time of his ascension, who is in great danger of passing into the activity of the sinister force. Again, I say to you, if only we could depend upon the human of individuals. If you could believe our humble, honest, sincere efforts, having passed through all that you will ever have to go through, we know the way, we know the requirements, and if you would allow us to prompt you and help you, how many pitfalls would you sail over, as it were? But we can only be patient and wait. Won't you allow me tonight in this humble prompting to give you the strength and courage of Discourse v. 95. Self-control in all things, that your light may expand into the fullness of its eternal glory and your freedom. Today, IREPEAT again, is THE greatest day in THE history OFTHEEARTH, since it H eclosio FTH a second GOLDENAGUPONTHIS earth. While our precious Jesus left the example of one ascension, today there are 10 ascensions. Do you know what it meant this afternoon, with your great love pouring out to those blessed ones who are free forever? While your services are going on here, they are being freed. Tonight, 5 more, while this service is going on, and the love is poured out to them, will be set free forever from human limitation. Oh, do not let your own human or anyone else's cause you for one instant to feel there is anything imaginary about this. It is only too real and too true. Oh, that the vast world of humanity might understand that and feel that truth tonight. It is true, and those who can accept it in their feeling will find themselves entering into a charmed world of the glory of the light. May I use this opportunity to thank you, myself, for your great kindness to the messengers, your great receptivity to the light and all the blessings which are yours from their presence here, and may the fullness. 96 The CIAM Discourses of that light continue to expand in its ever-increasing intensity, until you are fully conscious of your freedom from all human limitations. Beloved Lloyd. Beloved students of the light, in bringing to you this radiance of an accomplishment which is the decree of life for every human being that has ever entered a human form, today, the final victory of earth has started, the great eternal victory of life. As this intensification increases, bringing to the attention of the outer world that which most of mankind have thought was incredible and impossible, although before them for 2,000 years, has been the example to the world, yet, the human element of mankind is so filled with doubts, fears, and skepticism, that the wonder is really that mankind could possibly have given the response they have to the powers of light, and only by centuries of preparation, could this today have been possible. You, beloved students, and the other students in America, are those who have been in touch with Saint Germain many times before. Now you are being offered your eternal freedom. Many hundreds of the students could have had that freedom 70,000 years ago. Discourse v. 97. Frankly, the most incredible thing that is before mankind today, is the unwillingness to give obedience to life. The natural desire of mankind should be to give obedience to the intelligence, the power that moves the human form about, but such is not the case. The intellect, being able and having the capacity to draw conclusions of its own, is not always willing to give obedience. Thinking its authority comes from that which has been gathered from without, it deceives itself. Often, too late, the intellect realizes its great mistake. As your blessed one has said to you so many times, in the failures before, let us not make the mistake again. You might not believe that, but I, too, was in that ancient civilization with you, but because the light within me compelled certain obedience. And by the simple suggestion given me while I was still in my father's care in India, now notice, it started the mighty vibratory action that carried me forward to the final goal. Think how little it takes to direct the currents of energy, to direct your attention to the power or the goal, in fact, both, whereby you may attain your eternal glory and freedom. I ask you, with the fragmentary information that was given me, would you have had the courage to forsake all things in the outer world, and if necessary, use all the money you had to try to reach the goal that 98 the CIAM discourses had been indicated to me? I take no credit to the outer self, which was then the outer self, but to the light, and I know that definitely was the power that carried me forward continuously, when the human would have been discouraged and stopped, still, that light pushed on, and the human was compelled to follow. You stand in the same position today. Your light is surging for dominion, and there are hundreds of thousands of people in America today, and I mean by that, those who have not yet touched this stream of light consciously, that light is surging to find expression and dominion through the human form. In the Cave of Symbols this afternoon, the beginning of the great spectacle started. 3 gentlemen and 2 ladies ascended from there. Tonight, while the service is going on, even at this moment that I am speaking to you, those 5 individuals have entered into their higher mental bodies. They are standing there, receiving the transformation at this very instant. Try to feel yourselves in their places. Use your imagining faculties and charge that this be engraved upon your memory. Then, every time you have a few moments during the day from your outer activities, return in consciousness to this moment. Those ascending in Arabia are 3 women and 2 gentlemen. Notice how this carries to you the Discourse v. 99. Vastness of all that stands before you and your beloved America, our beloved America. In Arabia, those came from 5 different points in the world for this achievement. At the Cave of Symbols, 5 of your own American people achieved the victory this afternoon. That is because of the service which America must render the world. Notice this illustration very carefully. If you took hold of the center of this white covering and lifted it to this height, you would draw all the remainder of this with you, would you not? Just so in the substance of earth. So it is with those who ascended today in America. It is like the great cosmic light reaches out, and from that point, is drawing all the substance of earth, including the human forms of mankind, into its ascending vibratory action and radiance. So it is for the other parts of the earth. From the retreat in Arabia and from the other places from which they came, there is the same gathering activity, drawing the substance into perfection once again. Now, this is a very real, powerful thing for the earth. Could all Europe and the Orient understand this for one moment, everything would stop instantly and give way before that great light and presence, they may be compelled to. I cannot speak with authority to you tonight, but who shall say what this great 100 the CIAM discourses cosmic light shall do? Mankind, who has rebelled so long, has found its master, and that master of all conditions is the cosmic light. Therefore, it has said to the earth, awaken. Arise. And so itshall. You would no doubt be interested to know the difference between the activity in the Cave of Symbols and the retreat in Arabia. Those who are making the ascension there in Arabia ascend under the 5 rays of the Mahachohan, because they will be wielders of the powerful light rays for the protection of the earth. They are carrying with that protection certain qualities, which I may not explain to you. It gives them a direct all-powerful connection with the earth, until this service is completed. Their service is somewhat similar to the activity of Bob, Rex, Nada, and Pearl. While I have suggested it, still only a few have comprehended what is meant in the closing chapter of the Magic Presence. Keep on trying. All of a sudden the true meaning in that chapter will be revealed to you. It belongs to you as it did to them. Therefore, in this activity in Arabia, those blessed ones, most fortunate of beings, will enter into their great eternal service. I have hesitated to bring this before you, but I shall preface it by saying, do not in any way allow this to have a discouraging sense to you, because it has not. Discourse v. 101. Ing to do with your activity. One in Arabia, of those who ascended, and one in the cave of symbols, have retained their bodies 1500 years. Several times the ascension was offered them, but in the service they were rendering, they asked permission to continue in the service of the earth. They were granted that permission, and today they are free. I congratulate you, beloved ones, for the comprehension which is acting within your feeling world today. It is a magnificent thing. I am aware you are not fully conscious of that, but even that does not matter, so long as the activity is taking place. As you continue to give your attention to the presence, clearer and more definite will come into the outer consciousness the fullness of this. Therefore, do not ever allow yourself to be dismayed or discouraged by any appearance that confronts you, but just in the steady, calm radiance of your presence, be sure that that great intelligence can regulate, correct and remedy any condition which confronts you in your life stream. Most surely. Do not for an instant allow yourself to accept that there is anything difficult in your pathway. Your presence called forth into action, which is the power of light knowing no opposite, will flood forth, provided you keep yourself in the proper attitude of harmony and assurance, it will do the work. 102 The CIAM Discourses. I wish to offer one suggestion. You do not all need this, but some of you will get tremendous assistance and blessing from it. While many of you have not seen them, yet in hydraulic work, when breaking down the formation of earth, the great hose with the nozzle governing the outpouring of water, containing tremendous power and force, breaks down all before it. If it will help you, feel going out from your heart area this mighty ray of light, always remembering that it is from your presence. By that mighty power, it sweeps every discordant thing out of your pathway. Then, following that, the power and activity of your presence is bringing divine order in every requirement of your life. Some of you will get tremendous activity out of that. Therefore, whenever we see a suggestion that will help, we offer it to you. Now, in contemplation in the future of the activity of this day, compel your intellect to accept the same enthusiasm which you have felt today, in the acknowledgement of this great achievement. I prompt you now, when you go out from this great transcendent radiance which has been gathered, and touch the outer world, stand firm and unyielding and hold this radiance with you. It can be done, and if you will determine while you are in this radiance, and charge your higher mental body to qualify and hold that for you, then it will be done. There is no need to let down. Discourse v. 103. For one instant out of this radiation. You can hold it if you will, and let it continue to increase and expand in your world. When you see, hear, or feel anything before you in your life stream that is less than perfection, stop instantly. Call your presence into action to dissolve cause, effect, and record of it, and replace it by the power of light from your presence. Then you will reverse everything that would come in to cause you disturbance. If you will do that, regardless of the requirement, every morning before you leave your room, even before your breakfast, call forth this activity of your presence, and you will see how you can place the guard which will ward off many unpleasant things for you. Nearly every IAM student in America has had word of this activity today. Now what has this done, aside from the great freedom and blessing to those individuals, what has it done for you? Remember, where your attention is, your life is pouring. Your life is pouring to the ascension in the cave of symbols, and tonight, in Arabia. Therefore, your life stream is connected with the power of the ascension and the full complete achievement of those individuals. As you remind yourself at least once each day of this achievement, then the power of your life which 104 The CIAM Discourses made contact there, will continue to act in your feeling world. It will give you the assistance of the power there, and bring to your aid through your conscious effort, additional assistance which is beyond your fondest imagination. You should see by that how great was the wisdom of Saint Germain in calling to your attention this activity of today, and giving all an opportunity by their attention, to connect their life streams with that magnificent achievement, in its eternal activity. It will act within your feeling world, as long as you keep yourself reminded and qualify it to be sustained, to give you the assistance outside of your own effort, for your own achievement. That is the power of life. That is the power of connecting your life stream with a mighty power of freedom. Then observe how unfortunate would be the opposite, when you connect your life stream to destructive, limiting, pulling down, tearing to pieces activities. If you connect your life with it, then you have the exact opposite. Energy does not discriminate in itself, but it goes where the attention directs it. Therefore, if you want to be free, you will hold your attention where the only freedom in the universe comes from, your own mighty I Am presence, and there is your freedom in every conceivable manner that the human can imagine, your financial free. Discourse v. 105. Dom, your freedom of health, your freedom of peace of mind, the eternally sustained harmony, and the glory of all that means for your own financial victory, and all that it stands for. Now, when you have once determined that you are going to serve the light, remember your human is never sure. When I am speaking now, I am referring to your inner determination, not your intellect, and the danger of one today who has had such great help and assistance, is proof again of Saint Germain's great wisdom. He has always said, the human cannot be depended upon. Therefore, if you understand this and what it means to you, you will not allow your human to govern you or accept these destructive thoughts and feelings from anywhere else. Into your feeling can creep a subtle destructive feeling that you are wholly unaware of until it gains a momentum into the outer expression. Then, unless one is very strong, it will, temporarily, hold its dominion there. Therefore, you are having the promptings, beloved ones, to guard your own world, to guard your feelings, to guard yourselves against your own human that would willingly or unwillingly connect your life stream with some destructive quality or activity. If you will charge yourself on retiring with the peace and power of your presence, and on awakening, charge it with mighty directing intelligence and AC. 106. The CIAM Discourses. Activity of your presence, you could not drop into human mistakes. Now these are the promptings which are being offered to you if you care to use them. Now then, for a few moments, will you come with me in all the glory, all that happiness, and that feeling which was mine in the great victory of life? After those long years of searching, try to feel what this beloved messenger means to me. I know you love these messengers, but how can you know, how can you understand to love them as we do? When suddenly I came upon him on that great mountain in America, and by that inner power of light, was taken to him at the opportune moment, and then he, wholly unknowing of what was planned to be, in his very great kindness, offered to quench my thirst. And then to my glory, and I shall remember it forever, in his hand came the crystal cup. That was my signal which I had sought those many years, knowing, as he did not, what it meant. Then, can you feel with me for a moment, my victory, my glory, for I knew then the rest would follow, after explaining to him my years of weary searching, and how the light in its dominion within my breast, always carried me on and on and on. Can you imagine, not knowing what mountain was meant, not knowing what locality in your America? Discourse v. 107. Not knowing anything except that on a great mountain in North America would I find this man. This I am saying for your encouragement and strength. Your light can carry you forward to any victory if you let it. Fortunately, I was completely harmonious within myself, and that is the only means in the world by which I ever succeeded. I would never in the world have found him, but for that. Today I know that. Then, when I explained to him and he said, "What am I supposed to do?" and with that power which he still feels that came through my voice, and with long pent-up energy, I said to him, "Ask the God in yourself, who does know." That was the release, and his human self disappeared. In its place came the great light of his presence, until these arms and this chest, to this far on the body, was a blazing light that you could not look into, and as those hands, which are before you, came out and took mine, almost simultaneously with the touch, my feet left the earth. Then as I continued, it was no volition, no effort upon my part. The light within me drew me up, and when I ascended as far as his hands could reach and he let go, I continued on, and as I stood there in that atmosphere above him, as those blessed ones stood today, can you feel with me that feeling? Then above, the ray of light descended from 108. The CIAM Discourses. My own presence to complete the victory. I shall never forget. He will never forget my gratitude which poured out to him, and can you imagine, even in my perfected state, my feeling today when human beings are so unfortunate as to criticize and condemn one whom they are not fit to lace his shoes? Just because he seems to be natural and so kindly, which he is, don't forget that service is presence of light rendered to me, and I am THAT living ETER now WITNESS to that great blessing. To all of you, he has rendered a service in every class that is drawn together. Do not forget it. And when puny human gossip touches your ears, remember my words. I am THE living PROOF of his words. When humanity can render the service he has already rendered mankind, they will be ashamed to have a single thought of criticism toward him. I am determined to melt that thing from mankind forever. When I know the humble, gentle kindliness with which he releases this immeasurable power to every class, and then puny intellects come in to make fun, can you imagine sometimes, it takes all my strength to withhold the power that I could turn upon them, and some day when it is necessary, it shall be done. When viciousness has become wholly vicious, then even the human form is not of consideration, because the releasing of life from that form which has. Discourse 7. 109. Become wholly vicious, would be the greatest kindness in the world. I say to all destructive individuals toward these two beloved ones, be careful what you do. You do not in the ignorance of the human mind know the power and force of light. If necessary, I shall wield this power in Washington, D.C. Those destructive forces have attempted to gather a vortex there, and they shall find it of no avail. Therefore, beloved ones, the power of light stands back of these two humble precious ones and their blessed Son. Beloved ones, your great love, your great call for their protection, is a mighty power which we can use. Always call for the infinite almighty protection of these classes, so mankind may have the harmonious opportunity to have the blessing of eternal light which is always here. The final battle of light and darkness is on. The light always wins, because the light does not battle. The darkness is the only thing that tries to battle, for when the light appears, the darkness disappears. Try to feel that in your individual lives. In the fullness of the power which is yours in all of your activity, I say to these beloved messengers, have no concern. Apply the law, and the great law of life will take care of them, and your great love will intensify 10,000-fold. 110. The CIAM Discourses. We thank you, beloved ones, for your great love and gratitude poured out to the messengers, who are so humble, so gentle, so kindly, asking nothing from mankind but obedience to their own life, that they may be free. Therefore, beloved ones, allow me to thank you, to bless you with my love and all the assistance I am capable of giving, to help you quickly on your way to victory, and remember, I stand at attention. I stand ready to serve every sincere honest IAM student in the world, and my powers are not limited, even though, so recently, they were. Beloved ones, in closing, may I say just a word? When I found myself wholly free, and all the pent-up desires I found then of many lifetimes began to assert themselves, I sought for the instruction of all the powers of my being, and with speed incredible. I have been given credit in the octave of the ascended masters for having the tenacity, and power, and speed of achievement that is tremendous, therefore, I wanted this for use now. After a while, it would not be needed in the human octave, but now I want this power to go forth and bless this beloved one who has set me free. And I shall ever be present to stand guard over him and his beloved ones. Therefore, beloved ones, go forth in the full joy of your limitless power and freedom in your presence, call forth, have, express, and FEEL the full. Discourse 7. 128. Power of the infinite light and joy of your presence, its courage and strength, its mighty directing intelligence. You can call forth without limit to charge your world with its limitless energy, health, and strength, to go on and on quickly into the victory of your freedom in the light. I congratulate you. I thank you for your comprehension, for the power that is yours, already expanding within your chest, within your heart, and may that intensify with the glory of your ever-intensifying feeling of the desire for your victory and freedom. Such is yours now, beloved ones. Claim it, be it, and feel the fulfilling of the power of your infinite presence of light to take you forward into freedom. I thank you. DISCOURSE 6. April 3, 1938 WASHINGTON, D.C. Beloved brothers and sisters of the light, in endeavoring to convey into your feeling world tonight that which has meant everything in the world to me, and is my freedom today, will you feel with me during this hour that you may have entered into your world? That you may have charged into your world the blessings, the full feeling of the powers and freedom which are mine. That is my mission in coming to talk to you tonight. Remember, only a few short years ago I stood in a limited physical body as yours is today, and spent all those many years of searching for that fellow with the crystal cup. Now I want you to feel what this means, for in your search for light it has been similar, although you did not have a given objective upon which to focus your attention, you will notice, until you came to know of your presence. Therefore, in all those years in my endeavor to fulfill the fragmentary words of the Master who came to me in India, many times, oh, that weariness which came in that search, yet always there was that joy, that buoyancy, and enthusiasm which never waned. 112. Discourse 7. 113. Not once, no matter how weary I became in the physical form. And yet the energy, the life acting within me never grew old. There was not a sense of growing old, although my hair and face showed some appearance of age, but there was no feeling of age within me, the same as there is with many of you today. Even though you may have gray hair and the appearance of age, yet the spirit of life within you is youthful, buoyant, and so it can be, beloved ones. That life as you observe here, anchored within your human heart, never grows weary, never grows old. It just pours forth itself, and but for your qualification, now notice, beloved ones, that is an invisible thing. You don't see that act, but your power of qualification is a powerful faculty of your being, which is constantly qualifying this wondrous energy that flows into your body, then out through the power of radiation of self-luminous, intelligent substance into your world of action. That is real. That is the producer, and if you blessed ones knew, for it is within you, the power this hour to release the powers of this presence, and let it flow forth from you through its mighty power of radiation, that would harmonize everything that touched your world, and bring to you. As the students often decree, ascended master friends everywhere to give you the assistance required, no matter what it was. 714 The CIAM Discourses. That is the power of life, your mighty I Am presence, acting through you, by its mighty currents of energy. You do not see the energy pass through the wires or the energy pass in your radio from the transmitter to the receiver, but yet there are those currents of energy. You do not hear the music in this room right now, but it is there, it is invisible, unknown, but you place a radio here and you will find the music is there. So in all your activities of life, the power that is the producer of everything in light, is invisible to the human sight, and that is where mankind have deceived themselves, in allowing the intellect to accept the appearance world as the only reality, when it is but the shell. All that exists in the human world today is of human creation, and you would say to me, what about the energy that produces it? Oh yes, sure enough, that is the energy of your presence, but acting according to your qualification. It hasn't done so much, has it, when the energy, if left alone, free of your power of qualification, would have produced eternal youth and perfection in your body, produced harmony and success in your world of limitations, achievement in whatever your attention might have been focused upon. Precious ones, there is not one of you in this room, and I am not concerned what your years are, that. Discourse 7. 115. If you would obey a few simple laws, fix your attention upon a goal, a given objective, and hold your attention there, refuse acceptance of the appearance world, hold harmony in your feelings, and call the powers of your presence to take command of that. Produce its perfection and hold its dominion and charge its power of achievement in that, make successful anything your heart's desire, and from tomorrow morning, you could start in and build anything, have any constructive activity that your precious hearts would desire. Your constructive desire is God, the mighty I Am presence, in action. You cannot have a desire without the energy, the intelligence and power of the presence, and if that desire be destructive, would you say to me, that is my presence? Oh no, you could not say that, although mankind has in the past. They have believed that that was God acting. Oh yes, it is God's energy acting, but your power of qualification compelled that quality to act upon that energy. Oh, beloved ones, do you not see how mankind alone are responsible for the limiting conditions which they experience today, and how they could set themselves free so quickly if they would. The matter of strength of the human form has nothing to do with your achievement or the powers of. 76. The CIAM Discourses. Your presence in its achievement. It only means a calm, steadfast determination and call to the presence, keeping yourselves harmonious over a sufficient period until this energy from the presence begins to flow, unqualified by any discord. Then you will begin to see take place in your world, transformation after transformation. People who have hated you will suddenly begin to love you. Conditions that have seemed terrifying will melt as the mist before the morning sun. Then will you begin to know that the light, the energy, the intelligence that beats your heart and moves you about, is the simple commanding presence of life and the authority in your world, and the only authority there is. No human being in this world has any authority over another. All should be loving cooperation. Then the power of harmony and divine love would be enabled to act through human beings, and all treachery, deceit, and deception would vanish from the earth. Let me help you to enjoy with me tonight that eternal rejoicing that we have entered into, that rapid erasing of deceit and treachery from the feeling world of mankind forever. Oh, that day when it ceases to be. When one individual will love another and want them to have the same joy, happiness, success, and blessing that they have, then what a world of ascended master blessings and activity will be on earth. Discourse 7. 117. If we were to accept the appearance world today, we would see no hope for mankind, but knowing the great law of life, its power and dominion that is coming into the earth with such speed and power. And remembering that magnificent truth uttered at the close of Washington's vision and the utterances of the mighty Arcturus, almost the identical same words, that, if necessary, that light as of 1,000 suns will descend into the earth and remove, dissolve and consume all human selfishness and discord from the earth, is that not something wonderful, magnificent to look forward to? I say to you, if you were to take the appearances of the world today for authority, you could not believe my words were true, could you? That is the point. Saint Germain has told you from the beginning of this wondrous instruction he has brought forth, you may no longer accept the appearance world as authority or power against the light which beats your heart. If you do, you will remain in your limitations. If you do not accept it, say to that appearance, you have an opower so far as my world is conch erned. Mighty I am presence, take commandoftismind body, this is yours, produce your perfect ion, hold your dominionThere. Release your mightcurrent. 118. The CIAM Discourses. Urge into my world, cleanse and purify it, sweep out of my pathway every destructive thing, replace it by the ascended Master's self-luminous intelligent substance, which is light. Let That light go forth and hold its dominion before me. Then you will have become a being in the world of light and perfection, untouched by all the conditions that you might meet around you. That is the need of you precious ones today. I plead with you, do not longer accept the appearance world as real. It has an appearance, that is true. Your bodies have an appearance, but the life that is animating your bodies, you do not see, therefore, it is invisible power, but very tangible. We, as ascended beings, are very powerful, but still we are invisible to the physical sight for a very good reason, not anything unusual. Why are we ordinarily invisible to you? Because our rate of vibratory action is so much more rapid than yours, that we have raised out of your sight, just the same as your electric fan. You see it when it is standing still, but when you turn it on full speed, you do not see it. Well, it is there, but the speed of the vibratory action has made it so rapid you do not see it with the physical sight. The same with us. I am just as tangible. I am standing right here. Discourse 7. 119. Why don't you see me? Because I have not lowered my vibratory rate enough for your physical sight to cognize it, but that does not make me any the less tangible. You know I am sorely tempted sometimes. Would you like to play ball sometime? I mean that literally. Well, we will see about it. I am anxiously waiting for that time. Sometimes when you think I am not tangible, because I am still invisible, I will send you a ball of light that will let you know definitely I am tangible. Oh no, I would not harm you for the world, but you will know that it is me. I just feel like that tonight, just like I would like to begin to send them forth, that you might know I was very real. Therefore, beloved ones, then imagine my joy when after all those years, and I had followed the old statement, young man, go west, but not as those who had previously gone west, I was in search of a very different goal. But that prompting was so powerful that I followed it, and to make a very long story short, I found myself this day, high up on the side of Mount Shasta in Northern California. As I was going along, I suddenly came into this small clearing, and there I saw this man sitting on a log. This body that is right here before you was sitting there on the log. As I came up, he turned and spoke to me, and after exchanging a few words he started to offer me a drink of water. When his hand reached out, in it came pre. 120 The CIAM Discourses. Precipitated the crystal cup that I had searched for all those long, long years, and you will never know just how long those years were, every year seemed an age. Then all the powers of my being rushed into action, and when this good brother, after I gave the explanation, said, well, what am I supposed to do, I often rejoice when I hear him mention it since. When I said to him, ask the God in you who does know, and with that the whole power of his human receded out of the way, and the powers of light of his presence came down as far as the heart in this body that stands before you. These arms and the head and shoulders were such a blazing light that you could scarcely look into it. As these arms and hands came forth and took mine, no words could ever explain what went through my body. When I saw the crystal cup in his hand, which filled with this wondrous liquid, I just knew that it was for me, and without fear, drank it. I have always thought that my hair stood straight up, maybe it did not, sometime I shall ask this good brother whether it did or not, but the current, the charge of energy that filled every cell of my being like lightning, was indescribable. I could not attempt to describe it. My feet left the earth as far as his hands would reach, then my hands let go of his, and I continued on. Discourse 7. 121. Again, can you imagine for just a few moments what my feeling could be? Even after years of searching for a goal, to find it suddenly attained and find that the earth, because of that charge of energy that discharged from his being into mine, released me from the bondage of earth. The earth could no longer hold my body to it, therefore it ascended, a perfectly natural thing, not a thing unnatural. Please feel this. Then as I stood there, I saw the change in the expression on his face, and in that powerful current of energy I was not conscious of the various changes that took place with me, within and without. But when I saw the change of expression on his face, then I looked down at myself, and saw that in place of the form with the appearance of age, I was as eternal youth. My garments had changed into those of the higher octave and I stood there in the atmosphere, clothed in beautiful raiment that as a lad in my daydreams I had often hoped I might wear. You know, boys and girls often have those natural daydreams in which they contemplate the possibility of the seeming impossible, and yet they are actually living in the glory of reality then. How many the messenger has met among the students, who, up until they were 16 years old or so, had experienced the reality of many of these things, but because there was no one about them that understood them, they had to shut. 122 The CIAM Discourses. That within, and then later come to believe that it must have been their imagination working overtime. O beloved ones, if mankind only understood and had the courage, the strength to stand by the promptings of their own heart, how different the lives of thousands and thousands in America and the world today would have been. Look at Madame Blavatsky, who as a girl in Russia was sent forth by the great masters. Her people opposed and ridiculed it and everything, yet the child, without money, went forth, and the money was provided. She went as a young girl to South America into the jungles of Brazil, where she met that great family of ascended beings, who are there today, and since my ascension, I have visited them, so I know they are there. Yet from that same country came the opposition, the communistic element that tried to spread its destruction through Brazil, but it shall not do it. It shall fail utterly. Therefore, look at the individuals the world over who have been led forth, lifted as it were, above the turmoils of earth, and taken forth and given all the law of life permitted to be given at that time. Let me describe to you tonight this wondrous work and radiation which is poured forth. No opportunity is ever lost since the last shrine class, to do definite work for the students and individuals who come. beginning at that time, one whom you have. Discourse 7. 123. Come to know as the great divine director, to those great beings time and space does not exist. You, perhaps, can hardly comprehend that yet, but still it is true. He draws about these classrooms when the messengers are here, that great focus of light from the cave of light in India. You tonight are caught and held within the radiance of that, just a little less powerful than if you entered the cave of light in India just now. You cannot conceive in the outer, I quite understand, what that means to you just now. It means that all the perfecting qualities that act within that mighty intensification of light, to a lesser degree, are acting within your feeling world while you are in this room. For this room is enclosed in that power of light, and also your feeling worlds. Every one of you is absorbing it just as a sponge absorbs water. That quality, that substance which is self-luminous, intelligent substance of light, will continue to act in your feeling world to bless you, if you can believe it, accept it, and ask it to be charged and held active for you to do the work which is intended for you. If you say this is all nonsense, then you will not have the blessing. Dear ones, may I offer a suggestion to you tonight, if you are here for the first time. Mankind needs the blessing of light. The one who scoffs at it or believes we are just talking comfortable things to hear, will of 124 the CIAM discourses. Course, not have the blessing. No one is going to intrude this blessing upon anyone. All are quite free, wholly free when they come into these classrooms. Not 1 ounce of energy is ever used to influence anyone. Every one is and must be left free to make their own choice. Therefore, beloved ones, this is the only time in the world that such a thing was ever done. All kinds of activities have called to gain and hold students. The messengers have never given it a moment's consideration. If people love to come, then they are welcome, if not, they are quite free. In fact, they always invite those who do not feel harmonious to them and the work, to please not come, but still they do come anyhow. Therefore, I want you to know that this is one activity in the world that leaves every being quite free to formulate their own decisions, whether they want to be interested in it or not. Of course, the presence of life is beating your heart whether you are interested in this explanation of it or not. You may not be aware of that, but until you are, you will go but a short way on your pathway to freedom. One of the things today, and of course, it has been spread over America broadcast, I do not mean over the radio, but by mail, that the messengers were hypnotizing people and that this was a work of black magicians, and all that silly crazy thing, but when you. Discourse 7. 125. See anybody in the world today that pours forth the kindness, the power of divine love and blessing that these two messengers do, then show them to me. Therefore, by their works ye shall know them. But if mankind listen to foolish human gossip and fail to utilize the opportunity, then they have missed their opportunity, but the messengers are not concerned about that. Their part is to go forth and do the work, and leave mankind free to come or not, and that is true, absolutely, and has been from the beginning and will always be so. Show me any activity in the world today that never asks a human being for a dime. The messengers have never asked a human being for a dime and never will. Mankind must be left free to give or not, and the success of that shows that the heart of mankind is right, is good, if left alone to its own decision. Then when an individual comes and feels that they are free, then the powers of their own life can direct them to do whatever is the right thing for them to do. That is the most magnificent thing before the world today. That is why, after a little more time, the cities will offer the beloved messengers their best auditoriums in the city, to have them there. They will know that that city will have received a blessing 1,000-fold greater than the cost of their auditoriums, and will bless their auditoriums and make them successful in 126 the CIAM discourses. The future, so long as constructive activities go on there. These are some of the simple things that mankind are coming to know, for this is the power of light going forth and blessing mankind. It has not a thing to do with the messengers, but they are carrying the great law of truth which Saint Germain has brought forth. The power of light, which is the power of your life and every human being's life, is that with which everyone should be concerned. That is why not a thing in the world that has ever come forth can possibly touch the blessings which this gives to mankind. I am talking to you now as one wholly free, seeing the effect of their work in America and the world, and beloved ones, in every part of the world, it is finding its anchorage. Can you believe, beloved ones, that a book carrying the full truth of life can be so charged that it finds its way among mankind like a living thing? That is the truth. These books, Unveiled Mysteries, the Magic Presence, the I Am Discourses, the Ascended Master Discourses, and the next one that is coming out, are books of that quality, that power, and they will go into the hands of individuals where they belong. There is nothing in the world could stop it, because it is the power of light in action. That has nothing to do because the messenger happened to be the observer of those experiences, but it is. Discourse 7. 127. Because it is the power of light which is explaining itself to mankind, the power of your own life explained to you. That is why its authority, that is why its power will carry it forward to bless mankind everywhere. As the radio transcription work expands, and more of mankind begin to see the great blessing, the great need of issuing these mighty decrees in great groups together, as well as individually, then they will know that power going forth into the mental and feeling world of mankind is doing a work through the power of radiation that is unparalleled in the history of the earth in any age. Because all life is vibration and substance directed by intelligence, and mankind, once they come to know, as you observe this chart and the power of the stream of light from that presence anchored within your own physical heart, then you know you are a part of that great life and cannot be separated from it, never in eternity. You never were. It does not make any difference how many times you changed bodies, still you are connected with that presence of all life. You are that presence of all life, the real you. This garment you are wearing has not anything to do about it, unless it gives sufficient obedience, then the perfection that is in that stream of light has its dominion. Now tonight, in preparation for the coming class, I want to draw this illustration before you. The mess. 128. The CIAM Discourses. Sanger has often done it, but it means so much, it is a conclusion that no honest sincere individual in the world can possibly deny. If a human form lay here lifeless before you, that 1 hour ago was in the fullness and activity of life, and there was intelligence and power, authority, courage, happiness and all those qualities acting through that form, then where has it gone? Answer that. Where has that gone, all of those qualities and powers that were acting through the human form? The organs are all there, the brain is there, but it is helpless. Now then, observe that ray of light and energy from the presence. Everything that acted through that human form came through that stream of life, light and energy from its own presence. There is no human being on earth who can deny that. Therefore, then all that your heart desires tonight or ever has, ever can, or ever will, is held within that stream of light and life, energy and intelligence from your own presence, which is anchored within your own physical heart. Therefore, if your experiences have been limited, then you must first know that you alone are the cause for that limitation, by your 3 faculties which you are using every moment, but without understanding what they were producing. Your attention, the greatest faculty in human experience, what your attention is on you become, where. Discourse 7. 129. Your attention is, there you are. Let us hold that briefly now. Your physical sight, your eyes are looking out here upon the world and accepting all these limitations and distress as reality, and causes you again to outpicture that same quality in your own world, because you cannot help it as long as you do that. Then your invisible power, which is your power of qualification, beloved ones, do you not see that all that is ever used through the human form came through this stream of light and energy? It came through these qualities, ideas, power, and intelligence by which it causes the outer manifestation to be gathered, the forces of energy gather and produce the form or condition. This building which you are in, came through that stream of light and energy through an individual, first as an idea, then put on blueprint paper, the outer substance gathered, and the building took form. Just so with your human forms. The point of light in every cell of your body is the light pattern upon which the human form is built, or there would be no flesh structure there. What do you suppose holds your flesh together? The points of light do, in every cell of your body, or you would not be able to hold your flesh together for a single instant. What happens when disintegration sets in? The light has withdrawn and there is nothing to hold the flesh together. 130. The CIAM Discourses. Oh, let us know and see and feel, beloved people of America, the truth of life, and then set it into action to illumine and bring us the full power of action and life with which we are connected. My dear people, you do not have to remain in limitations and distress because you might have been the cause of generating it. Oh, call on the law of forgiveness tonight as you never did before, and determine to stop all qualification that will bring about distress in your world. Then as you call the powers of your presence forth, it will flow in and through your body and produce health and perfection, and out into your world to produce harmony that will cause all to love you, and want to serve you for all that is required in your life for action. My dear people, there is not one in your city tonight, whether they have understood this work or not, if they would just follow these simple words, this does not require faith. If they were earnest and sincere and honestly stand, after looking at this chart, and hold their hands to this presence, to their life, call its mighty energy to charge their being, their body with perfect health and harmony, charge it with the mighty directing intelligence of the presence, and enfold it in the full power and invincible tube of light that admits no destructive suggestion into their world, they could then move forward in the world in the power and victory of that. Discourse 7. 131. Presence, which is light that knows no opposition. You are beings of light, for that light of God, the Master of the universe, is attached at your physical heart and gives life and action to your world. You are a part of that light, and you can call forth a greater intensification of action into your world, and let it do its harmonizing work. If you do not do it, you cannot have it mean business, dear hearts. Why, the calling of your presence into action to produce harmony, health, and perfection in your being, to go forth in your world and make your business a success, is the most wonderful business in the world. No business in the outer world will further succeed without the powers of the presence set into action to produce it. Every human being and every man of wealth in America today have given certain obedience to that law, or they could not have had it. It would be impossible. You follow the life of men of success, and you will find every one of them have their private offices that no human being in the world enters but themselves, not even their private secretaries, and those individuals have boundless success. While they would not admit it, not for the world, they go in there and call to God, the power of life, to help them achieve. Sometimes, in future life they turn and misuse that power. That is no fault of the power of life, but the fault of their wrong qualification. That is where everyone stands today. Think of it. 732 The CIAM Discourses. Beloved ones. In all the vast information and explanations that have been given, never in the history of life has this identical explanation of the law of life been given, until Saint Germain gave it. Individuals who follow the messengers around deceitfully claiming to give this understanding of the mighty I Am presence, what a pitiful thing. My God, do they not know that in that deception they are their own failure, and one day, too late, will they see it? I tell you, dear people, today no longer shall deception reign in the feeling world of mankind and deceive mankind. That power of light shall go forth to reveal to mankind the truth. It is a comparatively short time until television will be in full power of action. Why do you suppose it is not out yet? Why do you suppose television is held back like that? Because the world of mankind knows that when that comes forth into use, they have got to give obedience, and they are going to keep it out as long as they can. But they will not do it much longer, because the power of light is taking its dominion, and will force mankind to let go of their selfish purposes to hold mankind in bondage. I decree this tonight, God, the mighty I Am presence, release your power of light, release this television to the world. Release these discoveries to the world, and let mankind have the blessing and use of them, and be free from the bondage and dom. Discourse 7. 133. A nation of industries and anything else that holds mankind from the simplicity of light, which they may have. Powers of light. Bring forth television in every home, that no longer may deception be practiced in the privacy of the offices of big industries, then shall mankind once again come to know the freedom of life, the joy of life, the happiness, the use of what they require. So tonight, beloved ones, in the fullness of your own life, try to call it into action. Refuse any longer to give power to the appearance world, then as you call to your presence, in the great love and blessing of your feeling world poured out, it will carry that love and blessing everywhere. Then coming back to you from everywhere, will come the return of that love and blessing, amplified 1,000-fold to bless you and your life in its activity. Such is your privilege today, and there is not one that cannot apply this law to their complete freedom. I say to you, beloved ones, do not give way any longer to the appearance world. So far as the conditions of the outer world, the great privilege of the students is to know that those appearances of human creation have no power. As these mighty decrees have gone forth with that powerful statement of truth, so is it acting in the mental and feeling world of mankind. Believe it or not, in the world of 134 the CIAM discourses. Destructive individuals today, is coming more and more confusion, and less trust in each other. You know, when you get a pack of wolves fighting each other, they forget to prey upon innocent individuals, and it is so with mankind today. Those who have sought to limit and deprive mankind, will be in battle among themselves, and then mankind will be forgotten long enough to get free. Beloved ones, I cannot refrain from trying to convey to you tonight the power, the imperative need of the use of the violet consuming flame represented there, and that tube of light. Dear people, if you would only believe and call your presence into action to establish the tube of light about you, making it invincible to every discordant thing, and then abide by it, realizing you are the authority that has called it into action, therefore. You must maintain harmony in your feelings in order to allow the tube of light to remain invincible about you. When you call the presence to do something, it does it, but if you, the next hour or day, say, "Oh, I do not believe that presence did that yet," well then, you have annulled the very thing that you have called forth into action, because you are the authority. If you only understood that when you call the presence into action, accept it, and do not let your human intellect say once again, "I do not know whether it did or." Discourse 7. 135. Did not do it. Your presence never failed you in kingdom come, and never will, but you fail yourself by unbelief and your lack of application. You know, I cannot help but smile. Now this is not speaking unkindly about the students, but when I have seen instances where the students would be applying so earnestly, and all of a sudden the feeling would rush in, I don't think I am making it. Away would go a letter or telegram to the messengers, "I think I need help," when beating your own heart is the greatest power in the universe. Oh beloved ones, I do not blame you, but I do say to you, straighten up your spine, take your authority, feel definitely and all-powerfully when you call your presence into action. It is just as powerful as anybody else's call. Abide in it and you will find your world will come into order in so short a time, and you won't have that wobbly feeling here, you know, uncertainty. Say, do you know it would be almost better to make a mistake than to get all wobbly here? Really? You know how many times you have felt an elephant stand on your solar plexus? Where do you suppose that elephant was? That fellow was your own creation, because it is the only fellow that could stand there. It is as true as you live, yet all have had the experience. You know how all of a sudden you are all gone, and 136 the CIAM discourses. You are shaky and quivery, or something has frightened you. This old appearance world out here, it has gotten your goat. It's your goat and you want to keep it. So dear ones, don't be frightened ever again at anything. You are the presence of life, every one of you, its full power in action, if you but know it. Now with this understanding before you, if you will study and apply, and oh precious ones, won't you study, read and apply the instructions given forth in the books and magazines, until you have it at your tongue's end at any moment. Then you can answer the questions of people and not let them feel you are a little shaky and uncertain about the great law. Oh, it is so important at this time. Every one of you blessed students should be so sure of yourself, so sure of these instructions, that when someone asks you a question, you can answer like lightning and with a power that carries conviction that you know what you are talking about. Then everybody will respect you and say, "Well, that fellow has got something that I would like to have, because he knows what he is talking about." Can you imagine, dear people, this messenger, who was such a timid lad up until St. Germain sent him forth, he and blessed Mrs. Ballard, to carry this work on, how quickly he came into that courage, strength, and power that is dauntless. Every one of you can do the same thing, because what is the mat? Discourse 7. 137. With mankind. Why are they in limitations today? Because underneath, maybe unknown, is some activity or sense of fear, either of health, money, supply or ability, or something is acting in the cunning sense of human fear. But with the knowledge of your presence, you can say, MIGHTY I am presence, TAKEOUTOF my FEELINGWORLD all fear, REPLACEITWITH your courage, STRENGTHANDPOWEROFACTION. How quickly you would be transformed into beings of the activity and power of light, instead of cringing before someone that has a little more money than you do. Think of it. Think of it, dear people. It is not what you have been, but what you are today that counts. The Ascended Masters never condemn or judge, your presence of life never condemns or judges. It just waits until you are ready and willing to give sufficient obedience, that allows its powers to flow forth unqualified by any human quality. Then the very power and perfection of its purity, light and energy, would fill your body with health and your world with harmony, which would bring the blessings of perfection to you. It is so magnificent, so practical, so real, and there is not a thing in the world today so practical as this understanding of your life, of everyone's life, for that is what it is. Won't you feel from this hour, this moment, that in 138 the CIAM Discourses. The future there is not a single thing impossible for any one of you. Why, beloved ones, do you really still think that these garments of flesh are the power? Surely not. You cannot possibly think that these bodies, these garments of flesh, are the power. Why impossible? The power is here. Only 10% is within your body. Sometimes foolish people, in attempting to oppose this light, say, "Oh, God is within you, God is not above." Well, if God was all within you, you would not be here, you would be perfect beings, ascended long, long ago. Therefore, 90% of God is above you, and its stream of light and energy beats your heart. That is why you have limitations, why you have ill health, why you have distress in your world. Once you know that that presence is the authority and power acting through these human forms, you will have no more pain, you will have no more illness, you will have no more limitations, you will have no more distress, because this power knows no opposite of itself. You are the only opposite it knows, because you won't stop your qualification. Think of it. Haven't we been naughty children? Think of it. This is not child's play I am talking about, but dear people, it is your very life and freedom. We have been naughty children because we insisted, and still do unfortunately, on clothing this energy with discord. Discourse 7. 139. Well, I might wait a little while, but I hope I won't have to wait long to grasp your hand in the octave of light, and say, "Well done, my brother and sister, you are free." Dear ones, please think with me for a moment again. Only so few years ago, I was in a limited body like yours, but today, I am free forever in the power of the ascension. Won't you believe it and let that power act in your world, to set its same quality of action there and hold it sustained? You must call it to be sustained that you have that same action there for you. Do you not see, dear hearts, unless you accept that which we offer, you cannot have it. Oh no, we don't want to intrude anything upon you, dear hearts, not for the world, but we are free. We know the process that produced it, and you have it before you. Every ascended master will tell you the identical words, there are thousands in the octave of light, and not one of them will vary one iota. Oh yes, the messenger has had a good many people come and tell him that they were in communication with the ascended masters, but when the evidence came forth, it was very clear they were not, and afterwards proved they were not. One who contacts this great stream of life today needs invincible protection about them. If they will call the presence to give them the invincible protection by the power of 140 the CIAM Discourses. This tube of light, and keep themselves harmonious, then they will have the invincible protection everyone requires, because it is the presence that does it. You cannot produce it by the physical. Look, dear hearts, there is not one solitary thing you can do by your physical alone. If you do not use the power of your presence, you cannot move your hands, you cannot speak a word, then it is the power of your presence acting, isn't it? At so-called death, you still have all these faculties and organs there, but they do not talk, they do not go, therefore, the power was in this stream of light and energy. Please keep that before you. That gives you the full power of conviction that it is your presence acting, because it is all-powerful. Then when you ask it to do something, if you remain still, firm and determined in its power of action, it will do whatever is required to produce harmony, happiness, and supply in your world. Since my release into this great freedom, I have seen thousands of times, as I move among the students, now this might sound comical, but it is not meant to be so, this might sound mathematical, still it is true, because I have the record of it, among the students today. There are over 80,000 whose treasure house stands ready, waiting to open its doors to them. If those students will continue to stand firm and unyielding with the power of their presence as. Discourse 7. 141. Being the treasure house, that now releases the limitless supply of money and all else required, how quickly they will find their world and activity being flooded in ways and means that you could not possibly imagine in the outer. The outer knows so little about what the powers of the presence can do, even as yet, but if you will just let the presence have a chance, it will soon show you that it has the authority and power to produce for you everything you require. I am thankful and grateful for this privilege tonight, for you cannot imagine the joy that it is to me to be of some service after so many years, and shall I make a little confession? You know, in those years of my search, and of course, now I know it was forces trying to intrude the suggestion into my world, that don't you think you are being a little bit lazy in seeking your own freedom instead of serving mankind? And that was the thing that came the nearest to making me fail of anything that contacted my world. That was the subtle cunning force of the sinister activity that saw what was coming, and wanted in that cunning way to prevent it, but thank the presence of light, it did not do it. Beloved ones, can you imagine for one moment, my feeling of gratitude and love to this beloved messenger for that service rendered me? My dear people, if I could shout this into the ear of every 142 the CIAM Discourses. Human being on earth, how great would be my joy. It might sound very well, my talking about it, but it is a very different thing when you experience it, which was my joy, and I contend this, that there is not a human being living on the face of this earth that can stand before me, as you have stood tonight, and not know in your heart that I have spoken the truth. That human being does not exist who can stand or sit before me and hear these words, and know I am not telling the truth, or feel it. That is the power of light. I don't care what their intellect says, but I am knowing what their heart is saying. That is the thing that counts, dear people. Your intellect has led you into all this maze of limitations and distress, your heart will lift you out, because the presence of life is anchored there to fill you with its glory, when you will give it attention and harmonize yourselves. In the full charge of the powers of your presence, I charge into your feeling world tonight, freedom from the goddess of liberty, victory from the great ascended master victory. That gives you the courage and strength and the confidence to make such dynamic application that you cannot fail in a single thing. Tonight, great powers of light, enfold each one of these beloved ones in that invincible tube of light, then stand guard over the feeling world of those indie. Discourse 7. 143. Visuals, that not once again do they ever requalify it with any discordant thing. Stand guard, O great life, over these children. Set into action the violet consuming flame underneath their feet, pass it through their feeling world, mental world, and physical bodies like a blowtorch, dissolving and consuming cause, effect, and record of every discord that has ever registered in their feeling body or their physical world. Remove cause, effect, and record of everything that is limiting within the consciousness of the individuals. Set them free in the service of the light, and whether they are working in industries, whether they are working in the government, or wherever they are working, great presence of light, hold them invincibly protected by your tube of light. By the action of the violet consuming flame, dissolve and consume forever every vestige of their human creation and accumulation that has been drawn about them through the centuries. Set them free in the power of their own presence of life this hour. Make everyone accept the glory, the power of this decree issued for their blessing, that it may act in their feeling world with that power with which it is sent, to quickly achieve that freedom for each one, and may they stand glorified, a perfect representative of the light. That all the world turns, and in looking at them, wants to be like them. I thank you. DISCOURSEVII. May 77, 1938 DETROIT, MICHIGAN. IAM, Ascended MASTERYOUTH. Beloved friends of the light, in having this opportunity to pour forth my feeling to you tonight, I have asked the higher mental body of each one of you to enable you to receive my feeling of that which I shall describe. Kindly remember that only a few short years ago, I lived and moved in a physical body similar to yours, and yet today, I stand in the eternal freedom, an ascended being, free forever from the limitations and discord of earth. Having carried with me my perfected physical body into this great presence of life, the mighty I Am, which and by whose power my freedom took place. Before I go on, will each one of you be kind enough to feel that in every breath you breathe, every heartbeat you experience, every movement, every achievement, it is your own mighty I Am presence, the source of life. That is doing whatever is required to be done in the human octave or through your physical activity. 144. Discourse 7. 145. Now if you misqualify that energy which the powers of the presence release to you and through you, then the mistake is yours. The presence of light and life never does or creates one discordant thing. The human requalification of this mighty energy is what is causing the limitations of mankind, the discord and distress. Now returning to my own experience, you today, and I have seen it acting in the feeling world among a great many of the students, and tonight Saint Germain asked me to try and clear this up. You, who are here from other parts of the country, can convey that, as the opportunity affords. In recording my own ascension, and that of Mr. Rayborn, many of the students throughout the world have wondered why they could not have a similar service rendered for them. Only your presence of life knows that. We, I consider, were most fortunate, as were Bob, Rex, Nada, and Pearl. Now you will remember there are 6 of us who so recently moved about in limited bodies similar to yours. Now then, THEPOINTIWANTUTO grasp is THAT your, PRESENCEOF life, your HIGHERMENTAL body, ISTHEDETERMINING factor in WHAT takes place in your LIFEAND can be DONE for you. THERE is NO. 146. The CIAM Discourses. OTHERAUTHORITY. Now then, your higher mental body receives that authority from the presence. Now follow this closely. Your higher mental body, now remember your higher mental body is a form of blazing light, wholly perfect, your higher mental body goes to the presence. Notice, as your higher mental body rests in between your human form and the presence, when it wishes to have directions, authority for you in the human octave, the higher mental body ascends to the presence. Stands and talks to the presence the same as I would stand and talk with you, or the messengers would talk with you. Therefore, try to see how practical all of this is. This point has never been explained in the work, but if you will understand this and realize your higher mental body is the spokesman, or is the releaser of power and energy to you, but it never acts of its own self. It acts through the direction of the presence, ascending into the octave of the presence. That is why this presence never knows one single thing about what is to be done down here, about your troubles and all the conditions, because the higher mental body never refers to the presence any discord down here, but it says to the presence. Now what can be done for these conditions that are required? It is a condition of the activity of energy Gov. Discourse 7. 147. Earned by the vibratory action set up, but it neither refers to your personality or to the existing conditions which it wishes to have remedied. It is a marvelous activity of life which for the first time, as far as I know, has ever been attempted to be explained. As you understand that, you will see how the authority of your higher mental body always comes from the presence of life, and in all requirements in the human octave, it knows exactly what is to be done and from the presence takes the authority for what takes place. Now in the cleansing and purifying of the physical body, this is the continuation of this point I want you to grasp, if you will. Mankind have said, those individuals have been reached, why cannot we? That question has troubled many students. Again I say to you, your presence is the only authority. Now when your higher mental body sends a call for a service to be rendered by us, it is the authority, and we answer without question. Now note, the light, the higher mental body of Mr. Rayborn and myself made the call to Saint Germain and he answered. Now then, my friends of light, who shall say among the more than 500,000 students of the IAM today, what your call, anyone's call to their presence might release and do for them. I want you to feel that, if you 148 The CIAM Discourses will, with definite power tonight, but if your call is not answered, never be disappointed. I mean, if you get a feeling a certain thing should be done and it is not done, well then, take your presence as the authority and be happy and at peace. Never be disappointed that something has not occurred according to your outer desire. You cannot possibly know what the powers of the presence see that is best for you, unless you have a very clear connection, and most people today do not have it. But with the continued earnest attention to the presence, clearer and clearer daily will come your receptivity to the presence, until you will come to hear clearly and definitely its direction, I mean through the feeling, for perhaps long before you hear otherwise. You will actually hear through your feeling, so clear and definite, as if you heard the spoken word. You can do it. Therefore, just go on and on and on in your application. Never be concerned, but knowing all the time that your application is the power of light in action, that knows no opposite and will produce in the wisdom of your presence, through your higher mental body, absolutely every step to your great and mighty perfection. Don't you see then, how the most possible is being done for you hourly and daily? Then that will remove. Discourse 7. 149. Anxiety or the wonderment, well, what have I done that I haven't this perfection? We have been calling for this, that and the other things, which is the human always trying to get your attention onto something else besides the presence. You will find since this class, you blessed earnest sincere students, so much less difficulty in holding your attention to the presence, and you will make such dynamic application that your answers will come more and more quickly. Now then remember, Mr. Rayborn had no more idea, in fact not as much as you do, what was going to take place in his life, until Saint Germain sent the messenger into his home. Because that life had been one of every great harmony, his own light made the call, and it had to be answered. In my own experience, my life had been unusually happy and harmonious. My father had been an officer in India for the government, having gone there from England when I was about 4 years old, and notice how great is the wisdom of those great ones. This one, however, that befriended me so greatly, was not an ascended master, but was a very great master. Now then, I had never met him, my father had never met him. Then how was it, that he was watching over me as a lad and really quite similar to the 150 The CIAM Discourses way Saint Germain watched over this good brother. Oh, that blessed one watched over me from birth, as I know now. Then when he saw my father was going to meet with the release from his physical body, he had everything prepared. Now blessed ones notice this. He had everything prepared, and the gentleman whom my father had grub-staked to go to South Africa to the diamond mines, and had never heard a word from him afterwards, had gained a considerable fortune and passed on. Again the great master, seeing that he was going to pass on, made his acquaintance and gained his friendship, so that he would be the one who received the wealth which actually belonged to his benefactor. But having no relatives, that bread cast upon the waters, by my father, returned to me. Now notice this, there is a marvelous thing in it for you. He came, of course I know now, but I did not know then that he was able to transport his body from place to place, and he transported his body from Africa to India and talked to me, knowing that my father would soon pass on. And when he had come forth and given the radiation to our family, he went away. Then when my father was shot and killed, he reappeared and befriending my mother and myself, brought to us, a part of that fortune, which we needed to go to England. Then as we later Discourse 7. 151. Turned to London, he informed us he had deposited in the Bank of England the balance of the fortune which the friend of my father had left. He explained to me in a brief manner, saying, on a great mountain in North America you will find a man with a crystal cup who can assist you to your ascension. I comprehended very little of what his words meant at the time, but that was like words of fire branded into my feeling world, and understand, that it never left me for a single hour. Those words rang constantly in my ears, so to speak, and then after conditions had so adjusted themselves and we left India returning to London, shortly after my mother passed on, I was left to go on my search. Many years I went on and on with that search. I did not have your application today. I just had to go on following my impulse or feeling, as it prompted me. I had no other means, and yet, I think not for a single day perhaps, was I out of the watchful care of that blessed one who had sent me forth on this peculiar search. But think of it, I knew nothing of these great laws, and yet I knew the truth of his words. Something within me knew that they would be fulfilled, so as that search continued, let us pass over those years. Then when I came to Mount Shasta and the day before, I thought, could it be possible? The 152 The CIAM Discourses. First time I ever questioned the truthfulness of the Master, rather more in wonderment than disbelief, but I began to wonder whether or not I was just on some wild imaginary thing. Now watch this, no sooner had that feeling passed through my mind than a charge went through my physical body, as though I had touched a powerful electric battery, and I felt so ashamed for even a momentary wondering at the truthfulness of the Great One who had sent me forth. Then that night I slept on the great Mount Shasta, not dreaming for a moment how near I was to freedom. Who of you today know how near you are to complete freedom? Then when I awakened in the morning, and had very little with me left to eat, just some fruit I had carried along, I started out, and after about 2 hours I came upon this good brother sitting there on a log, as he thought, waiting for Saint Germain. Then when I felt this great onrush to explain to him what had been said to me in India, the first time in a long time I had felt the impulse to speak of it to anyone, but something in me knew that he would understand. Then when he wished to give me a drink of water and in his hand appeared the crystal cup, and I smiled today, for even in my eagerness and intensity, I could not help but notice the amazement. Discourse 7. 153. On his face, when in his hand came the crystal cup, as I know now, the first precipitation that occurred in his hand. Therefore, dear ones, seeing that crystal cup, which was the exact description the Master had given me, all the power of my being of years and years of accumulation rushed forward like a mighty torrent. And to the extent that the human self of this blessed one just receded out of the way, the impelling force of that charged energy compelled it, and the light of his presence came down to the heart area, these arms that you see here. And his head and shoulders were such a blazing light that he could scarcely look into it, nor could I. And when his hand suddenly came forth, reached forth, and took mine, no one in all the world will ever know until they experience it, what that touch meant. Then as that mighty current of energy, now remember that mighty current of energy was from his own presence, but as that light rushed into me, into my body and my feeling world, it released the power from my own presence. I felt as though, not just from breathing, but I felt as though one gasping, in every cell of my body, if you can understand what I mean. You know how you sort of gasp at some great astonishment? Well, that will give you a fragmentary idea of the feeling that acted in every cell of 154 The CIAM Discourses. My body, and what was that? That was the sudden almighty purification of the physical structure of my body. Words just fail utterly to convey to you the feeling of just what that means, but the best we can do is use the words available, and charge the presence to give you the feeling which I asked in the beginning. Then to my utter astonishment, immediately after that charge of the touch of his hands to mine became adjusted, then my body, my feet, left the earth and I ascended as far as his hands would reach. Then he let go and I continued, and of course, in that mighty radiation, I had no thought of human qualities, but just watched the experience. Then as I stood there in the atmosphere, looking down at him, watching him, the gratitude I had that no words or all the volumes in creation could express, there is not such a thing as words to express THATGRATITUDE, then suddenly I looked down and saw my body had become as a youth. My garments had changed into that of the higher octave and I stood there clothed in raiment that, as a lad of from 10 to 14 years, I had so often dreamed of during sleep. I was clothed in raiment of that kind, and yet, in the morning when I awakened, was so disappointed that I found I had to put on my same old garments again, but this time it was real. This time those dreams of childhood had come true. Discourse 7. 55. Those were not dreams, beloved ones, those were memories of my experience and activity in the higher octaves of light while the body slept. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of people today, who have had quite similar experiences and have retained the memory of things that happened during sleep, some grand and glorious experience, but they mentioned it to someone on awakening in the morning and they said, "Oh, you must have had rarebit for dinner," and therefore discouraged the individual, causing them to push aside the memory of that magnificent experience. Beloved ones, can you believe me tonight when I tell you, all you do through those human bodies is such a fragment of what you do every night while your body sleeps. If you could see what magnificent bodies you are in, really, your eternal happiness would be sustained. Now then remember, now I am digressing temporarily, or possibly trying to give you the true feeling of my experience. You today are in a position, the most wonderful among mankind of the centuries. You have come to know of this great presence of life, whose outpost you are in the human octave. As you come to understand that and know that you can call the mighty intelligent energy and power of that presence into your physical body and out into your world, or call it to project the light into your business. 156 The CIAM Discourses. Offices, into your affairs, into your activities, take command of it, harmonize it, and produce perfection and success in that upon which your attention is fixed. Nothing in the world can prevent your success and achievement, as long as you will keep your attention off of the human creation about you. That is the power of light. That is the power of your life and its authority to take command of your activity, and by your undivided attention and the power of life, your powerhouse, and fixing it upon the glory of your achievement, sweeping aside every human suggestion, every human appearance. You will go forth like a rocket to your goal of achievement. Nothing in the world can stop it but yourselves. Gentlemen and ladies in the business world, if you only understand that you could, every night before going to sleep, turn your attention to that great presence, call its mighty light rays forth to take command of your office, your business, or activity. And then again in the morning when you awaken, to harmonize and bring everything into perfect divine order, divine justice, and release from its treasure house the limitless supply through your business which is required, you have fulfilled the law of life in the divine order it expects of you. And your success would be as certain as you are sitting in this room tonight. Discourse 7. 157. I wish I might talk to the people who act through the strike conditions and agitation in your vicinity, and explain to them the mistakes of those conditions, how it but causes greater agitation or distress and greater inharmony, preventing the order of divine love and justice to take command of individuals and harmonize them sufficiently for the problems to be governed and solved. Those blessed people do not know that these agitators are but claws of the sinister force that are sent to them to get their attention and get them disturbed, so they cannot see and feel and call divine justice into action. Their one thought and feeling is irritation and disturbance, just what the sinister force wants, to keep them in privation, because nothing has ever come of it. The money they are deprived of during the absence of employment, they will never receive, because they were acting contrary to the law of life. If they had utilized that same energy and called divine justice into action for themselves and their employer, the problems would have been solved. No one would have been deprived of a dime, and the whole world would have been filled with divine love, divine order, and divine justice, the only permanent solution to anything in the world. Therefore, beloved people, if only mankind could understand. If there were only those of great courage. 158 The CIAM Discourses. And energy to go forth and explain this to them, what a transformation would take place in the world of industry, because this agitation has been stirring subtly, cunningly for more than 20 years. Therefore, beloved ones, the solution of every individual problem, the solution of national problems and international problems alone, comes permanently through humanity's call to their own God presence, the mighty I Am, and remember those words. Nothing in the world is so powerful. Will you remember, beloved students, that when you say I Am, it is the fiat of the presence of all life connecting itself right through your human body, its focus in the human octave. That is what mankind needs to know and feel with all the power of their being. Then when they call to that presence of all life, its power is released, its great harmonizing presence, and all that which distresses you, will dissolve and disappear before that release of harmony and light that goes forth to fill your world. If you will, beloved students, understand to keep harmony in your feelings. Then keep calling that presence into action, until the momentum is gained, and the great power and energy are gathered into your feeling world. Then at any moment of emergency, that great power would rush forth and the thing would be accomplished. B. Discourse 7. 159. Cause it is the power of light, knowing no opposite. That is how you can so easily in your calls to your presence, stay by your application and become master of your conditions in your world. If you saw from the higher octave how often you accept in your feelings, conditions of the appearance world or individuals about you that are distressing or disturbing or limiting, you would be amazed. Feelings are acting in your feeling world of which you are wholly unaware until days or weeks later. That is why you must face yourself, keep happiness acting in your world, and then everyone you contact will feel that happiness and return it again to you. Look, dear ones, everywhere the messengers go, people see that great happiness and know that it is real, and every place they move, the hotels and the halls where their meetings are, and every place they go, are blessed extremely by their presence. There is not anyone that does not feel the happiness, the love, and goodwill that is pouring forth from them. That is life, the law of life, and as you do the same thing, you will find the same thing in your experience. Now returning again to my experience, beloved ones, as I stood there marveling at the transformation that had taken place, I felt this great current from above. Looking up, there came this great marvelous ray of crystal white light which was Self. 160 The CIAM Discourses. Luminous intelligent substance, and I felt myself quite rapidly ascending into that, until the brilliancy of that light became so great, that I no longer saw this beloved one who had rendered so great a service to me. Then as I realized that great freedom into which I had entered, my joy knew no bounds. And then your beloved Saint Germain clasped my hand and he said to me, "Accept my congratulations on your freedom." Then as I became adjusted in a few days, as you understand your time, I entered wholly into that great freedom. I began to reach out through my great feeling world, which had now become crystal clear. All that I had longed for in my life could now be fulfilled. I went here and there and everywhere, never stopping until I had satisfied many of the longings of my heart, that I had thought and brought back through my memory from sleep. There I found that all those things were real, so very real. Then after some time, I said to Saint Germain, "I want to return to that blessed one who rendered me that service," and Saint Germain said, "You may, just for a short period." And so with him, I came to visit him. It was near the close of the beloved messenger's work in Chicago, before Saint Germain sent them forth. And that night, as I stood there in the atmosphere looking upon his earnestness, and the lack of Discourse 7. 161. The understanding of the people, I thought, what courage he has, and yet, within him I saw not the slightest feeling of that which seemed to be apparent. Then I said to Saint Germain, "I want to return and help continuously in this great work." So when the messengers were in California, I began my continuous activity with the messengers. It has been very wonderful. Can you for a few moments feel with me what you would feel to one who had been instrumental in setting you forever free from human limitations? Would you not have eternal everlasting gratitude of the deepest kind? I think you would, and I say this for the messenger's benefit tonight, just a little secret. He wondered after my words to him at the time of my ascension why I had not returned to him sooner, and shall I tell you all tonight? Because my love and gratitude were so overwhelming that it was more than the messenger could endure in its fullness, so I had to subdue it. Yet, when I gave the first dictation in California, I had very great difficulty in controlling it, for you do not know what it means when you come into the vibratory action of the human octave in which you have so recently been, and then, when that great gratitude comes forth. Even in my state in which I am, it was not easy to govern that, but I succeeded. Now I always have it quite under control. I want you to feel, beloved friends of light, that 162 The CIAM Discourses. Everything that was my experience is yours. Now remember, you have known of the IAM less than 4 years. I searched many years with nothing to sustain me but my own feelings. Being naturally quite harmonious, it was easy for this impelling inner power to push me on, and push me on and push me on, until finally, the goal was reached. Just so with you, beloved ones, this power of light that beats your heart is pushing you on, and you only need the power of your attention earnestly, sincerely with determination to have that freedom, oh, so much more quickly. But dear ones, in heaven's name, since you have come to know this great presence, not that it might not occur, but if some miracle does not occur in your life in a year or 2 or 3 or 4, for heaven's sake, don't be discouraged after all the limitations you have gone through throughout the centuries. You would hardly expect to sprout your wings and fly off tomorrow. Now I am prompting you, dear ones. If you will not be so concerned about some great manifestation, but just keep calling the presence forth in a great methodical movement, then all of a sudden you will find the barriers have gone down, and you stand there the victor over all human creation. Now this should be a very great encouragement. As we have watched the progress of the students, the Discourse 7. 163. Expansion of their light and have seen the enormous changes that have taken place, dear ones, it is the most marvelous miracle ever performed in 4 years. Now we see every single thing that has taken place in your life during this time, the expansion of your light and all else required. I say this for your encouragement, because it is true. Don't believe or feel because some marvelous thing has not taken place in your life you are not progressing, the expansion of your light is not going on. Why think of it? Necessarily, you must still move about in the human octave. You spend on the average 12 hours in contact with the outer world, approximately 8 hours in business, and then the hours at home before and after business, which I think we might approximate at 12 hours. Then what do you do with the other 12 hours? Now remember, you still have 12 hours, and you know most people do not require more than 8 hours sleep. Some think they require more, but 8 would do very nicely. Then you have 4 hours, which you might utilize very wonderfully. You might even spend 2 hours at the moving pictures, and still have 2 hours left. Now then, we are getting down to the point. What do you think you could do with that 2 hours which is left? You see, I am giving you lots of leeway. Think what 2 hours devotion and attention to your 164 The CIAM Discourses. Mighty I Am Presence every day, earnestly, would mean to you. It would mean heaven on earth, for it would open the gates of heaven, which is harmony, the mighty I Am Presence, to you for the limitless supply, the directing intelligence, love, health, harmony, courage, strength, and power of achievement. Do you know that if Saint Germain and the great ones had not asked mankind to issue these decrees, do you think you would be giving 1 hour's attention to your presence today? I question it seriously, with all you now might know that it would do for you. Now that is just the point to which I want to get you. Now then, is your freedom less important than the things of the outer world, when you did have 12 hours to devote to all the requirements of your business world and your home activities, and you could give 4 hours to your presence and still have plenty of sleep? Then what is the matter? You will pardon me, won't you, if I just ask you to look at yourselves a while? It is wonderful. It is wonderful, beloved ones, and we love you, blessed ones, in your bodies of limitation. You will never know how much, Mr. and Mrs. Rayborn, Bob and Rex, Nada and Pearl and myself. Do you understand, beloved people, in the name of your presence what we feel for you? Can you for a Discourse 7. 165. Moment even imagine. When we so recently stood in bodies limited like your own, and have been set free, then do you wonder that we would do everything within our power to help you to that great freedom, which we know you can attain? Dear ones, do you think for 1 second that Saint Germain and the great host of ascended masters and the cosmic beings would be pouring forth the limitless energy, the power of divine love and these marvelous instructions of the ascended masters to you, if they did not see it was possible for you to take hold and have your freedom? Do you think they would waste that time and energy? Absolutely no. You must know that. Do you think Saint Germain would keep the messengers going forth, when their freedom was due a long time ago because of their willingness to go forth and remain with mankind and give this assistance? Oh, as the fellow said, you just wait. You have not seen nothin' yet. You know we Englishmen did not particularly care for the American slang, but I find it is a very wonderful thing. As true as you sit here, many times we can reach individuals through a slang expression, and then we are criticized because ascended masters would use that language. Well, we should worry. So beloved ones, in all the joy of our hearts we 166 The CIAM Discourses. Want you to feel that with your attention, harmony, and cooperation, there is not one thing that could not be done for you, not one thing that your heart desires. Now bear with me for just a moment while I call your attention to the messengers. Look at their struggles for years, and really, even before this understanding came to them, they had powerful tenacity of application, but it was not producing the results. But look, from the time in their home when Saint Germain dictated that first discourse that you have in the book of the I am 33 discourses, calling their attention to this mighty presence, where it was and what it would do for them, from that hour to this. Their application has gone forth with quicker and more powerful answers continually. That is where you stand today. They looked neither right nor left. Neither did they listen to gossip or anything else. If anybody started to pour that stuff into their ears, they shut it off. That is what you have to do, provided you want to be free quickly. Don't you see, dear ones, every moment you listen to gossip or destructive things, criticism, condemnation, or judgment is just dragging you down and down, deeper and deeper into the limitations of earth. Now take your choice. If you insist on going on with those qualities that deprive you of every good thing, I say, God bless you, and pass on my way. Discourse 7. 167. Dear ones, now I know the staff will pardon me if I use this expression, but I ask you in their presence, if they have any idea what it would mean to go out from the heart of the messengers into the outside world and begin as they were before. You have no idea. They have some idea, not as much as I wish they had, but I use this as an illustration, dear ones, because as long as human qualities assert themselves, they are holding individuals from their freedom. Now the glory of the progress of the staff has been the most marvelous thing ever witnessed, and I say that sincerely. You today, as a body of students, and I mean this and all over America and in other parts of the world, the transformation in your feeling world is the most magnificent thing ever witnessed. Therefore, tonight I want you to feel how great our love and desire is to be of service to you continuously. When the messengers leave your city, don't think for one moment that you are left alone. Don't ever let that thought or feeling come in, but just rejoice more greatly that you have the outpouring of your presence. I say to you blessed ones, who might have the appearance of financial limitation, don't give way to that. That miserable thing has no power in your world. I don't care if you haven't a dime tonight, you might have $1,000 in the morning. Just 168. The CIAM Discourses. Keep on accepting all the ascended master miracles that you can think of. Don't ever let your human talk back to you and say, well, where is it? Say, shut up. Now I tell you, when you will talk to those human qualities that try to discourage you like that, it will soon stop it, for it sees you have your backbone straightened up and you are going to take dominion, and very little will it try to intrude itself upon you. But you have to take your stand, dear ones, in all these appearances. After all, dear ones, all your problems and conditions are just the most glorious opportunity to prove the powers of the presence with dynamic energy and call it forth, like you were driving a post. The law requires that great inner power of that great firm determination, mighty I am presence, I insist on this, and I mean it. It won't take many of those feelings released, until you will be seeing results. Dear hearts, don't make your decrees individually for some emergency with a wavering, quivering feeling within you. Still yourself. Take command of your feeling and then issue your decree with a mighty power of conviction, and you will find the results. I don't mean you have to speak as loud as I do, but be firm. It is a magnificent thing. Dear ones, every word that we speak to you is within your possibility of fulfillment and very quickly. Discourse 7. 169. That is the point. In the understanding of your presence, you do not have to wiggle around for years, but just straighten yourself up and say, why, you human creation, now you are finished. You cannot bind me any longer, because I have found my presence of all life, which dissolves every vestige of you. You may be my creation, but I call on the law of forgiveness for it, and you are done for. I am telling you, dear ones, you will find your release. Do not yield to these conditions any more. Your application will set you free if you feel it, but of course, if you just do it from here up, you don't get much result. But if you will loose the feeling from here, then automatically that power goes forth, just like it grasps the condition, and holds it in obedience to your call. Therefore, stand firm in your presence, beloved ones. I am grateful and thank you and Saint Germain for this opportunity, in my humble efforts, to give you my courage, strength, and feeling of dominion over all human things, and I am sure you will all rejoice. I may not be so great as they are, but still the divine director, Victory, the goddess of liberty, the Queen of Light and various ones have offered their assistance, and why not? We have many ways and means of accomplishment by the power of light, beloved ones. It is 1. 770 The I Am Discourses. Wonderful to know that you are the victory of the mighty I Am, without ever having to use a destructive force. Is it not wonderful, when mankind have killed each other for century after century over nothing, and today you are coming to know your victory without having to ever use a single destructive force? Remember, when the messengers ask you to use the words, blast and annihilate, it is for your blessing and freedom and for blasting and annihilating limiting destructive conditions. It does not mean physical bodies, but it renders the most marvelous service in the universe to bless, protect, and harmonize human bodies that are out of harmony almost completely. Don't you see, you cannot harm a physical body by calling the power of light to blast that condition that may be handling it. You cannot harm that physical body. You are calling the power of the presence into action to do these things, which is love, wisdom, and power in action, and that presence won't do any harmful thing. Therefore, don't hesitate to use these terms to release power and feeling to do these things. For instance, suppose an individual had drawn a weapon to take your life and you raised your hand instantly and called the presence to blast that. Well. Discourse 7. 171. The presence, the light, would turn back upon that individual his own destructive force. That would be no fault of yours. You have a right to your protection and you are certainly foolish if you don't use it. Would you go out and lie down and let the wild animals eat you up, just because they might be ruined? Well, that is what you are doing with these destructive forces of human creation, as long as you let them govern you. So do not yield to those conditions longer. Once you did not understand, but now you do. Absolutely face about and silence all human qualities and action, and as you call your presence into action, the full power of that will take its dominion, and so much more quickly than you realize. Do you know the students who have known this work for 4 years, had they only known it in the beginning, could have been absolutely free in every way today? But think of it, dear ones, oh, it is such a short time even at that, but think of the power, think of the force, the assistance that has been necessary to dissolve and consume conditions which were weighing upon mankind, and preventing their clearness of comprehension and application of these great laws. I could cite you 100,000 people of the TAM students who have, well, I will just approximate. 772 The I Am Discourses. Made it 20 times in these 4 years, could have had their complete freedom had they stood by their application at certain points at which they had arrived, but they allowed human suggestions and conditions to come in and interrupt them temporarily, and then they had to go on again. If you were fishing, but you are not supposed to eat things that have eyes, but if you were fishing, I mean when you used to go fishing, and you had a nice one on the hook and your line was way out, you know, quite a distance, and you begin to pull that in. And you go a couple inches and then you think, I don't want to take it too fast, because I want to enjoy this more. And that poor little fellow out there, he may not want to come in so fast. You take it a little at a time, and you wait a while and you wonder how he is getting along out there. Then you try it again. Do you know, that is just what the blessed students have been doing. They are wonderfully enthusiastic for a while, and somebody comes along and tells them some discouraging story about the messengers, then they begin to lull. Then the messengers come along and they brace up, and go ahead again. Then, the messengers go on and they try it again. Well, that is not necessary. You can keep your momentum going right straight from the start, if you would not listen to human gossip and that kind of thing. You know, dear ones, we have talked, the mess. Discourse VIII. 173. Singers have talked a lot about those things here, but it is because they love you so much that they want you to be thoroughly cognizant of the conditions that will set you free. Those things, oh, the momentum of centuries, beloved ones, the desire to gossip, judge, condemn, all of which is a condition of inharmony which is preventing the powers of your presence, giving you the perfection it has always wanted you to have. If mankind do that, the fault is theirs. If they do not want to be free, that is the way to keep from it, but the way to be free is, when discordant thought and feeling act, keep your attention on the presence, and saw wood, not like when you are asleep, but I mean by sawing wood, your earnest, sincere, dynamic application. There is not one thing in your world that can stand before it. We have wished so many times that every earnest, sincere, I am student in America might see for one moment from the higher octave all that has been accomplished in 4 years. It is the most marvelous thing ever in the history of the earth, and think, you are only just getting started now. What do you think another year or 2 years would be with your tremendous dynamic application, I mean to you individually, as well as your city, state, and nation? It is magnificent, it is marvelous, and the opportunity is with you. WITH all my love I call FORTHTHE. 7174 The I Am Discourses. POWERSOFINFINITELIGHTAND Blessing. MIGHTY I Am Presence, GREATHOSTOFASCENDED Masters, MIGHTYLEGIONSOFLIGHT, GREAT Cosmic Beings AND Cosmic LIGHT, ENFOLDTHESEBELOVED ones TONIGHT, every IAM, STUDENT in America ANDTHEWORLD. ANDHOLDTHEM so close in THYMIGHTYEMBRACEOFLIGHTTHATNOLONGER does THEATTENTION of ANYONE waver in THESLIGHTEST. But JUSTHOLDTHEMOBEDIENT. THATTHE, GREATPRESENCEOFLIFE, allows THEFULLPOWERTHYMIGHTYYCURENTSOFENERGYTOFLOWFORTH, HARMONIZE, beautify. PERFECTTHEIRWORLDAND supply each ONEWIT hevery GOODTHING. CHARGEINTOTHEIR feely NGWORLD in THATMIGHTY sustained ACTIVITA and DCOMPREHENSION all THATTHOUSTMEANTOTHESEHUMAN forms. Give THEMTHE feeling. THE quick MANIFESTIONOFTHEANSWERTOTHEIR call, THATTHECOUROMTHEOUT ear standpoint may COMEINTOACTIONWITHFULLPOWERAND sustain THEMUNTIL. Discourse VIII. 175. THEYGETTHEFULLFEELINGOFTHE victory OFTHE application, and THE power OFLIGHT releases INTOTHEIRWORLDTOD OITSBERFEC twerk, cleanse, purify ANDHOLD its DOMINI on THEREA and give THEMTHEIR heart's desire. Cause THEMTOUNDERSTANDTHEHEART desires only PERFECTION, only every CONSTRUCTIVE activity. THEREFORE, every desirio FTHEARTSHOULDBFULFILLED. ANDNOW in THEACKNOWLEDGMEN to FTHE presence, every POWEROFTHE universe GOETHINTO action TOFULFILL every SINCERE desire OFTHEHEART. THATMEANSTHAT desire is God, THEMIGHTYIAMPRESENCE in action. Cause each one, great powers of LIGHT, TOFEELTHISAND have IT sustained, THAT in every PARTICLEOFTHERAPPLICATION THEYREMIND glory and THE victory THAT is THERE. ITHANKU DISCOURSEVIII June 5, 1938. NEW York CITY, NEW York. Beloved friends of America, not so long ago I was an Englishman and my name is David Lloyd. In India, as a lad, I was informed by a master who was not ascended, that on a great mountain in America I would find a man with a crystal cup, and when I had found that individual, I would have found the one who could assist me to my ascension. I understood very little what those words meant, but something registered within my feeling world that impelled me on, with a power unquenchable and irresistible. Shortly after that, my father was shot and killed in his service for the English government in India. Then my mother and I came to London. In the meantime, quite a legacy had been left to us by a former friend of my father's, therefore, in my hands was the means to carry on the search which the great master in India had called to my attention. Then after 4 years, my mother passed on, and I began my search. I came to your city of New York, and thereafter began the eventful activities of a human life. Today, I wish to assert to the whole world that 176. Discourse 8. 177. Mankind's ascension is a reality. Mankind is not limited to the things to which their previous conceptions have bound them. Today, I stand a proof to the world, the universe, that this good brother's experiences recorded in unveiled mysteries of my ascension are true, and I ought to know. It is said that it is difficult for an Englishman to immediately accept a joke. Well, if you do not accept this, the joke is on you. Therefore, beloved ones, allow me to convey to you something, briefly of course, of my experience. Let us forget the years of search, and enter into my arrival on the side of Mount Shasta where the inner impelling force led me. This good brother had gone there, as he thought, to meet beloved Saint Germain, and found myself instead. When he would have offered me a drink of water, the crystal cup appeared in his hand. When I saw it, I knew my search was ended. Beloved ones, I explained to him what had taken place, and he said to me, "Well, what am I supposed to do?" With all the force of my being released, I said to him, "Ask God to show you what to do. Ask the God in you, who does know." To all outer activities of the earth, the most astonishing thing ever witnessed on earth took place. His human self receded out of the way, and the light from his own mighty I Am presence, which is above him, released its power and might, and his physical 778 The I Am discourses body, to the heart, became a blazing light, so blazing that I could scarcely look into it. As his hands took mine, my feet left the earth, and mark you beloved people, I was in hiking garments. When my feet left the earth, when I had been raised as far as his hands would reach, he let go, and I continued until my feet were perhaps 20 feet above his head. There, standing in the atmosphere, the transformation took place from the human into the divine. My clothing suddenly dissolved into that of the higher octave, and looking down, I found myself clothed in raiment indescribable. Observing my flesh, I found that I had returned to the fullness of youth, all appearance of age having left that form. Good people of earth, let me tell you this is a mighty reality, and as a consequence of it, I am AFREEASCENDED being living in THEOCTAVEOFLIGHT. Everything there is just as tangible to us as your physical world is to you here, and the day that mankind understands that, and will give sufficient attention to the power of life, which is their own God presence, the mighty I Am, then they too will know and experience these transcendent activities. While they are perfectly natural, of course, to the mind unaccustomed they seem transcendent. But you beloved mankind of today, your beloved. Discourse 8. 179. Brother of light, Jesus Christ, left the example to mankind. As a lad I loved that idea, as nobody in this world could find words to express, but all I contacted caused me to believe that such a thing was impossible for the ordinary human today. We find today, that is all a mistake. The ascension is intended for every human being on earth, and every human being who will give sincere attention to their mighty I Am presence will find that is possible for them, if not in this embodiment, then the following one. Remember, beloved ones, when you are free and all the pent-up desires for understanding, for light, for the glory of all that your life meant to you, finds its release, and you can go where you will in your ascended body of light, just as tangible in its own octave as your physical body is here. It is a finer substance, it is true, but we can raise and lower the vibratory action of those bodies and make ourselves visible to the physical sight or not, as we choose. It is stated by the Ascended Masters that in the years ahead, there will be many of them come forth in their tangible visible bodies to mankind, to bring the great everlasting proof of the words that Jesus said to humanity to bless them forever. With that goal held before the attention of all people, it will start the raising activity of life, through their atten. 7180 The I Am Discourses. Tie-in, and thus bring the fullness of its infinite power into dominion. Therefore, beloved ones, place your attention where you can obtain this understanding, and your presence of all life will give it to you. Try to feel and realize that in the instruction which Saint Germain has brought forth is the key that opens the door to the fullness of your infinite power of light. Turn your attention there and let the proof of your own mighty I Am presence come forth into your life and world. It is a great joy and wonderful to realize that so few years ago I stood in a limited physical body similar to yours. Yet today, I am a wholly free being, a perfect being, free from all that has ever bound or limited me. Remember, beloved ones, all this came to me through the assistance of the light which beats the heart of this form standing before you. Do you realize what that means to you? If the light of his own God presence could release itself and render me that assistance, then what do you think his assistance and radiation is rendering you? I shall call to your attention a thing that has never been mentioned thus far. His light together with your beloved lotus is the power of the full ray directed from the heart of God, the eternal infinite presence of life. Those two together make the full power of that ray which is pouring forth its mighty radiance. Discourse 8. 181. And blessing to you and to all students throughout America and the world. It is acting through the higher mental body of each one. Then there is no limit to what that power and radiation can pour forth to bless you, beloved mankind, and your fellow students. Therefore, in the glory of all you are today, turn your attention, your whole feeling world upon and to the power of your great presence, the mighty I Am. Then, as you conceive the goal of life, your freedom through the ascension, think of it, you can give assistance without limit by the infinite power of its action. You will say to me then, these great beings, why have they not done more for mankind? Because mankind drew themselves into the condition which they experience today by their own volition, and therefore, they must come out of that. In other words, climb out by their attention to the presence of all life, which alone can bring them out of those conditions with which they have surrounded themselves. Let me assure you today, beloved ones, that mankind is receiving relief indescribable by the power of radiation sent forth through the great body of students in America and the other parts of the world. One day you will comprehend what it means to send out a decree, a command, a call, that sends forth a 7182 The I Am Discourses. Vibratory action just as tangible as you see the activities of the water of the ocean. Those waves go forth just as tangible, in fact more tangible than your radio waves. Therefore, mankind is not any longer standing in the limitations of human consciousness, but have before them the Ascended Master's instruction of the great presence and activity of life, here in their possession to study, apply, and have all that life holds for them through a perfectly natural, normal, practical means. All these things that the messengers have taught you are practical. There is no thing in the world more practical, and that is what mankind needs to understand in order to have the full benefit which is intended for them, and they could have. But unless you will remove from your feeling world and consciousness the doubts and unbeliefs acquired by human concepts, by taking on other human limited concepts, do you not see as long as you reach out and accept the opinions of mankind embodied, you are dealing wholly in human concepts? Suppose they have a very great inspiration, there is no assurance within their feeling world that it is correct. It might be ever so correct, but still they have not the feeling that it is correct, there is always some question in the mind. But today, in the messenger's experience with Saint Germain, myself and others, he knows abso. Discourse 8. 183. Lutely from the inner and outer standpoint these great laws. He knows they cannot and do not fail with anyone who will earnestly apply them, keep out of their attention and feeling world the limitations and conditions which mankind have created and they seem to be living in. Now, beloved ones, as long as you care to go on in your limitations, the privilege is yours, but if you care to listen to the messengers and believe and try to apply, and by the application prove to yourselves that these great laws are true, then you too will know through your own self that they are true. Now, the need today of mankind is to be careful, because the atmosphere of earth is charged with human discordant creation, vicious disembodied entities and all that kind of thing in which mankind are moving. Then if they do not understand that there are these two conditions which they must meet, and ignore the lower, then they are not very apt to reach the height. There are many lives that are pure enough that they are in no danger of contact on the psychic or astral world, which are one and the same thing, which means human discordant destructive creation, beloved ones. The Catholics call it purgatory, but it is one and the same thing. It is from the surface of the earth to approximately 7,000 feet, and all of this accumulation of the discord of mankind is in that. If 7784 The I Am Discourses. You are an occult student, let me assure you that there is no gradation of the astral world. It is in one octave and there is no good thing in it. Now we have been there and know what we are talking about, therefore, be advised by those who are free to go where they please and bring you correct, direct information of the activities and conditions of life. All that condition, though it be destructive, is wrongly qualified energy of life, and one day must all be redeemed. Now how do you redeem a thing? Not by the old idea, but you redeem it by the power and use of the violet consuming flame set into action by your own God presence, the mighty I Am. That is how you come into your freedom. The question has been in many minds, how about myself and Mr. Rayborn, who did not know of these great laws long before our ascension? Well, do you think the wisdom of our mighty I Am presence, through our higher mental bodies did not know what was coming? You have forgotten that perhaps. But nevertheless, the higher mental body knows what is coming, long before the individual. Therefore, when my attention was called to that possibility and continued to dwell upon that, it gave my higher mental body an opportunity to prepare my feeling world, and while I did not know it outwardly, yet that power and action, identically the same you are using. Discourse 8. 185. Today, was set into action by the higher mental body and the ascended masters, who saw what was coming. You today, are having the identical assistance from the great divine director which I had then, and did not know it. I want you to see how absolutely practical my experience was, for you too, one day, will know just exactly what I mean and the truth of which I am speaking. Is it not wonderful to know that all the doubts and fears of mankind have no power when once you come into the knowledge of your great presence of life? You can have taken out of your world all the doubts and fears that ever existed there, or were ever accumulated, if you want to do it, but you have to brace up and be strong and firm in your determination to have your freedom, to have your understanding, to have your supply. To have your health, just as determined as you would be if you were under water and wanted your breath. You would want it, wouldn't you? That is just the position you stand in today. As I understand it now, I too, like many others, did not comprehend the intensity which was acting in my feeling world from the time the master in India called my attention to the possibilities of the future for me, but now in my freedom, I see and know definitely how very intense that feeling had accepted those few. 186 The I Am Discourses. Words, a very indefinite thing concerning the location of where I was to find this good brother, but the law of life is unerring. If mankind could release all uncertainty in their feeling and turn wholly to the presence of life, not one person would make a single mistake again, because the presence of life stands ever ready to pour its mighty directing intelligence. Notice the chart, beloved ones. You have the power of infinite intelligence anchored within your heart, your physical heart, and then tell me that you cannot receive from the great presence of life, its freedom, its directing intelligence. Be sensible, dear people, see the proof of life before you. That chart is accurate, and if you will understand that and give attention to it, you will find how quickly will drop away from your world and your bodies all barnacles of human creation which have been drawn there. But remember, beloved mankind, there is obedience necessary and life demands cleanliness and purity. If you have made mistakes, call on the law of forgiveness with mighty sincerity and determination, and then don't look back. Don't look back, I say to you, beloved mankind, and beloved students. There is where you make your great mistake. Don't condemn yourselves because of your mistakes that you discover now, but turn wholly to the great presence of life. You. Discourse 8. 187. May be sure it does not condemn, so why condemn yourself? This great light, beloved students, is the greatest thing before mankind, ever in the history of the earth, and your beloved benefactor. Never in the world until you are ascended will you understand and know what he means to you, what he means to America and the world. Let him and the great ones who are assisting set you free. When I see what has been offered within the past 8 months to the students, it is the most amazing thing ever witnessed, even from the higher octaves of light. When these great beings will charge their mighty qualities into your world to give you assistance, as the mighty Victory and others have done, then the mighty divine director assisting you to dissolve and consume every particle of your human accumulation and creation will release you from the pressure of that which you cannot imagine. Then you will find yourself in the position where your call to the great presence of life brings its instantaneous answer, and you will know that you have entered into life as originally intended. How far away the whole world has drawn itself from the reality of life. The human concepts imposed upon the great truth of life, what an unhappy thing it has been. The human has thought throughout the centuries that it was the doer, taking all credit to. 7-188 The I Am Discourses. The human form for whatever little was accomplished. There was its limitation, there was the unhappiness brought about the human form. Beloved ones, today you stand ready, willing to have your great freedom. Do not accept anything else. Oh, do not, I plead with you, allow effects in the outer world to still disturb you, when above you is the goal of all life and the tool within your hand to dissolve and dismiss from your pathway, in your call to the presence, every obstruction that seems to be there. Beloved people, beloved students, do you not realize by this time that within your understanding and acceptance of your own God presence, there is no reason why a single obstruction should longer remain in your pathway? If it does, the fault is yours. The fault is yours, because you allow your feelings to keep accepting the appearance world, which is mankind's creation. Don't forget that. Everything in the human world is mankind's own creation. It is just limitation of some description, therefore, if you accept that, you allow it, oh, not only allow it, but you invite it to come and act in your world. Do you realize how, by your attention, you have constantly invited disturbance, imperfection, and accidents into your world? If you knew, beloved ones, what conversation, what contemplation, discussions of destructive things mean, you would not do it. Now. Discourse 8. 189. You might say, how about the messengers calling your attention to these things? A wholly different thing. That is instruction to teach you the law, but when you deliberately enter into the discussion and revolving of discordant things, that is an invitation by your attention to that very quality to act in your world, and it is bound to do it, because you have called it. Now then, it is easy enough to know a thing and not accept it in your world. For instance, take for illustration or attention the imperative need of understanding there are black magicians in the world. Well, if you do not know they are there, they act in your feeling world and drag you down into limitations and distress, and then, too late, you find how tangible they were. Beloved ones, you cannot run away from a thing. To deny a thing is foolish. However, these conditions exist in the world of mankind. What makes it possible for a disappointed individual to become a black magician, in other words, a destructive being? How do they gather such power to harm mankind? Because of mankind's own destructive accumulation, energy wrongly qualified constantly about mankind, which they seize upon and draw it and turn it upon mankind to harm them. Oh, they are cunning, don't make any mistake about it. When they see an individual whose light is expand. 7-190 The I Am Discourses. Ing that they can seize upon, and connect them with the psychic world, they will do it, so watch out. It is nothing to be afraid of, but be careful. Know and be sure that you are connected with your own God presence and receive its direction and don't listen to something else. Dear people, the higher mental bodies of these two messengers render tremendous service to mankind. Don't get any idea that they are directing you to do certain things. The black magician will even project a body similar to the messengers and try to make believe that the messengers are misdirecting you. Now watch out. They are not all gone yet, but they are certainly taking their departure rapidly. You would never stop rejoicing if you knew how their plans have been frustrated in the past 8 months. They had taken hold of certain individuals in physical embodiment in all parts of the world, and they had placed them in the principal large cities and acted through them, but now since your call, which had to come from your octave, that makes it possible to dissolve the cloak of invisibility. Then they will soon cease to be, and that is the joy of all mankind and a blessing and protection. Dear ones, you will never know until your ascension, you could not possibly know what these beloved messengers have meant to mankind. Beloved ones, I am so eternally grateful that the great Discourse 8 191 Light within your heart enables you to feel, to understand, and to enable you to pour out that great love to them, which is to life. You might think it was to these physical forms, but still, it is to life, and that great outpouring is the open door to your release. Mankind must love, not with the human sense, but with the power of divine love from their presence, and when they do, their door will be open wide to all the perfection life holds for them. Only a few of the group leaders of the world have begun to have just a little idea of what the messengers mean. But when you really know your presence, and when you know that the appearance world is but an appearance and has no power, then you are not in any anxiety or concern about the appearance world or the fear that mankind can harm or limit you. Know that no longer can mankind limit each other, but remember in all your application and intense desire for freedom, that nothing can harm you but yourselves, and if you will not allow your attention to go out or contemplate destructive things, you will not find destruction in your world. I urge you, beloved students, guard your feelings, your speech, your conversation. Don't get together and buzz away on destructive things. Now I am in earnest, greatly. If you do that thing, you 7192 The I Am Discourses. Invite the quality that you are discussing. Know a thing, give your decree and forget it. Just like this good messenger and your beloved lotus, when something comes to their attention to be handled, they issue their mighty decree, and so far as they are concerned, it does not exist. That is how you take your attention off a thing and give it to the presence, which is all-powerful to govern, control, dissolve and consume it. This is imperative. We want to do a tremendous work in New York, and I am very grateful that you have found a friend who has made it possible for these broadcasts to go forth, which is the opening of the great outpouring of the attention of mankind to this great law. I am sure it will only be the beginning of other activities through other parts of America, where mankind can have the opportunity to know this great law and the great presence. As I look among the students, as I often move among them, seeing where assistance might be given, beloved ones, not that you should ever intrude anything upon anyone, but don't have any fear or questioning in your feeling when the opportunity is offered for you to speak of this great law. And when you speak, speak with assurance and with firm determination and certainty in your mind, or don't mention it, because, dear ones, the human is very peculiar as. Discourse 8 193 You must have found out by this time. Therefore, if it feels the slightest uncertainty within you, it says, oh well, that is someone's imagination working overtime. When you speak with positive assurance, then that human says, well, that fellow knows what he is talking about. Believe me, beloved ones, when you have seen the messengers with that great invincible courage, power, and strength to present this law of life to mankind in spite of their viciousness and unbelief, and the victory they have won, then you must know the light is the power. Therefore, feel it in yourselves. Of course the messenger, through his experiences, knows absolutely from first-hand experience. But you, if the light of your heart has accepted this great truth, then you too know, just as sure as the messenger does, through actually experiencing it. Will you allow me to repeat that? Beloved ones, when your heart has accepted this great light and understanding, then you too are just as sure, because it is the light that knows in the physical structure, and when you have accepted that, you know just as sure as the messenger does, the truth of this great law. Therefore, in that acceptance you have not only the infinite power of light in the universe rushing to your assistance, but you have the assistance of the ascended masters, the legions of light, the great 7194 The I Am Discourses. Cosmic beings, and the great cosmic light, and may I call your attention again today, that this cosmic light which the great ones speak about is not something static in space. It is consciously directed mighty currents of light and energy from that which you have come to know as the great central sun, which is the heart or focus, and the light of this great system of planets and others, that is the source of being. That all exists in the system of planets and others over which it governs, but do not begin to reach out and want to know all that exists in the system of planets and the universe before you free yourselves. You have quite sufficient to do. Now then, why do I call your attention to that? Because, dear ones, the human gets strange ideas at times and it wants to begin to reach out everywhere, when it should stay at home and give its attention where perfection is. Then in the wisdom of that great presence, one day, naturally, will come the full explanation. But sometimes just a little bit of egotism gets going in the human feeling and it says, oh, I get all swelled up and I want to be the authority. Well, the human never can be the authority. Only as it calls to its great presence of life will it become the authority, and then it is the wisdom of the presence. So beloved ones, remember you are the most fortu. Discourse 8. 195. Nate, most fortunate of beings. In the happiness, and as I look at your garments, how wonderful is your great and willing obedience to clothe yourselves in the colors that are constructive and powerful. You may wonder sometimes when your beloved lotus gets pretty strong and powerful concerning colors. Well, you must thank her forever, because let me tell you, beloved ones, do you know that in the higher octaves the colors black and red are unknown, never have existed and never will. But the difficult point for the human who wants to hang on to those things, is that it always comes back and says, well, how about your flag? Then it thinks it has gotten you. Well, when you think that the red in your flag represents the human blood shed for the freedom of America, and that human blood is red because of the imperfection in it, then is not the explanation complete? Oh, dear ones, when you have freed yourselves from imperfection, your blood will be like ours, a golden liquid, and you will all have the delicate pink complexion which you would like, and you won't have to give it assistance either. Think what a lot of time it would save. Then your body is not constantly changing its form, having a chance to get new clothing larger, then smaller. That eternal body of light never changes its symmetry, always the same, beautiful and perfect. 7-196 The I Am Discourses. You know I had a masculine body. I never gave much thought to how mankind might or should try to beautify and perfect themselves, but when I suddenly became aware how very changed my form was from my outer form, when the beginning of my ascension took place, then I realized how perfect life is and how beautiful life is. You blessed ones, did you quite understand when the messenger called yesterday for you to be clothed in those garments, seamless garments of light? Did you quite understand what he meant and what that meant to you? Do you quite understand? I think not. However, in his great earnest call that service was rendered. Those garments will remain yours, and while invisible, yet in those garments aside from your feeling world, will be charged the quality of the ascensions taking place today. Please claim it, please accept it, please qualify it to be eternally sustained and active for you. Now beloved ones, my joy in this heart-to-heart talk with you has been very great, and may that great love that has poured out from my presence, I am standing right here, you should see me, and may that ever be a memory of my words, my love, my strength, and may it be an eternal memory to enfold you. That just so recently my victory was won. Think of it, it is only a few years, beloved ones. Try to feel that great reality for yourselves. Discourse 8. 197. Let me remind you in closing, beloved ones, the greatest glory in all human life is in your earnest call to your presence of life for your ascension in this embodiment. If for any reason you do not accomplish it, then you would be certain to in the next, because THEGREAT desire OFONEEMBODIMENTBECOMESTHECOMPULSIONOFTHENEXT. It is a law of life acting within you. See how no single effort toward perfection can ever in the universe be lost. Try to retain the memory and hold that before you as often as you can. Then you will know as you go from one victory to another that every one is a step on that golden stairway of eternal light, leading ever on and on into the goal of all life. Its perfection, which comes alone through the ascension, is for all mankind who want to have it. The unfortunate individuals who turn aside say, "Oh no, this cannot be true, the messenger's imagination is working overtime." Well, just so unfortunate are they. As a parting word I want to say to you, beloved mankind, how unfortunate the ministers and their frightful responsibility when they, to their congregation and over the radio, condemn these messengers and this light. They have made the greatest mistake of all of their many mistakes, and too late they will see that. So I say to you, do not be caught, do not be held by 7198 The I Am Discourses. Human opinion in its many ramifications, but go on in your attention to your own God presence. I say to you, beloved mankind, if you never heard of or saw the messengers again, remember that your attention to your own God presence, which they have asked you to give, is the only doorway in the universe to your freedom from limitations, to your perfect health and happiness, and all that makes for the blessing of mankind. They have not asked anything but your undivided attention and adoration to your presence of all life, the mighty I Am, and it will take care of the rest. So give it, if you wish your freedom. My love and that of the great host of ascended masters enfolds you forever, and may we have the privilege of charging that garment of light to give you its radiance more and more powerfully each day. I thank you. Discourse 9. August 23, 1938 Oakland, California. 100% GROUP. I greet you, beloved ones, in the name and the power of freedom and victory. While I could not be present with you last night, I have since received the glory of all the blessings that came to you. I trust when I say this, you will not be disappointed. It was the beloved Jesus' intent to give this dictation, but he was required with beloved Saint Germain in Europe so tremendously tonight, that I was asked to take his place. Europe, never in her history, needed the help as now. The last lash of the destructive sinister force is striking at Europe, trying to drive out of those nations all respect for divinity. Precious people, you have no more idea than an infant what is actually going on there. I have just come from there, and I was with Saint Germain last night in this final tremendous effort to stem the tide there. The momentum of energy that has been released must some way be dissolved. As was in Russia, all respect, honor, and attention is being driven away from divinity, so is the same Sinis. 199. 7200 The I Am Discourses. Thing going on in Germany and Austria. Dear people, the pity of that condition, and I am speaking of that tonight, beloved ones, because of the power I know you have in this understanding to give that assistance. Your mighty individual calls to that great presence of all life will give that assistance to your fellow man there. You cannot imagine the condition and the poor unfortunate people in those countries, not knowing which way to turn, looking to first one then the other, hoping for a solution and peace. Therefore, beloved ones, whenever a few moments are yours, if not working, you can make it audibly or silently, call to the mighty I Am presence and the great cosmic beings to render every possible service to Europe and the Orient. You have in the past thought and talked of the Dark Ages. My dear ones, it was not a fragmentary thing to what is taking place in those countries today, and yet, knowing the powers of light, I still have great hope. When I came as a lad, at the passing of my father in India, to England, I heard these whisperings of the communistic activity, and in the pretense of bringing a solution of mankind's problems, even the instigators of that, at that time, never dreamed of what it would turn out to be. The sinister destructive creation of Discourse 8. 201. Mankind, having become so vicious, seized upon everything to try to destroy mankind, and I frankly say to you from actual observation, if ever the clutches of the sinister force gets its claws upon America, as Europe and the Orient today, mankind would be destroyed. Therefore, I say to you, beloved Americans, and I say this, and through the power of the air currents must it go to every IAM student in America and the world this night, for their assistance, which they alone can give. Perhaps you do not understand that you wield a power unknown to the mass of mankind, because you have so gradually come into it, and naturally, it should seem natural to you, yet do not pass it by, beloved ones. In the constant contemplation of the change which has taken place in you in just 2 or 3 years. My dear people, if you could see with the all-seeing eye of God within you, the change that is within you in your feeling world, it would be the most joyful magnificent thing on the face of this earth, and you who are really sincere. Think of how the light has expanded within you, the power of the universe. You are dealing, beloved ones, with the greatest power that exists, the power of your mighty I Am presence, and not only that, but the great host of ascended masters and the great cosmic beings, and 7202 The I Am Discourses. Even the great cosmic light that is coming to the assistance of mankind, because it is imperative. Do you think life sent forth from the great source of all life, that which you know as the great central sun, do you think that life wants to be a failure after those hundreds of thousands of centuries? Beloved mankind, you have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and remember, beloved ones, since the last golden age upon Atlantis, very little progress has been made, because individuals who knew the law and held the authority over the people withheld from the people this great law which they could have given. Why do you think that at the time of Jesus, when such a great sweep of illumination and freedom could have come to mankind, the fanaticism of the priesthood caused the crucifixion of your blessed ascended Master Jesus and covered the light which he brought? After 200 years, they clothed it so cunningly that mankind has never been able to understand its meaning since. Today, when Saint Germain has brought forth this clear magnificent understanding of life openly, again bringing to the world the full understanding of the mighty I Am, and all that it means to mankind, the very life of the world, the very life of your bodies, then is there hope for mankind. Discourse 8. 203. While I do not want you to feel unduly responsible, yet, you have the authority and power in your understanding today, to wield a power and assistance unparalleled on earth since the last golden age. Think what it means to launch forth this understanding of the mighty I Am presence, in the face of its having been covered so many hundreds of centuries, the power gaining in the human destructive qualities and creation, because mankind did not know how to dissolve it. But now today, in the power of your mighty decrees which are amplified and assisted by the great host of ascended masters and the cosmic beings, the greatest power of dissolving and consuming of the destructive forces ever known in the world, through any age, has taken place. And the greatest hope of all of us in the prevention of the destruction of Europe and the Orient coming to America, is the dissolving of the war entity. We know that the momentum of destructive force released there can only go so long, but we must repel it until its energy is exhausted, because if it got started here, it would have a renewed energy, because the atmosphere of America is charged with tremendous power and energy. Therefore, I say to you, beloved ones, in that service which you are able to render, lose no opportunity in making the call, and calling the great cosmic beings and the great cosmic light to descend into 7204 The I Am Discourses. Europe and the Orient, and dissolve and consume forever the remaining activity of that destructive force gathered. The cosmic light rays can do it, and remember, when you call to your mighty I Am presence, you are calling to the heart of the universe. The greatest power there is to project those light rays into that condition to assist in its dissolving. To me, there is no point so very wonderful, as to understand that the higher mental body of every human being, no matter how destructive they may be, wants them to be constructive, wants them to give forth a blessing just the same as you do. Therefore, do you not see, beloved ones, that you are not contending with a power of any kind of creation, but you are contending with a power released from human beings and energy qualified, that has no sustaining power to it? Won't you feel that, beloved 100% students, and then understand what your service means in calling forth the dissolving, consuming activity of the great presence of all life, the cosmic beings and the cosmic light to render this service? I am speaking tonight of Europe, because it is urgent. We urged the messengers to retire the moment they returned home last night, that they could go forth and give the assistance which was required. Discourse 8. 205. There. Do you quite understand, beloved ones, how these two humble ones work night and day, serving night and day? They do not call it work, but no sooner do their heads strike the pillow, than they are out working from the higher mental body, rendering this service. Do you know what it means tonight, you as 100% students? Please listen carefully. These two individuals, because of certain things, which I may not explain to you, must be used to carry these mighty currents to earth. Therefore, when their bodies sleep, then they are working from the higher mental body, because of the connection with the physical body, they can be used to release these mighty currents to the earth. Just as last night, because of the mighty power of victory, that power of the cosmic light rays was driven into the earth for the sustained protection of San Francisco, and their bodies had to be at a certain point where they had gained and released tremendous power and energy. The outer world and you, beloved students, did not know that, and the messengers themselves did not, but you see how the great law acts through the great wisdom of the ascended ones, to bring about conditions, causing activities to take place that the outer human does not comprehend, even in a fragmentary manner. 7206 The I Am Discourses. So as this great releasing power goes forth, this great consuming activity, remember, beloved ones, how magnificent a part of that each one of you is. When I think of the hundreds of years when the sincere of mankind have longed to give a service, and even in this embodiment, when so many throughout mankind have longed to render a service, they cannot tell just why, but because through the inner impulse pouring, they have felt that surge of that great inner energy to render a service to their fellow man. Now the opportunity is yours, the greatest ever known, because without the knowledge of your mighty I Am presence, it is only temporary, it is but fragmentary. Therefore, beloved ones, in calling your attention to this opportunity tonight, and in prefacing what I shall say to you of quite a different nature, I want you to feel how great your blessing and privilege is to serve the great powers of light. Oh, that I might convey to you my happiness in my freedom from earth. How little I dreamed, just as you today little dream what is before you. Think of it. Who of you shall say to me tonight what the great presence of life might do for you ere the sun sets tomorrow? Oh, beloved ones, accept the fullness of all the majesty and power that your presence might choose or find the opportunity to release through you. Discourse 8. 207. Think, when that great one in India told me that in America I would find that one who would assist me to my ascension, my dear people, as a lad I believed it, and somehow, it never occurred to me that it could ever fail. Yet, as the years went on, and I searched and searched those weary months, and oft times I thought, where, oh where, is that guiding power and intelligence? Yet within me, in the outer moments of wonderment and discouragement, only temporary, again would rise from within me, that joy and happiness in that quest. Every one of mankind is making that same search today that I made, only today your search is shortened greatly. I had no one to assist me, as I thought, but of course I did. My higher mental body who received that direction, knew from the beginning, but I had to be made sure in the outer part, my human self, as to whether I would stick to that search to make me worthy of the goal, when it was reached. Who of you know but that you are all being made worthy of the goal which you shall reach ere long? Is it not a happy contemplation to believe that? I think so. I know it is so by actual experience. You tonight, I want you to feel with me the reality of my victory, and since you, last night, were charged with the power of victory, apply it to your goal and your eternal freedom. 7208 The I Am Discourses. Do you not see, do you not comprehend, dear people, where you stand tonight, from where you stood yesterday morning? Oh, perhaps you did not feel slightly different in the physical outpicturing, but my dear ones, consider what took place within the inner power of your feeling world and the power of your mental world, that has cleared the way of obstruction. Oh, believe that, feel that, beloved 100% people, and then stand guard as dynamite to any outside force and any outside suggestion that would mar the beauty of the contemplation, of the freedom of life and its mighty goal. That is where you stand as 100% students. Do you know, upon you devolves the projection of the light in your locality? I congratulate our beloved group leader tonight, when he closed his words by saying to you, that no one who was not actually a 100% student could be so dishonorable as to come into such a meeting. I hope every group leader in America and the world will take that stand with his people. We know only too well that there have been everywhere, people who came in and claimed to be 100%, and were but spies, for it was proven in Los Angeles beyond any question. There were several going from one group to another spreading the poisonous discord, but it shall be no longer. Therefore, I say to you, beloved people, that abhor. Discourse 8. 209. Son who spies to spread discord to the students of light, had 10,000 times better walked into a den of rattlesnakes, for they would only lose their physical body then, but to practice deception to the powers of light, shuts the door to the light, for God knows how long. Therefore, I say to you, beloved ones, these unfortunate individuals who lend themselves to such things, little know what they are doing. They may believe they only live once, well, they will find the great disappointment one day. To think mankind will practice hatred and deception for a few paltry dollars. I shall never forget through eternity, the honor of my father who served the English government in India. That man was constantly beset by individuals offering bribes of money for him to do a dishonorable thing, but never once, and when he finally continued to refuse, because he held the great respect of the government, he was shot. 1,000 times had he better have been shot, than to have been dishonored. That is the power of light, beloved ones, which you are serving, and 1,000 times, 10,000 times, had you better lose your human form, than to once be dishonorable to the light which beats your heart. That is the position of the 100% students, and you who stand, O beloved ones, 100% to the powers of light and the ascended masters, will one day. 7-10 The I Am Discourses. Walk so free from all human conditions, and mark what I tell you, it cannot be long in the great power that is being released. Stand your ground with your presence. If the heavens fall, what does the matter of a change of embodiment mean in the great goal of life to that eternal freedom? I want to call your attention to the Rayborns, Mr. and Mrs. Rayborn, Rex and Bob, Nada, Pearl and myself. Not one of us ever dreamed in the world, 1 year before our freedom, that such a thing could actually be. Take myself for instance, while I earnestly made that search as directed, I did not comprehend but slightly what that goal meant. I did not know. While I believed intellectually what the Great One told me, yet afterwards I knew I did not comprehend but so little, only enough to keep me on the search. You today are having the greatest encouragement ever in life to assist you in the courage, strength, and happiness to stay on your pathway until your goal is reached, and how quickly. Now notice, beloved ones, 2 things. First, in standing steadfast with your presence in your calls, and then, shutting out forever all human suggestions, discord of every kind, you would reach your goal so quickly, you would be astonished. Now you as 100% individuals, must surely mean. Discourse 8. 211. What you say, and what the rest of the world does about you should not be the slightest concern to you. You, who reach your goal, must stand alone with your presence, shutting away every human suggestion and discord, and in your mighty call to your presence let its mighty currents of energy flow in, through, and around you, and out into your world to harmonize. Not one single human thing shall disturb you when once you really do that. You cannot do it just in the intellect, you have got to do it in the feelings, beloved ones, with great intensity, according to your individual requirement, in order to have that goal reached very quickly. But look again, I cite you to our experience. My experience required but steadfastness toward the goal. Mr. Rayborn, think of it, only the few years, a little more than 3 years, that he reached his goal, mostly an inner impelling action. Rex and Bob, Nada, and Pearl, children filled with the happiness and fullness of youth, whose light was strong enough to shut away human desires, they too reached their goal in an inconceivably short time. Don't you see by that, beloved ones, that one shall not judge? Even you shall not judge when you shall reach your goal, or how quickly. How could you do it? Don't you see that any feeling within you that says to you, oh, how could I reach my freedom so? 7-12 The I Am Discourses. Quickly, don't you see you would be your own obstruction if you allowed such a feeling to act within you? Therefore, don't allow your feelings for a single moment to limit you in any way, and I do not mean by that anyone should be fanatical. Don't just say, I am going to make my ascension, regardless of whether you give obedience to life or not. That would be foolishness, because your obedience to life is demanded. Now the very curious thing, and I marvel at it even yet, in this embodiment which was one with yours, strange to say, beloved ones, I never knew what it meant to be inharmonious. As I look upon mankind today since my freedom, I can scarcely comprehend how it could be, and yet it was. It was the same way with Mr. and Mrs. Rayborn, and Mrs. Rayborn meeting the public as she did. Of course, she had the presence of Saint Germain in all the latter part of her great career, and in meeting those conditions, not one discord entered her world. Think of it, beloved ones. Why is it different with others of mankind? Now notice this, because it bears upon the success of every one of you. Why is it? I know many of you have said, well, why do I have to struggle when those individuals just walked away free? Don't ask me, ask your life, because I don't know. Unless I would enter into. Discourse 8. 213. Your life stream and see, I would not be able to know, but your higher mental body does know. Therefore, beloved ones, since you were released last night, is my reason for bringing this to your attention so vividly tonight, but whatever your requirement is, remember, it is worth 1,000,000 times any or every effort that you would make toward self-control and harmony. To gain your goal quickly. Oh, do not be dismayed by the conditions I mentioned in Europe or the conditions that exist in your own America today. I say, what has that to do with you? When you stand one with your great presence of life, you will rise in the powers of that presence, and not a thing of the outer world can touch you, limit or deprive you of a single thing. The outer conditions of the world have nothing in God's world to do with an I.A.M. student who is earnest, sincere, and honest. Let me remind you again, as the mighty victory told you last night, tell the truth if the heavens fall. Let there be no record in your world of deception or falsehood. Beloved ones, the great divine director has released you by his great and mighty consuming power, and now the mighty victory having completed it, you stand free beings. If you maintain that complete harmony and determined command to life, you will call forth its mighty powers to flood your 7-14 The I Am Discourses. Body with health, joy, and happiness, and from your treasure house the release of the supply of money or whatever else is required to give you the happiness, attainment, and freedom in the service of the light. Its power will charge and fill your body. Feeling world and activity with a power inconceivable, until you begin to experience it, beloved ones. We, who have been set free, were fortunate, because life had provided for us sufficiently that we were never even concerned about financial supply, but there are other things much worse than that to contend with. So if you have a little sense left of financial limitation, it might have been something much worse, because there are other conditions of life not so easily conquered as that. But there is not one earnest sincere I.A.M. student in America or the world, who will take 5 minutes 3 times a day and call to the presence of their life, the mighty I Am, to release from its treasure house, that will not have it done without limit. It is the law of life, and cannot be denied if your feeling is undivided in your call for its acceptance. I want you to feel you are not dealing with an uncertainty, you are dealing with the greatest power in the universe that cannot and never did fail you. If it seemed to, you failed yourself. Don't ever blame life, don't ever blame your application, and don't ever. Discourse 8. 215. Blame yourself because of some feeling that was acting there, because you were unaware of it, you would hardly blame yourself for it. But face about and call the presence into action to take out of you any obstructing feeling, set you free right now. That is the stand. Now, beloved ones, none of you is an exception to this. Every one of you who is being set free by this activity, remember you have got to stand guard over your feeling and self-control, and if you will do that, you will see so entirely the vast change that will take place. Don't let the appearance world around you believe it has anything to do with you and your freedom, financial or otherwise. Dear ones, you are constantly moving in a sea of human suggestions, unless you call the presence to hold invincible that tube of light about you, that you do not accept a single suggestion from the outside. You are constantly being catapulted by those suggestions, and plenty of them will come up and say with a sneer, well, if you are an TAM student, why don't you show the proof of the law? Tell that individual to shut their mouth and go about their business. That is what you want to be strong enough to do. Those individuals are just claws of the sinister force that want to drive discouragement and disappointment at you. You might be, within the next hour, within the 7-16 The I Am Discourses. Victory of the achievement if you did not listen to that suggestion. You must be strong enough to withstand those things. Just as when the messengers returned to Los Angeles, and those pretending to be 100% students were nothing but spies moving among the groups, spreading that poisonous breath, yet many of those students listened to those things until it nearly ruined their chance of freedom. Don't be fooled by those things, beloved people. If you love your life, your mighty I Am presence, and if you love Saint Germain and the teaching he has brought forth, stand by it and do not listen to anything that would spread discord in your world, even if you have to take them by the nape of the neck and throw them out. That is how firm you must be, beloved ones. As one said to you recently, sometimes a little physical force is of great assistance. I will try to find words that will convey into your feeling world the full power which I feel, to assist you to once and forever shut out of your feeling world all destructive suggestions from whatever source they come, because you are moving in an atmosphere of those suggestions. And if you are just a little below par, you are very apt to accept them into your world. But it is quite a different thing when somebody comes up and pokes it at you. You can stop that fast enough. Discourse 8. 217. If you want to. But this fellow that is moving around in the atmosphere, he is not so easily detected. So call your mighty discrimination into action to stand guard. Oh, my dear people, oh, don't you understand that you have a higher mental body that will stand guard over you with a power that is inconceivable? You know how a mother guards her child, or parents. Your higher mental body has 1,000, 10,000 times the power to guard you, and all it asks is that you give attention to your presence and then keep harmonized. And it will move anything in the world out of your pathway and give you the happiness and freedom. It is all-powerful. Dear ones, think. Beating your heart is the greatest power and intelligence in the universe, and your higher mental body is the director of those currents of mighty energy that will dissolve anything in God's world, either of your own creation or anything that attempts to intrude into your world. You are not subject to anything but the freedom and power of your presence. Oh, my dear ones, please see and feel that with eternally sustained power. When I think of our attainment and freedom, and then I see the indomitable courage of the messengers to face a world of humanity and be untouched, unaffected by the scoffing, sneering, unbelieving mankind, and then to reach a goal like this, my dear ones, it. 7-18 The I Am Discourses should be the eternal strength and encouragement to every human being that touches this work. But see, they stand dauntless before the world and carry that light and its power and strength with that invincible power. I add my love, my joy and enthusiasm to yours, and say to those blessed ones, bravo. Go on and on until mankind is free. Thank you, beloved ones. Now, beloved ones, as I continue, please follow me closely. Every word I say to you shall be the living eternal truth through my own actual experience. I want to take up the final goal, because so many are reaching out so earnestly for their freedom in the ascension in this embodiment. When I met this good messenger on the side of Mount Shasta, with very similar thought to his, I thought I had met someone out on a hike when I saw him sitting there on the log, before he saw me. Think of it. Little did I dream even then how near my goal was. Follow me closely, beloved ones. God within you, the mighty I Am, charge you with the full feeling of these words. When I looked upon him sitting there, little did I dream for a single instant that that was my goal, that within the hour would come my freedom. Think of it. Beloved ones, this is no idle talk, but my own. Discourse 8. 219. Actual experience with him, and let the whole world deny it if they like. I stand the living proof of that joy, freedom, and gratitude to him for that eternal everlasting service. Therefore, beloved ones, when he reached to give me a drink of water, in his hand came that crystal cup that I had sought for all those years. Can you imagine with me for one moment the effect? I was electrified in every cell of my being with a power indescribable. Then what happened? After about 15 or 20 minutes after having drunk that liquid which filled the cup before my eyes, then we sat down on that same log and I told him what had happened to me in India, and how I had made that search through those years. Then he, like an innocent child, said to me, well, what am I supposed to do? Then watching the action of that mighty inner impulse pour through both of us, he said, what am I supposed to do? That great inner power surged forth through me, and I know now, spoke through my own God presence and said, ask the God in you who does know. Such power was released that his whole human self receded out of the way, and the great light from his presence came down until this body and arms before you were such a blazing light you could scarcely look into it. When these hands here before you reached out and took my 7-20 The I Am Discourses hands, that mighty power surged through my body as the great unfed flame, sweeping out of my body every impurity that remained, like one mighty sweep. Then my feet left the earth. You cannot describe such things, you cannot describe the feeling that was in me. The messenger was so charged with the power and light of his presence, I am sure he had no thought at all. When I realized that my feet had left the earth, then I knew all that had been said to me was a mighty truth, of which I comprehended but very little. My purified physical body continued to ascend into the upper air, as far as his hands would reach, then he let go, and I continued on until my feet were perhaps 15 or 18 or 20 feet above his head. There I stood in the atmosphere, seemingly just as firm as you stand upon the floor. For a moment my eyes left him, and looking upon myself, I saw the transformation taking place. I saw that all appearance of age had left my body, my clothing dissolved into that of the garments of the higher octave. Then as I stood there looking back at him with such gratitude, as never in eternity will be expressed by anyone, you will never know how I longed to draw him forth with me, but something within me knew that he had a service yet to render. Discourse 8. 221. So beloved ones, it was months before I dared to come near him, because of my uncontrolled gratitude. Then finally both he and I were able to control it, and I came forth to remain his champion through eternity. Today, remember, beloved ones, while this service rendered me was very powerful and rapid, that same service is being rendered you today in a less rapid activity, but as with myself, who of you shall say what your presence will do for you, but I say to you, do not ever be fanatical. Oh, in the great calm understanding of life, with the power and action of life, give your great calm adoration and hold your mighty determination, that the power of life will do for you, every instant of the day, all that it may or is possible to be done for you. That is the position to take to the great presence of all life, then the greatest possible service will be done for you in the quickest possible time. Oh, beloved ones, we stand, while here in this physical building, in the octave of light, in the octave of the ascended masters, for this has carried us there. While your outer sight does not cognize it, yet, are we there in reality. Hold that, beloved ones, and know that every word I have spoken to you is the truth of life. Beloved ones, when the messenger has so earnestly. 7:22 The I Am Discourses. Describe this to mankind, then foolish ones go out and sneer about the most sacred thing in the universe, and about one whom they are not fit to tie the laces of his shoes. That is how I feel to your beloved messenger. That is why, beloved ones, you can pour forth so great a love to those two most precious people, your messengers. If they did not pour out that great honest sincere love, do you think the love of humanity would come back to them as it does? It could not and would not. Therefore, when someone says to you, they are not living the law, tell them to shut their mouth, and don't mince words when you say it. That is the way to shut away from your world the destructive thing. Many times insane people, because of ignorance, will say those things. Be discriminate, of course, but I tell you, you must be firm against that thing that would deprive you of all that life wants to give you so much. You talk about human love, you talk about divine love, you talk about human powers, you talk about divine powers, where does it all come from the smallest to the greatest? Through that stream of life and energy. Beloved ones, beating your heart is the greatest intelligence and power in the universe. Remember, that while I am voicing these words to you, I am charging my feeling of victory into your world. If you will accept it with all the joy of your. Discourse 8. 223. Heart, and call for your presence to sustain it, there you will find its full power going into action to assist you to that same goal. There may be a lot of things for you to do before that goal is reached, I cannot tell you. It might be tomorrow, but who should be concerned, except to leave the wisdom of that action in the power of your presence, who knows when, where, and what the perfect thing is to do for you. Your presence of life alone knows what is the right thing for you, and to be done for you. Do you not see, beloved ones, how every activity of life is natural, and is absolutely as accurate as anything mathematical or in your mechanical world today? When you engineers put your engines together and you have your last bolt in place, you know that that engine is going to run. Let us bring it a little more simple. When you are over in San Francisco and you get into your car or on a ferry, you feel very sure of getting home. You give the full confidence to that conveyance, and yet, we do not give that same confidence to the greatest power in the universe, our life, to give us perfect health and sustain it, to give us almighty directing intelligence that we never make a single human mistake. Because we accept the appearance world as real. We let its destructive limiting powers continue to act in our world. Beloved ones. 7:24 The I Am Discourses. Don't do it, I plead with you. Don't give power to outside things or conditions. It has no power except your life feeding its radiance into that to give it power to reach you. To me, I think that is one of the most magnificent things, beloved ones, to think that not a thing of all mankind's creation, limiting or destructive, can reach you except you give it your attention. Then it must come back to you on the light ray which you send out through your attention. Think of it. Then when you know you can control your attention and keep it from fastening upon those destructive limiting conditions that come back into your world, that is why I said to you in the beginning, there is no condition in the outer world that has one solitary thing to interfere with any one of you. So long as you give your attention to the presence of life and keep it there and cast out every human thing. That is why we stand ready. Oh, can you feel with me for a moment how ready we are? Oh, to think of it. Bob and Rex, Nada, Pearl, myself and the Rayborns, who have so recently been set free, my dear people, can you imagine our determination, our desire to give you and fire you into that full power that is yours to be free and join us so quickly? Don't you think we would be right there, the first ones to grasp your hand? Don't let human conditions bind. Discourse 8. 225. You, or hold your attention, not one moment longer. Stand in the glory of that great presence of life, and let it do for you whatever it wants to do, but in your call, it only needs your constant firm determined call. Now I know many of you have questioned within yourselves at times, why this continued call, if the presence is all-powerful? Why cannot I call once and then stop? Is it such a wearisome thing to want to call for your freedom? Oh, my dear ones, most surely not. If you fell and caught your garments on a limb of a tree and were hanging there, wouldn't you call for help? You would not get tired of calling for help, would you? And sure enough, it would come. So will your eternal freedom come by your great call to the presence of life, and you won't have to be hanging on a tree either. Therefore, I say to you beloved ones, with all the joy and enthusiasm of your hearts, continue to reach up in your feelings. Watch your feelings and compel them to follow your attention. It means everything in the world. Those feelings have got to follow your attention, and if they do not, in order to bring them into line, say, come on here. Don't you dare lay back there. You get into action. Then it will know you mean business. I tell you, beloved ones, we have observed among 7-26 the I am discourses. The students and all who take that great calm determination, like a great throbbing power, surging in and through them, they win every victory so quickly, that they, themselves, are ofttimes astonished with the speed and power with which things are achieved. If they had allowed the human, it would have said, oh no, you cannot do that. Only recently, it was seemingly a small thing, but I watched the whole operation, and frank to say, gave some assistance. When the Blessed One took this place and bought it, then went to put up the words, I am, in neon lights, they said it could not be done, it was out of the area for which that advertising could be done. She said, it is not advertising, and since when has mankind come to the point where the name of God cannot be put in light? Still, it could not be done, but it was done. And through that, blessed ones, those city officials came and saw and heard. Now when falsehood is spread to them, then they will say, run along little one. Every conceivable falsehood had been spread to those officials about this work, even to depravity, but when they came and saw that magnificent meeting in the dedication of the temple, they knew the falsehood of everything that had been said. And the very man who had refused it at first said, in the name of God, why didn't you tell us what this was? Discourse 8. 227. Therefore, I say to you, beloved ones, don't ever acknowledge that there is a single thing impossible for the mighty I am presence, through you today. There is not. I tell you frankly, there is not one thing impossible if you will stand your ground in the face of all human opinions, call your presence into action. It will clear the decks and bring the action you require for your victory. That means in your commercial world, as well as anywhere else. Now beloved ones, I say to you, precious people, with the understanding and the power of your presence flowing forth through you at your call, there is nothing in this world that you should ever be afraid of, persons, places or conditions. When you stand up with your honest sincerity and look an individual in the face, that power goes forth, and if that individual is doing wrong, they cannot look you in the eye, nor can they force any influence upon you. Don't think that many of these individuals don't understand something of the mental law, and they put forth that domination to try to scare the human into obedience. Just like these agitators in the unions and the strikers. If a half-dozen of those men walked up in front of them and said, "Shut your mouth and leave at once or we will see that you do," they would leave. Why, the idea of 100 men standing and listening to the violent and vicious prattle of an agitator. 7-28 The I am discourses. And stand there and let them gain influence over people, innocent blessed people, and deprive them for weeks and months of the money their families need and they know they will never get. Nothing is gained. Instead, they reap all the money they can get out of those blessed people, then sneer behind their backs, because they are gullible. I know it, I have seen it everywhere, and I am telling you the truth. Those agitators do not care any more about mankind than rats, and in their lying pretense of trying to bring a remedy of conditions, they only breathe a poisonous breath that makes it 1,000 times worse. Therefore, thanks to the great presence of life, and the blessed Saint Germain and your mighty decrees, that thing is fast vanishing from the earth. Right here in your city in San Francisco, the people are awakening and rising up and they are saying, "Now, we shall say something about this ourselves." Just as quick as they take that determination and stand by it, those agitators will cease to be, and peace, harmony will reign, and divine justice again be called into action to bless capital and labor alike. Beloved ones, capital and labor must harmonize. Labor is no good without capital, and capital is no good without labor. Therefore, in all that is required yet before mankind, capital in certain channels is necessary, if all that must come forth to bless mankind. Discourse 8. 229. When you understand the mighty presence of life, and issue these mighty decrees, and in these great bodies and groups of students reaching forth in the mental and feeling world, it will cleanse and purify every bit of that, and give the people courage and strength to stand guard over themselves and their world, and then call the mighty power of the presence into action that will produce divine order, divine justice, peace, happiness, and limitless supply to every one who will stand by it, and hold it sustained forever. I thank you. Discourse 9. December 4, 1938 NEW York City, NEW York. MINUTEMEN. Beloved Minutemen of Saint Germain, I trust that sounds as beautiful to you as it does to me. When you have associated with beloved Saint Germain as long as I have, since my ascension, then you will know that your love and trust is not misplaced in any way. I say to you gentlemen, and our beloved friends from Canada, be so firm in your denouncing all falsehood spread about this work or this good brother, who has rendered such a service already. If he never lifted an ounce of energy again toward mankind, he would have rendered the greatest service ever on this earth. I want you to know that. That service which he rendered to me, can you feel it for a moment, all that has meant to me? I want you to see, in repeating again something that I have already said several times, that when in India the unascended master gave me that fragmentary information, that on a great mountain in North America I would meet that man who would assist me to my ascension. The lad that I was, can you believe it? 230. Discourse 8. 231. Never occurred to me once, there was any question about it. I accepted it, and I marvel today how I did accept it so completely. You will see how fragmentary that information was. There are many large mountains in America, but it never occurred to me that I would not be directed to the right one, and although the search was long, and the human often became discouraged, yet at each time, and I am saying this for your strength and benefit, each time the human became the least weary or discouraged, always from within, and of course, since I know it was from the light within my own heart that blazed forth in the physical, and with its strength and energy, that sent me forth courageous again. I tell you, I know of no greater joy in all the service that it is my privilege to render, than to relate to you my experience that has meant my freedom. Gentlemen, you are standing in the same position today. While you were not directed as I was, now I know the reason for that great master coming to me was because the light within me had expanded sufficiently, although I did not know anything about it, to draw his attention to me. Now look, gentlemen, now let us compare this with yourselves, so you have it vividly. Why are you here? Because of the light within your own heart that has drawn the attention of the great ascended. 7-32 The I Am Discourses. Masters to you, otherwise, you would not be here. For instance, even though sometimes individuals come in to sort of investigate, quietly questioning, and sometimes critical, yet, why are they there? Do you not see that it is because the light within their own heart is impelling them on, in spite of their intellectual attitude? That is why all the activities of life are so practical. I tell you, gentlemen, I stand before you an eternal witness to this great law of life. That day when life permits me to stand forth in my tangible body, which I am calling for constantly, I am determined to draw forth from the source of all life that permission. Because of that service that this good brother rendered me, to stand beside him in my tangible body and shatter forever the vicious falsehoods and doubts that have spread concerning him. I thank you, gentlemen, with all my heart, and remember, just as you rise to the defense of this great truth, so are there thousands and thousands and thousands in America today who will rise just as instantaneously to the defense of your America. I say to you, gentlemen, that in the understanding of the presence of life is the one and only condition that can bring about the balance of the nations. Discourse 8. 233. I say to you, friends of America and Canada, really, from the ascended state as you see the cause and effect of the nations of the earth, you won't mind standing for just a few moments, were you to see all that has been done, not because I was an Englishman, but from the inner law. You would be surprised how England has held the balance of the world. Now remember, I do not for one moment condone any mistakes that England might have made, but I mean from the inner law's standpoint, they have been because of the peculiar nature of the Englishman, they have a tenacity that is remarkable. Through long training they have heard that very remark, but through that which has been done to hold the balance until now, when the great presence of life, the mighty I Am, becomes known throughout the world. It will replace that by the power of the mighty I Am, in balance throughout all nations, and that is the thing that must come now. It is not a matter of human choice, it is a matter of the action of the great cosmic law, and this is the great privilege of mankind. The more they can cooperate and feel the blessing of that great law of life, will they hasten the incoming perfection which life wants to bring forth, not only to you of America, but to all the world. That is why, I know you feel like it, so do I, that. 7-234 The I Am Discourses. The imperative need is for the protection of America, to keep out the destructive forces from finding action in war here. To be able to do that, will hold a balance and hasten the incoming perfection. Well, it could easily hasten it 100 years. It seems incredible to us that after human beings have seen repeatedly, of course this is not generally known to the outer world, but these people who are self-styled dictators of the world, know well enough, for they have seen it done time and again. That every time a frightfully destructive force or discovery comes into use, all of a sudden it disappears from the knowledge of mankind. Now they have seen that, yet they go on believing because it is them, that they are going to rule the world. Why, the insanity of such a thing? As if the powers of life would permit one man or two or three or half a dozen to destroy the rest of mankind, in this time when mankind's attention has been drawn to the greatest power and presence in the world, the power and presence of life and its light rays to be used. Now I want to draw your attention, gentlemen, today to the retreat in Arabia, which is the greatest place on the face of this earth for the training in the use of the light rays. If you have had any question in your mind concerning the truth of this good brother's experiences, dismiss it right now. When you read on. Discourse 8. 235. Veiled mysteries and the magic presence, every word there is true and I know it to be, for the books were bound in jeweled covers in the ascended Master's octave of light. Those experiences are true, and as he said to you last night in class, those books will remain untouched for 1,000 years. Now then, knowing this, then you will understand why, from the retreat in Arabia, the one instrument which the messenger calls the cosmic reflector, you can turn that on any spot in the world and see the people. Hear the conversations as clearly as you hear the messenger speak to you here in the room. That will never come into the outer world at the present time. That will remain in the authority and use and governing power of the ascended masters, because that is how they know everything that is going on in the world anywhere. Now that is wholly aside from the projection of the light rays by which they can do a similar thing, but in a wholly different manner. Gentlemen, remember as you look at the chart and see those light rays going forth, try to make yourselves feel their full power, and realize all that it means. You stand in the same position today as those who are being trained in the use of those light rays in the retreat in Arabia. There is no thing on the face of this earth or anywhere else that is as valuable, as important, as the use 7-36 The I Am Discourses. Of these light rays today. You may not see them, but when you call the presence to project a light ray to render any service, that instant its light ray goes forth, and if you can really feel that in the fullness of all it means, you will be able to absolutely render a service which is incredible to you at the present time. In the last 5 or 6 classes, the messenger has poured that forth like a river, trying to get the students everywhere to realize that this power of light knows no opposition. When called forth, it goes forth into action that instant. As you close most of your decrees with the call for it to be sustained, then that is sustained, and the thousands of letters and telegrams of the instantaneous healings which take place, show the power of not only healings of the body, and the remedying of all conditions which are not quite balanced, but healing and solving of conditions in the outer world. When you see and know that this is done, you will understand why you are not subject any longer to the limitations and conditions which the outer world has imposed upon itself. The appearance world, you must understand, is not real. It is only the power accumulated by the use of the requalified energy released by mankind. It is not an eternal thing. The power of light is eternal and 1,000 times more powerful. Discourse 8. 237. Than all the appearance world put together. That is why you must understand this and become more and more firm in the following acknowledgement: when I call this light ray forth into action to render this service for myself or someone else, it goes into action with the infinite power of light and stays in action until the achievement is complete. If you once fully understand this point, there is not one thing in the world you cannot accomplish, and remember, you cannot harm anyone in this activity. You cannot harm anyone by calling the light rays forth, because they are love, wisdom, and power acting in balanced form. They will dissolve all discord, all imperfection and viciousness, but they cannot harm anything that is good, because they are the fullness of good within those light rays. That is what you need to understand and of which you need to remind yourselves in all of your application and the decrees you issue. You have heard these decrees issued for a long time. What do you think happens? Today, you have stood and issued these decrees as one voice. Their activity is the same as when you throw a stone in the water and you see these waves go out. Well, these decrees are 1,000%, many thousands of times more powerful in the radiance of the wave as it goes out. It not only carries the wave of vibratory sub 7-38 the I Am Discourses stance, but it carries a radiance or power of light as it goes forth and spreads into the mental and feeling world of mankind. You know the human has become so prone to believe a thing is not real unless you can see it. You all know as well as I do that all the real powers in the world are invisible, even in the mechanical world. There is no question about that. There is no person can deny it. Of course, it is still necessary to have your electrical plants through which your generators pour forth the currents through the wires. You see the wires, but you don't see the currents, do you? Unless there is something to make a contact, you don't have any evidence they are there, as long as you do not touch them. But now then, look how human beings can pass such powerful currents through the human being, I mean even your physical electricity. There are individuals who can take currents of electricity through the body that is absolutely astonishing. Now then, these currents from your presence, while the vibratory action of them is so much finer, so much higher, than even the most powerful you are aware of physically, yet that is real, more real than your currents through the wires. Now you take in chemistry, there are thousands of things discovered that are poisonous to the ordinary. Discourse 8. 239. System, and yet, you give enough of it and it ceases to be, because the change of vibratory action makes the individual immune. Now then, when the day comes that you are aware that you can use these light rays to perform every service that you require, then your joy will know no bounds, for remember that every light ray that you call forth is the self-luminous, intelligent substance and power of light. Now that contains, as you call it forth from the presence, now notice, the ordinary current of energy, as you observe the chart here, flowing from the presence into the physical body, the ordinary flow of that is not a discriminating intelligence. It is a current of energy flowing, and you are supposed to use it according to your needs, but mankind has not known that. They have just scattered it promiscuously, not knowing the need of concentrating a focus of this power, which is their own life. Therefore, when you realize in the use of these light rays, you have become a power invincible, because that light ray knows no opposition. No condition that exists can interfere with it. If you as an individual in your individual world continue to accept that in the appearance world through humans or otherwise, there is a power opposed to you, there is a power that can harm you, then you have undone the power of this light that you. 7-240 The I Am Discourses have called forth to give the assistance which you wish, because you are the decreer, you are the qualifier of how this energy is going to act for you. Even though you call it forth, if there are doubts or feelings within you that something can interfere with that achievement which you are calling forth in the action of the light, then you have prevented it or at least delayed it from rendering you that immediate service that it would render. Therefore, today I wish you to be reminded of these things, that when you make your application, stand so firm and unyielding. Of course, gentlemen, it goes without saying, and you see the evidence before you in the outer world, that every person who turns to the light, wherein alone lays freedom, will have opposition, but it does not mean that it is a controlling power of you. That which we have termed opposition, and I want to explain that to you now that you may feel it, humanity qualifies and calls certain things opposition. On the other hand, it is a resistance, and that resistance alone within the outer world of mankind impels and compels mankind to make the effort. Now the messengers, when Saint Germain sent them forth, there were many things he had not explained, and when they began to feel that terrific, as they first called it, opposition, they thought, well, how in creation can that be with this great power of Discourse 8. 241. Light. But then when Saint Germain later explained that that was a power of resistance, that to some degree was within life itself, then how different everything in the outer world was. Because mankind, in the density to which they have drawn themselves, must have some resistance to make them release a greater power that gives them the dominion. Gentlemen, when you meet something that seems opposing or resisting, take the joyous attitude, here is an opportunity to release a greater power of these light rays and this force of light. When you meet a vicious force, qualify this mighty energy as it goes forth with the force of light, because you need it many times to beat down vicious conditions. Because all viciousness is qualified energy which is destructive force, and that force must have something greater than itself to control it. You will find in this simple real understanding of life, that there is not one thing which can oppose you. It would be impossible if you understand this law of the I Am correctly. While there may be resistance, it is just a signal to you to turn on more power. It is as easy as if there were a key here within the reach of my hand, and I turned on 1/3 of your power of light. It is as if I turned on the first 1/3 of the current, then I turned it again and released 2/3, then I turned it again and released the full. 7-242 The I Am Discourses. Force. That is exactly what you are doing in your call to life. At first, not because you would not like to, but ordinarily because of the conditions that have been established in your atomic structure, you turn the key only 1/3. This is why in the beginning, you do not have the full force of the response to your call as you do later. After a while, you learn to turn it on 2/3, because the feeling has gone down of the doubt of your own ability to release all you require. Later you can turn the key that turns on the full force of your current of life, and of course, untouched by your qualifications. Oh, it is such a magnificent thing, gentlemen, giving you the full power and authority over yourself and your world. It is so magnificent, and it is so mathematically accurate. There is not a thing in your mechanical world that is half as practical, because this is an eternal thing for use and activity in your life. Your mechanical things may get out of order, and sometimes, if you do not have the parts, you delay its completion in order to get them from somewhere else. With life, the parts are always here. You never run out of parts. You never find them absent. Therefore, you see how completely practical is this application of life. We as your friends, as long as you turn sincerely to Discourse 8. 243. The light and pour forth kindness and goodwill, you will find us always ready, watching, to project a light ray to give you the courage, strength, and assistance you require. I want you to see and feel how unlimited we are in that respect. One of us could project a light ray to each of you equally powerful, and yet, in no wise interfere with what we are doing, except to set it into action and cause it to be sustained. When you have friends of this kind, surely doubts and fears cannot longer beset you. Whatever condition confronts you, tell it, it has no power. Then proceed to call a light ray into it, and if necessary, throw a bomb of blue lightning into it. That explodes all of the quality of discord and shatters it. You cannot harm the individual, but you will shatter and dissolve the viciousness and discord. I can take a human form that is violently vicious and throw a bomb of blue lightning into that body, and yet, not harm the body, but I will shatter and dissolve the concentration of the vicious substance which was drawn into that human form. Now do you see how magnificent is this power of light? Of course, if you qualify, or if I qualified that with anger, I would shatter the human form, but remember, the power of light never has anger within it. The power of light never has a destructive force within it. It only acts as a dissolving force to discord. 7-244 The I Am Discourses. Won't you remember that, and then take from your feeling world forever any question in the world that you could produce any harm by the use of this light? It is impossible. Gentlemen, you cannot do it, unless you qualify it with anger, and you are always taught not to do that. Therefore, if you do, the fault is yours, not the fault of life, not the fault of the teaching. That is why the messengers have pled with mankind for 4 years for the implicit need of harmony maintained in the feelings, that the powers of life can flow forth unqualified, untouched by destructive conditions. Now then, you are dealing with such a magnificent power, and notice, wholly different from an individual who calls forth the activity of power alone. Now power being one of the trinity of action of the Godhead will become a terrifying force. We have watched individuals, I say, we because I have become aware of it since the Ascension, but I should say that Saint Germain has watched these activities through mankind for centuries, and wherever power is called forth, and that was what was the matter with the Kaiser, Hitler. And those individuals today, because they have forgotten the other 2/3 of the Trinity. They are thinking only of power and authority over their fellow man. Therefore, they are calling forth power, which is the most dangerous thing in the world, because one day it will destroy the person who. Discourse 8. 245. Calls it forth. If it does not destroy the body sooner or later, it will make that body helpless to be of any further assistance in the world, which you see in the Kaiser today. Now that man, he had the absolute assurance within himself that he was going to be ruler of the world, he became ruler of nothing by the very thing that I am telling you, because he sought power alone, and power will one day destroy its creator, the one who is calling it forth. Because unless power is balanced by divine love and wisdom, it becomes a wholly destructive thing. Now divine love without wisdom and power will, 90% of the time, make the individual negative, because it comes into human sympathy, which in itself, is destructive. Then when mankind understands these simple things, and notice in previous teachings of every description, mankind had an idea of one or the other, sometimes two, but never the balance of the Trinity, then don't you see why mankind could not succeed only to a certain point? Now today in your call to the presence, you do not have to consider, you do not have to question once again, because you are having a balance of love, wisdom, and power in action. Do you not see what a magnificent thing it is? You don't have to consider, are you having the balance of these qualities, but you know you are, because the press. 7-246 The I Am Discourses. Ints is that in life is that when left alone, but since mankind have free will and it clothes the energy that goes forth from their world by the quality that is in their feeling, then they become responsible, not life, not anything else, but themselves. Gentlemen, you know as well as I do that mankind has been taught for approximately, well, let us say 6 centuries, that God would do for you what God has to do through you. What God does for you, has got to be done through you, and I want to tell you, when mankind really understands that, you will see why you have not complied with life, because you did not know it was necessary to call to life to release a greater power of its intensity and its activity. You have love, wisdom, and power in balance, and therefore as you call forth this greater intensity of life, it will do for you everything that is required, because it is its nature. You don't have to plead with life, gentlemen. All you have to do is give it a chance to act. It wants to give you everything good, always has, but since mankind's qualification has always interfered with it, for many centuries, then the fault is with mankind in the lack of understanding. But since today you have an opportunity to have the real definite understanding, and I tell you gentlemen, if you want to be happy and free, study those books, go over that. Discourse 8. 247. Decree Book. It is the most magnificent thing on earth, that decree book that keeps you reminded of your authority to govern all conditions that confront you and the exact means by which you may do it. Let me prompt you, never for one instant allow your feeling to question the power of those decrees. That is the authority and call to life to release its powers into action to perform that service, and do you not see that there is no opposition to that? Have you thought of where even resistance stops? Now notice this, gentlemen. It is always comical, but it is very serious nevertheless. Do you realize the point where resistance stops? Right at the instant that you give that positive decree. Resistance comes up to that point to stimulate you into a greater blow, and when you release it, resistance has stopped. It is magnificent. Even as we see these activities and watch the difference in the activity with individuals among the students, it is a very marvelous thing, for no two are exactly alike in their release from their application, because of the difference in the intensity of their feeling. But it is wonderful to watch it. How come sometimes, and I could point out some of you, that when you have gone along, and then all of a sudden you put on more steam, then we watch that activity, it is beautiful. Because then we know that you are safe. When you get to that point where you turn on that. 7-48 The I Am Discourses. Dynamic energy, and know that no human viciousness has any power against it, then you are master over those conditions, or in other words, you allow the powers of light to become the master over those conditions. You see, gentlemen, perhaps I should suggest this, watch out as you begin to gain the powers of the presence at your call. Oh, watch out so carefully and be so humble that you never, in an unguarded moment, take that as power in the human. That would be dangerous in the extreme, but remember it is always the power of the presence. You see how humble this messenger is, the greater his power and understanding, the more humble he becomes, and that is correct in the position of life. Be extremely positive toward human conditions, but so humble as a little child before this great power and presence of life, then you will comply completely with life and allow it to pour its great powers forth without limit. That is why today in this need, we sometimes think it is too bad to have to call your attention to the conditions that are existing, and gentlemen, if you don't know, if you don't believe the treachery and intrigue that is going on under your nose in your city of New York and in Washington, D.C. The greatest treachery you ever saw among a few, that must go. Discourse 8. 249. Down. But remember and be aware that when a vicious force wants to accomplish something, it will take your attention clear off into something else until it has slipped in undercover and accomplished its vicious act. That is how mankind have been fooled for centuries. So gentlemen, begin to feel out and watch, and when your attention begins to be called powerfully to something, watch out that behind your back the thing is going on that should be watched. Remember today in your powerful friends, as you call to the presence of life, then to them, will you have untold assistance in being aware of these things. Remember as Bob and Rex have rendered the great service in Boston in the communistic headquarters, they dissolved everything that was in that room except the chairs that the two individuals were sitting on. Now gentlemen, the reason for that was because it would be spread all over the world, and it was immediately. Because those destructive forces had to see and know by definite experience that there was a power of light with which they could not cope, and they know that. That is why such viciousness is attempted toward this light, but that is their own destruction, those who generate it. So the messengers are not concerned, but the fellow who sends it forth should be. 7-50 The I Am Discourses. Now then, when the plane was turned back with its destructive forces and when it landed, Bob and Rex were there in their tangible bodies. When they came to seize them, when their hands were upon their shoulders, they dissolved and disappeared before their eyes. Now gentlemen, this is quite a joke on the students. After hearing about that, one of the students said, I wish I could do something that would make them appear to me. Well, they just don't do that. He thought, well, if they appeared to them, why won't they appear to the students and satisfy them? Because it is not necessary. Gentlemen, won't you please abide in the wisdom of these great ones? When the time is ready and when it is necessary, we will appear in the tangible body fast enough. I ask you this, did men ever see anything in life that, in his obedience to life, life failed to answer? Not one thing in all mankind has ever failed to be answered when man turned wholly to the presence of life. Therefore, I say to you, now notice, you are calling for the tangible presence of these great ones, well, that is life itself. What helps you to make that call, what enables you? Why life? You have to use life to make the call. Where is the intelligence that enables you to release and make the call? The power of life. then after all, it is life acting. Then if you, as the individual. Discourse 8. 251. Will give complete obedience to life, is there anything to stand in the way of the perfection of life finding its action through you? Certainly it is practical. Is there anything more practical? But mankind has not understood this obedience, and that is what is the matter today. When you do really give complete obedience to life, you will not have another trouble beset you as sure as I am telling you, but you haven't, even yet, understood wholly what obedience is. You will surely, ere long, understand what it means to give complete undivided obedience. Therefore, today I ask you, gentlemen, please overhaul yourselves and see wherein you can give still greater obedience to life. Oh, not to anyone, be the inspector of yourselves. It is a beautiful thing. You have no idea, gentlemen, what that will do and the happiness it will bring to you when you turn and look yourself straight in the face and say, "Here, young fellow, what is it you are not doing that you might give greater obedience?" Well, it is a joyful thing. That little fellow may rebel at first, but you say, "Now just subside." What a joy will come as you begin to see one thing after another which you could correct, which you probably were not aware of even, but that is the way you gain and give complete obedience to life. I cannot tell you, gentlemen, what a joy it has been. 7-52 The I Am Discourses. To talk to you today in that great sincerity, that great determination in your hearts to serve the light and to be free, and remember, gentlemen, any undesirable desire that has been active within you can be quickly dissolved and caused to disappear by asking the presence to take out of you that desire and replace it by the satisfaction and power of the presence. So remember, sense gratification is such a fragmentary thing in comparison to the joy and freedom of life in its great perfection, its full power of strength, health, and energy. Oh, there is no comparison, not the slightest. When you realize that the reaction from sense gratification drags you down and down and down, and shuts in closer and closer your power of light. You know your little alcohol lamps you use in heating, temporarily, little things, you put the cover on and you put out the flame. Gentlemen, as you grow more and more dense in your use and acceptance of the human senses, you just begin to put that cap on that flame, within your own heart, until it is shut in, until it is only a tiny thing. Gentlemen, I wish and perhaps it will come about, that many of you will see the change of conditions, and I say just for illustration, take 6 months ago and compare the expansion of the light within your own hearts from that day to this. Well, you would scarcely believe it. Now in your attention to the presence. Discourse 8. 253. Although you still make mistakes, still gratify the senses, still in the expansion of that light, it has been so tremendous that you would be amazed. As you are willing and do give full obedience to life, then that light continues to expand until its radiance around your body, even though still invisible, becomes so powerful and tangible that any person that comes near you will feel it. Why, think of the hundreds of people the minute they come in the radiance of the messengers feel that peace and quiet and strength. Well, that is in the radiance of the light which is constantly being called forth, and it is only a small part of what will be in another 4 years. There are thousands of the students, and while I am not a prophet, from observation I would say within 2 years, possibly within 1, there will be thousands of the students who will stand in a similar radiance which the messengers do today. I want you to feel, gentlemen, how accurately Saint Germain and those great ones are able to determine. They pay no attention to your mistakes or your words or the things that you do, but they watch your light within, which gives them the accurate determination of the position that you stand in today to the light. You see. Therefore, that is the only important thing to them. Can you imagine with me for a 7-54 The I Am Discourses. Moment their rejoicing when they see within individuals that light just steadily and steadily expanding like that. Do you know, gentlemen, what discipline and training mean to the individual? I cite this because it is so very marked. You know of the Mounties in Canada, you know something of the severe training and discipline they go through. Well, a number of those great men have turned to this light, and that discipline will turn into the obedience to life which will make them a tremendous power. You see, the other nations of the earth, most of them have had quite severe discipline, but the Americans have gone sort of free, in one sense, a very marvelous thing, but when it comes to certain training or discipline, it is a little more struggle for them. But if they will turn on steam enough, they will have a tremendous power, because of the freedom which has been theirs. Now these are the two conditions that exist, and you of America need to bring yourselves into greater discipline to life, greater obedience, because gentlemen, I am sure there are a great many who still do not believe that your higher mental body or that we know every thought and feeling that passes through you. We have to. Therefore, don't do anything in secret that you would not do before the great Moss. Discourse 8. 255. Ters. Then you will naturally give such beautiful obedience to life that the expansion of your light and your freedom will come so quickly that your happiness will be complete. And gentlemen, is there one in this room that does not want happiness? Bless your lives, mankind must have it. Not a thing in life can find its action without happiness, and happiness is the great motive power which enables life to flow forth in so much greater degree than is ordinary. Do you realize, gentlemen, that when you are very sad or depressed that it is just like you draw in, like that, and you not only shut off the flow of the nerve fluid through your body, but you shut off the greater flow of that light through your body? You know, if your muscles contract in your chest or arm, how in a few minutes it begins to ache, doesn't it? Don't you see the attention of that has shut off the circulation, because pain is congestion and nothing else. There could not be pain in the body without congestion at that point. It is the same way when you are tremendously depressed, you close in, like that, and everything in your body tightens, and if you saw, in your feeling world, this tightening comes before it acts within the physical structure. Gentlemen, you know at any time when some sudden thing confronts you, a tremendous fear seizes you for a moment, how your face grows white. Do you not? 7-256 The I Am Discourses. See that is a contracting thing that even shuts off your circulation. On the other hand, when you have violent anger, how the blood rushes to your face and the other parts of the body with tremendous force. Why? Because it is the action of life in defense of itself. You do not know that, but it anchors in the feeling that it must do something to defend itself and releases that power of instantaneous circulation. The evidence is before the whole world, but mankind do not analyze. They do not try to find out why these things are so, but if they did, they would see at once the two activities, one causes you to contract and recede, the other to release greater power. Gentlemen, I want you to know, and I cite you this one instance. In Oakland, California, there was a Christian Science practitioner who had these two friends. The man drank to excess, not always, but sometimes he became very ugly to his wife. His wife was a very close friend of this lady and she was there when he was in an ugly mood. He raised his hand to strike his wife, and she, of course it was anger as well as protection, but she said, "Stop," and she released such a power that the man fell senseless to the floor, and it was hours before he came to. She was frightened terrifically and thought she had killed the man, and when he came to, he was a changed being and he feared her from that time on, and he never. Discourse 8. 257. Drank again. You see, the terrific force she released in the protection of her friend shattered the vicious thing that had accumulated and grown with him, and probably it was one or two entities about him that were intensifying that desire. She shattered that and disconnected them through that terrific force which she released. Some have discovered that mankind in the human form is a thunderbolt, but that is a great mistake. Of course, to release such force with anger, but I am sure that the great law would forgive that blessed one for the service that was rendered. It disconnected him from that condition which would have been his destruction, but that is not the right use of those conditions. That was an emergency and was released without consideration. Today, you in the use and power of these light rays, may produce service as great or much greater in a perfectly harmonious manner. The messengers have, 100 times in the past 6 months when conditions arose that seemed not to respond, they would stand on the floor and with their hands to the presence say, "Mighty I am presence. Stop this thing forever. It shall not go on." Not once was there a failure of response. Therefore, dear ones, I want you to see how you are in authority in your acceptance of the presence of life, and I know. 7-258 The I Am Discourses. There is not one of you that would want to misuse that, because you know you have to pay the penalty if you do. Therefore, in all kindness, but such firmness, draw forth that power to dissolve all discordant conditions. Call the presence, you gentlemen who are in this room, think of it, what it would mean if you but called the light rays from your presence to go into Washington and reveal all treachery and deceit there, and in your city as well. For it is closely connected with Washington, and caused to be dissolved and revealed all these things. Soon mankind would be afraid to attempt those things, because they would know mankind would discover it, and that is the thing that makes the opposition to this work. They know it is true, and it is one day going to reveal every particle of the treachery, and that is why they want to dispose of it. I thank you, gentlemen, for this opportunity to talk with you, and may you feel my hand in yours, and may you feel my great power of divine love enfolding you, and my strength and courage which is limitless, charging your feeling world, that in any emergency you may be reminded that my hand is in yours, and my strength and power are there to bless you. With all the love of my heart, may I convey to Discourse 8. 259. You the love and blessings of the great host of ascended masters, the legions of light and the great cosmic beings who have rejoiced, gentlemen, that you have styled yourselves the minute men of Saint Germain. I am quite sure you do not yet realize all that that means to you, but one day, may the powers of light reveal to you all that it does mean. May you, in your great response to life, be clothed in the invincible light and powers of love, wisdom, and power of the mighty I Am Presence. As you call it forth, and it sends you forth the mighty presence of light, pouring such radiance about you, that all it touches becomes harmonious and wants to bless you wherever you move. In that it enables you to render a service in your call to life that will help quickly to bring about the protection and adjustment of America, which must be the cup of light to the world. Then one day, when all this has been achieved and you find us walking with you in the dawn of the new life, your friends, the friends of light, then will you too rejoice as you never thought possible to experience, then too, will you see how futile has been the destructive powers of mankind. Only because the presence of life had been forgotten. I thank you and bless you with the powers of light in its ever-expanding power from your mighty I Am Presence, and may your call be so determined. 7260 The I Am Discourses. So intense, that the light within your body, not only within your heart, but in the cells of your body, expand with the power of blue lightning to enable you to render that service which is required today, and make your happiness complete, and I thank you.